cards agree, then maybe this year Santa's coming home to me. I have found the perfect tree and dressed it to the nines. I've even made little gingerbread Santas. There's nothing left to chance. This year, Santa's coming home to me.
I met him on a sunny day in late July, and everything turned upside down. I
Good evening, everyone. If you would take your places or your seats, if you have some. I'd like to reconvene the City Council Public Financing Authority meeting, and if the city clerk would please call roll.
Yes, also you called to order the Housing Authority? A special meeting in the Housing Authority?
Yeah,
Yeah, thank you.
you bet.
Councilmember Peterson?
Here.
Councilmember Bolton?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Posey?
Here.
Mayor Douglas?
Here.
Councilmember Carr?
Here.
Councilmember Mosier?
Here.
Councilmember Kalnick?
Here.
All present, and City Clerk Stanislaw requested permission to be absent pursuant to City Charter, Section 310A. Being no objections, minutes will reflect that being excused.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and go with our Pledge of Allegiance and our prayer, and then I'll come back and mention what we're going to do next. Okay, the pledge this evening will be led by Councilmember Natalie Mosier, and the prayer is by Kelly Frankenwitz of Leisure World Community Church in Seal Beach and member of the Greater Huntington Beach Interfaith Council.
Our flag is in the other room, so we can face that way. Will all who are able please stand for our Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you.
Oh my goodness sakes.
Please begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
A reading from Wisdom. The king will put the sheep on his right hand and the goats on the left. Then the king will say to those on his right hand, "Come, you who are blessed by my Father, and take the inheritance, the kingdom prepared for you since the creation of the world. For I was hungry, and you gave me something to eat. I was thirsty, and you gave me something to drink. I was a stranger, and you invited me in. I needed clothes, and you clothed me. I was sick, and you looked after me. I was in prison, and you came to visit me." Then the righteous will answer him, "Lord, King, when did we see you hungry and feed you, or thirsty and give you something to eat? To drink? When did we see you a stranger and invite you in, or needing clothes and clothe you? And when did we see you sick or in prison and go to visit you?" And the king will reply, "Truly, I tell you, whatever you did for the least of these brothers and sisters, you did also to me." Let us pray. O Lord God, I ask you to be in the hearts and minds of those who must make decisions for us and those who must influence their decisions, that each of us will respond to one another and to the visitors in our community and to our fellow residents with kindness and generosity. And I pray in the Lord's most holy name. Amen.
Amen. So we're going to go a little different. The 15 speakers from this afternoon, if you would please come forward. Patty is going to call your name. You'll come to the microphone as you normally would. And then when you're done, we will begin the rest of the meeting in the normal vein. So thank you.
Yes, this is the balance of the study session speakers. Carrie Lines, Yui Gomez, Matt Braun, Cassie Braun, Nikki Wenzel, Karen Carroll, Tom Zimmerman, Sherry Brooks, Mackie Davis, Doug Fred Tinker, Karen Van Dyke, Jen Kalisher, David Miles, Diane Krudinsky.
Okay, go ahead. Who's first?
Hi, my name is Carrie Lines. Thank you for having us here to speak our voices and opinions. We really appreciate it. I have been a homeowner in Seagate for the past 6 years now, and I second a lot of what other homeowners have said in our Seagate community, specifically what Eric Watson has said, and I don't want to repeat everything, so I just want to highlight a few things that we feel is very important to incorporate in the development standards. Whatever option that we pursue, it is really important that we urge city staff to consider these measures. We outlined 6, which most of us have emailed already, so I just wanted to reiterate those. We wanted these 6 measures: no greater density than 6 dwelling units per acre in lots 393 and 394, which is the northeast corner of Golden West and Ernest. The second one is no more than 2-story buildings in lots 393 and 394. No greater density than 25 dwelling units per acre in the Holly Seacliff area, and no more than 3-story buildings in that area as well. No roof decks or balconies that face Ernest Drive and within 100 feet of Ernest Drive. And also, and lastly, continue to not allow overnight parking on Ernest Drive. I live on that street along Ernest Drive, and it's very important that we incorporate these measures, because I could not imagine just sitting in my backyard and having this, a large building hovering over with balconies, and it would really disturb the character of our community and also the livelihoods of how we live on that street now. So without further ado, I also wanted to speak on behalf of Cassie Braun. She had to leave because she had to take care of her kids. So Cassie's message is, I am a resident of Seagate neighborhood. I strongly oppose item 22906 housing element. Our homes were purchased with the understanding that any housing plan calls for a max density of no more than 25 units anywhere between Golden West and Ernest, and a 7-unit max by parcel 393 and 394 on the map. We have 2 young children that we would be impacted and be rezoned out if Seacliff Elementary, which was one of the main reasons we purchased our house. Seacliff Elementary is already one of the largest elementary schools in the district to begin with. Has there been any thought of the school impact adding thousands more residents? I believe the rest of her note has been addressed, so I would, I reserve that for the rest of the Seagate community members.
Okay, thank you very much. Go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Evie Gomez. I'm a neighbor of Carrie Lyons. We're members of the Seagate community. I've been a homeowner there for 13 years now. I just wanted to reemphasize what Eric Watson and Carrie Lyons had said earlier. When we purchased our homes, we purchased it with the appeal of it being single-family home, perfect for the kids with the park. And we're afraid that with the development of the housing, we do recognize that there does need to be more affordable housing, but we just don't want it to affect the character of our community. So I don't want to reiterate the 6 points that she said earlier. I'm sure Matt Braun will hear in a second. But I do just want to urge you to consider developing those 6 measures in the development standards when you do take a vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. My name is Matt Braun, and similar to some of my neighbors that have just been speaking, I've been a resident in the Seagate neighborhood. And similar message, I think it's the 6 points that were mentioned just a minute ago. Don't need to go through them in great detail again, but we do just urge the Planning Commission and the council to incorporate all those in the development standards when they are created. And do just want to kind of highlight those lots 393 and 394 that are on that northeast corner of Golden West and Ernest. I mean, those literally would back up to quite a large number of homes right there, kind of butting up against that Seagate neighborhood. So would urge the council and the Planning Commission to really take a hard look at that 7-unit per acre and measure we're asking for. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name's David Miles. I'm a 20-year resident of Edwards Hill. First, I want to thank you for listening to us, because you have, and it means a lot to us. Second, I also want to thank you for acknowledging the fact that there must have been a problem with notification, because this would have happened much earlier. So obviously, something was wrong with notifying the residents around the Brindle Thomas property, because that's who's here. The next thing I'd like to share is a little bit of perception. So I've sat through the planning presentation twice. No doubt, a tough piece of work. You're trying to shoehorn a bunch of people in where they don't fit. I really appreciate the fact that you shared the methodology. All of those things don't fit. What is left in my perception, though, is that Brindle piece of property sticks out like a sore thumb. That, with the expertise and skill set, you had to know this was coming. For that, not for options, not to be thought about a year ago, seems like a misstep. I really appreciate and don't want to derail our option 2 and 3, but I think something was missed along the way. And if it wasn't missed, then it should have been shared that we had to put this in because we didn't have any other options. Because everybody up there thinks it was looked at like a big fat snow cone and let's just grab it, that solves our problem. So that's the perception. True or not, I don't know. But if that was shared, that would help. The other thing is there was a comment made specifically about an industrial property. I don't think anybody up here owns an industrial property. But yet it showed that there was time spent for an industrial property, but yet 300 residents on Edwards Hill didn't seem to get the same attention. Don't know if it's true, but it sure looks like it. That's the perception from listening to that. But again, I really want to thank you for listening to us, because it does substantiate that we're being heard.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Delglees and members of the City Council. Thank you for giving us an opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Nikki Wetzel. I've lived in Huntington Beach for 20 years. My home backs Ernest Drive, and that is at the northern border of the SP9 area that you guys have been looking at tonight, where 70 dwelling units per acre is in the current drafted housing element proposal. Professionally, I've been a city planner for 25 years. I've worked for local agencies in both LA and Orange counties. And so I get it. I understand the requirements that the state's putting on local jurisdictions. I support the city of Huntington Beach not fighting against having a certified housing element, but actually moving forward with a compliant housing element at reasonable densities. I am pro-housing, but I do believe 70 dwelling units per acre is too much for the area where it's proposed in that SP9. I believe that 30 dwelling units per acre is reasonable. I know that that's the default density. I want the city to be able to count those units towards affordable housing. And I differ a little bit from the official position of my HOA in that I do support the 30 dwelling units per acre directly behind my home over the full extent of that industrial area. I am intrigued, however, by option 3. I want to thank staff for presenting those options tonight. Specifically, I want to thank Al Zelinka. He's been in communication with me, and I certainly appreciate his efforts. What I didn't hear the council earlier direct staff, and I know they are looking for direction, is what Carrie Lyons brought up, and those were the 6 points in the letter from the Seagate community. Specifically limiting, we're going to need objective development standards to limit 3-story homes behind facing Ernest, prohibiting balconies and roof decks 100 feet moving from Ernest south towards Garfield. And I personally, in the early 2000s, went door to door and got a petition along Ernest Drive to prohibit overnight parking on Ernest Drive. I know that's not an objective development standard, but that's something that we would love to see continue. Parking back there was a very big disruptor to our ability to peacefully enjoy our homes and sleep at night. And I know with no matter how stringent your parking requirements are, especially if parking's waived with concessions and such, I would hate to see the parking of vehicles again become an issue for the community after we fought to already have that parking prohibited. I am concerned about 393 and 394 lots, or those parcels. The Holly Seacliff specific plan does call those out, was envisioned for 7 dwelling units per acre, and I think even in option 3, it's still at 30 dwelling units, so that is a concern. But again, I just really want to thank staff for listening to us and bringing forward a plan that seems more reasonable, and I look forward to working more with the Commission and Council, the Planning Commission and Council, as we look more into this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Karen Van Dyke, and I am the president of the Seagate Association, here representing our team here, and also myself, So Nikki just mentioned a lot of the things. We outlined several points in the letter to the City Council, just stating that, some of these things like the parking, the rooftops, the different stories, and then in particular parcels 393 and 394. We love what we saw with option 3, not 2, by the way. Option 3 helps our area, and so we really appreciate that. But parcels 393 and 394 share a wall with that area right there, and our, it's outlined that it's not supposed to grow any further than 7 homes per acre. So we'd love to see a little bit of a revision there in option 3, where it might include that information for us. And everybody else has pretty much said everything else. We understand that the city has got to do this. We get it, and we're not against the development. In fact, most of everybody in our community, we welcome that development behind us there. We just don't. The 70 units was just a bit much for us to take that pill. So if we can work to get 30 units, and if we can get some of those stipulations that I outlined in my letter that I sent to everybody, I think we're good to go. You're not going to get any complaints from us, so thank you. I appreciate all your hard work.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Go ahead, next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Mackie Davis. I'm a resident for over 25 years. First of all, you all got to be tired. You've been listening to this for 2 hours plus, and you got a full boat ahead of you. First of all, I'd like to thank staff. They did a marvelous job, and I have a suggestion at the end of my little 2 cents here. For the last 2 hours plus, you have heard what works and what doesn't work with the current plan. Staff has provided you with several options. And as a business owner, I look at that and I go, okay, what's going to happen? Whatever option you choose, you're adding thousands of people to Huntington Beach. There are going to be problems. There are going to be bigger problems. Without offending staff, I strongly recommend that council provide staff with some outside eyes. Help them help you come up with a better solution. They've done a pretty good job. They got you down to the 10-yard line. Give them some help to get the ball in the end zone. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, next speaker.
Hi, my name is Jen Kalisher, and I have been a resident of Huntington Beach for the last 39 years. My husband, Eric, and I were both born and raised in Huntington Beach. We both work in LA County, but have made a very conscious choice to raise our kids, ages 12 and 9, here in Huntington Beach. In particular, my husband is a fire captain in LA and sees firsthand the effects that high density has on the local communities. We do not want the problems of LA here in Huntington Beach. Both my kids have Both of my kids have been very blessed to go to Seacliff Elementary School, where I currently volunteer on the PTA. City Council members, I urge you to vote no on rezoning the properties in the Seacliff area as high density. Did you know there are only about 2,600 residences, homes, and townhomes in the Seacliff area? Adding potentially over 2,000 units to the Seacliff area will destroy many of the aspects of Huntington Beach and Seacliff Elementary School. City Council, have you driven by Seacliff Elementary on a busy Monday morning? Were you aware that Seacliff Elementary is the only elementary school in Huntington Beach that is off of a busy street and is not protected within the interior of a neighborhood? What consequences will our students suffer if the Seacliff population doubles? Huge class sizes, no more music or art, unsafe routes for kids to walk or ride their bikes to school? Please do not do this backwards. Proper thought and planning needs to go into each potentially rezoned area as to how this high-density locations will impact these local areas. Furthermore, how would the massive construction projects, just mere feet from Seacliff Elementary, impact the students? Would they not be able to focus because of the loud construction noises? Will the students not be able to play outside because of the toxins emitted into the air due to the construction? Do not put our kids at risk. Do not rezone Seacliff for high density. Thank you.
Thank you. Patty, are we done with the 15 speakers? No. Are we done with the original 15 speakers?
Well, I guess all these other people must have gone home.
Oh,
Because I
okay.
have quite a few left, and I called their names, but they didn't.
They're not here.
They're not
Okay,
here.
then
Yep.
we'll go ahead and move on with our
Yep.
meeting. All right. All right, here we go. I don't care. I don't know that we do. No, I don't know because we didn't really discuss it. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and make a couple announcements, and then we'll have Victoria come forward. So we're doing presentations and awards. And this month, November, is National Gratitude Month. I want to give you a shout out to my friend Cindy Lee, who brought this to our attention. So thank you, Cindy. National Gratitude Month in November encourages us to embrace the power of gratitude. Gratitude is more than simply saying thank you. Gratitude's an amazing power, having the ability to shift from focusing on the negative to appreciating what is positive in our lives. Practicing daily gratitude gives us a deeper connection to ourselves and the world around us, and to our Creator. Everything in our lives have the ability to improve when we are grateful. Research has shown that gratitude can embrace our moods, decrease stress, and drastically improve our overall level of health and well-being. On average, grateful people tend to have fewer stress-related illnesses and less experience of depression and lower blood pressure. They are more than physically fit, they are happier, have higher incomes, more satisfying personal and professional relationships. We will also be liked, grateful for children, as more likely to get A's in school. If everyone practiced daily gratitude, we could change ourselves and the planet for the better. Everyone would be happier, love would grow, and hate would decrease. The world would know true peace. What are we waiting for? Give gratitude a try. You'll be happy that you did. Okay, and now the next proclamation for the month of November is National Gratitude Month, but it's also National Native American Heritage Month. America is a vast land of many cultures dating back thousands of years to the original inhabitants of the land. Today, programs, partnerships, and parks preserve and share the stories and heritage of indigenous people. National Native American Heritage Month is celebrated each year in November. It is a time to celebrate the traditions, languages, and stories of Native American, Alaska Native, Native Hawaiian, and island communities, and ensure rich histories and contributions continue to thrive with each passing generation. It is also a time to evaluate our pledge to maintain meaningful partnerships with our tribal nations and renew our commitment to our nation-to-nation relationships as we seek to ensure every community has a future they deserve. What started as at the turn of the century as an effort to gain a day of recognition for significant contributions of our first Americans made to establish and growth of the U.S. has resulted in a whole month of being designated for that purpose. In honor of National Native American Heritage, our Human Relations Committee provided us with some short educational videos which are showcased on HBTV as well as our YouTube channel and social media platforms. Okay, and now I'm going to move on to the presentation. I'd like to call upon Victoria Alberti.
Hi, I'm not Victoria. She couldn't be here, so that's okay. We're glad you're here. What is your name? My name's Lori, and I'm with SafeRescueTeam.org. You brought us a cute little dog, Lori. I did. And what is the little dog's name? This is Toby. I speak really loud. I know. Okay.
I got so excited about seeing your dog, I ran right by the microphone. So there you go. Thank you so very much. So can all of you see how cute this dog is? All right. How old is the dog?
This is Toby. Toby's 12 weeks old.
Oh, puppy.
Yeah, just a little puppy. Toby was an owner surrender. His mom and dad had an accidental litter at his parents' house, and he was the last of a litter being given away. So rather than being given to somebody, you know, sort of unvetted, we took him in so we could make sure that he got vetted, shots, fixed, etc. So he's a gorgeous little mix of German Shepherd, Beagle, and Jack Russell Terrier. So if you're looking for a couch potato, this is not your dog. But he loves playing. So he's in a foster home right now where he's crate trained, learning to be potty trained. He sleeps through the night. So if you think you're a perfect home, he's looking for somebody who has an active life because those breeds love to play. If you have a fur baby already who's active, he would love to be a sibling to that dog. And you can put in an application at SafeRescueTeam.org.
SafeRescueTeam.org.
Yep. We're looking for fosters also. If you don't know, there's a epidemic of animals that are in shelters, and the Safe Rescue Team takes in a lot of medical dogs that nobody else will treat or are in danger of being euthanized. So we're foster-based. If you're interested in fostering, there's also applications there. And if you think Toby's right for you, put in an application.
Well, anybody up there, if you want Toby, you know where to call. Say it again.
SafeRescueTeam.org.
Thank you so very much. You brought us a cue, and oh, you bet. Let's give the lady a big hand. Thank you. Okay. So tonight I have the honor to introduce Jim Cristano for 16 years volunteer service within our Senior Center Transportation Program. Jim, please join me if you would, as well as Community and Library Services, Michelle Yerke, who serves here as the Social Services Supervisor. Wow, good work. So I'm just going to save things. So 16 years as a volunteer, that's incredible. Since 2006, you have made a commitment to improve the quality of life for seniors in Huntington Beach by volunteering as a senior transportation driver in the community and the library services to the Surf City program of Seniors on the Go. He's so well loved by his passengers. He's known for his service-oriented attitude. In total, Jim drove over, is that right, 60,738 miles and volunteered 4,631 hours of service. Let's give Jim an incredible hand. And I'm going to have Michelle.
I'll just say a couple more things in gratitude to volunteers in general, but specifically to Jim. Because at the Senior Center, we have terrific programs and services, but we could not do them without volunteers like Jim. Jim actually volunteered with the Senior Center twice a week consistently for 16 years, as you mentioned. and provided over 8,000 rides during that time to older adults in Huntington Beach who are typically more homebound or have mobility issues and need a ride. And those rides are all free. It's a donation-based program, so we're really proud of that. And it's because of guys like this and lots of other volunteers too that we can do that kind of service. So I told Jim earlier, we're gonna have to find at least 2 or 3 more volunteers to replace him because he is retiring from us as a volunteer. But we've been so happy to have you with the team, and the Seniors on the Go team, actually quite a few of them are here today to get their last picture in with you. And we really do appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I would have never been able to do this for 16 years without the support of my team. Brandy and everyone at Senior Center had made it so pleasurable to do this job. And I don't know if you people are aware of what a wonderful program it is and how it helps so many people that are so grateful. Gives you a sense of community, and I really enjoyed doing it. I got more out of it than I gave.
I'd sure like to have Jim and his team, if you would join us up here. And I would just like to say a few words. I just, as your mayor, I just want you to know how honored I am to give this award to you. I know we don't know each other, but I'll tell you this. I've lived here myself 50 years. I've seen the work that the Senior Center does. It gets awards around the state and around the country for the services that you provide. And you cannot do that without people like yourself. And though we're meeting tonight for the first time, I just want you to know how grateful I am that there's people like you in our community that makes it easier for our seniors to get around, because especially today, a lot of them are afraid just because there's too many cars on the road, or they're, stuff's going on and it just scares them. So please come on here a little closer. Some people on this side. Oh, we are? Okay. Let's go follow me. Follow me, Jim. Super duper. What are you going to do with all your... Hold it in front of you when she takes a photo. So glad you're here. Come on up here. We can go a little closer. Yeah. You don't have to fall down. Oh, you here. Hey, Chris. Want to see everybody? Hey, you owe me a phone call. I do. Yeah. Thank you so very much, Jim. Congratulations. You too. You too. Everybody, thank you very, very much. So tonight I'm happy to present the Mayor's Excellent Award to Christine Edwards from Community and Library Services. Also, will Christine's supervisor, Melissa Ronning, come up and join me? Oh, you're right here. Well, that was easy. Okay. One of the exciting things about the Mayor's Huntington Beach Excellent Award is that the city employees are the nominated by their peers and who believe that they meet the criteria of humility, social awareness, passion, exceptionality, integrity, and team-oriented. So I'd like you to maybe share with yourself, if you would. Oh, I thought there was someone next to me here. Go ahead and share a little bit about the award winner.
Thank you. So I'm super excited to present, or that Christine is being presented with this award, because Christine is an outstanding teen librarian. She has created relationships not only with her teens, but with the rest of the Huntington Beach Library community. She has partnered with the Orange County nonprofit called Youth Investors Corps over the summer, where one of her teens won a national stock market competition, which was awarded a $500 award. She applied for and is now monitoring a really big grant that is allowing her to, who has allowed her to hire a part-time librarian for a paid teen internship program for the next couple years. So these are just examples of the creativity and the ingenuity that Christine brings to her job and creating programs and opportunities for our teen citizens.
Well, thank you so much, Melissa. Would you like to say something?
I'm just really surprised and honored, and I am so grateful to everyone who is here from our Community and Library Services Department and all of our supporters that are here with us today. Thank you so much. I'm so honored.
Yes, please. Yes. Please join us over here. And I just like to put a plug in for our library. I don't know. I know there's a lot of people in our audience who probably have never even been there, but let me tell you, you're missing out, especially the children's wing and the teenage wing here. We have some dedicated people, and we're going to go up here on stage in just a second, but I wanted to give Christine her award so she could hold it when we get the picture taken. There you go. So come on all up. Let's go. Follow the leader. You're the leader. Let's go. We'll come up here. We brought a big crowd with you. All right, the award winner, you get to stand up front right here. Oh, some more flowers. You want to help her with the flowers? Yeah. Come on over here. There's room. Hi, Sue. Cutie. Come on up here, girl. Here you go. Hey. You want to get up front? Julie's going to have to see your face in order to get your picture.
Okay, looking right here. I need to see your face. If you can't see me, I can't see you. Great. Thank you so much.
So, City Clerk, how many, oh, wait, what? Yep.
Did you have, what does he say? Yes. Okay.
All right. It's a really fun evening. Okay. We are going to now move on to public comments. And City Clerk, how many people do we have for public comments?
Oh, we have 60 to sign up, but may I do the supplemental communications first?
Of course, but before you go there, I'm just going to make everybody aware that we're probably going to shorten the time a little bit. So go ahead.
Okay. All right. For administrative item number 24, there was a study submitted by Ursula Luna Reynosa, Director of Community Development, entitled Additional On-Street Parking Stalls Study. Also submitted by Ms. Luna Reynosa was a item entitled Concept Estimate Rough Order of Magnitude. And then we received 6 email communications regarding the Main Street streetscape schematic design. And that was as of 1:30, and anything that came in after that we will be posting tomorrow to the item. Then for administrative item number 25, there was a letter received from the Ocean View School District regarding the drafting of a zoning text amendment to allow cannabis activities, and then we received 17 email communications. And then for council member item number 27, we received an email regarding the decertification of Poseidon. And for number 28, an email regarding the community engagement policy and toolkit. And then, yes, we had 60 people sign up to speak.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and change that to 90 minutes a person. 90 minutes? Yeah. I know you, well, I got everybody's attention, didn't I? 90 seconds. Thank you. Thank you. I got that from the attorney. 90 seconds.
90.
So I'll go ahead and read public comments. Thank you. I'm so delighted that everybody laughed. That's exactly what we needed to do.
90 seconds.
All right. No, none of us want us to hear that long, I assure you. Okay, here we go. Pursuant to the Brown Act, the City Council may not enter into discussion at this time individuals who wish to speak to a member of the council on an item not on the agenda may consider setting up an individual appointment by contacting the council's administrative assistant at 714-536-5553. Those wishing to provide a comment on the agendized or non-agendized item may do so either in person or by filling out a request to speak form, or via Zoom webinar by computer or phone. Zoom webinar participants wishing to speak will be provided a 15-minute window and will select a hand raise feature in the webinar control. All speakers are encouraged but not required to identify themselves. Each speaker this evening will have up to 90 seconds due to the volume of speakers. City Clerk, go ahead and call our first 10 speakers.
Okay, I grabbed batched them in 15 since we had
15
so many.
works,
All right.
that's great.
All right. Aaron Pye, Carol Rohr, Karen Peterson, Art Estrada, Allie Plum, Vivian Nguyen, Michelle Turner, Ada Hand, Gracie Vandermark, Carrie Swan, Don Kennedy, Kurt Clivers, David Reinerson, Ron Aberfath, Bob Bolin. And just so you know, we don't have 90 seconds on our timer, so we're going to have to do it by the phone.
Okay. You guys, we'll just trust that you do it. Go ahead. Go ahead. Speak. Somebody come up to the microphone. Go ahead, Ms. Rohr.
Aaron before me, but
Oh, that's okay.
Okay.
There's no order. It's just she's calling the people down. Mr. Estrada, would you like to go?
Sure.
Okay. There you go.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Arthur Estrada, and I'm a member of the Huntington Beach Mobile Home Coalition. I have attended this and spoke to both the City Council and Mobile Home Advisory Board meetings in the past, always with the hope that the local government will stand up to the abuses of the predatory park owners like John Saunders, Courtney Scott, Hometown America, IPG, and others. Not only has this not happened, but industry groups like WMA and MHET have been dumping thousands of dollars into elected local officials who are apparently dedicated to the complete subjugation of our mobile home community in Surf City. This has impacted thousands of homeowners and residents who, without an RSO or other protections, are easy prey to unscrupulous and greedy park owners. This used to be confined to corporate and investor group owned parks, but not anymore. Family-owned parks like Rancho Del Rey, controlled by Chris Hauser, who sits on the Mobile Home Advisory Board, like Rancho Del Rey, by Chris Hauser, who sits on the Mobile Board, and Vicky Telly's lapdog, who also meets on who also is on the MHET board, have initiated space rent spikes and could inspire other family park owners to either do the same or sell to the predators. This is due to the fear of an impending rent stabilization ordinance in 2024 through a citizen-based initiative and the surety of a feckless city council.
Mr. Estrada, your time is up. Sorry. Go ahead, Ms. Rohr.
Good evening. My name is Carol Rohr, and I'm the president of the Mobile Home Resident Coalition in Huntington Beach. I must say that I'm disgusted at the rampant conflicts of interest of our local government that have worked mightily against the mobile home community in our city. Much of these conflicts stem from the lavish campaign spending of MHET, the Manufactured Housing Educational Trust headed by industry maven Vicky Talley. Within the past month, the slate of 4 candidates featuring Gracie Vandermark, Casey McKeon, Pat Burns, and Tony Strickland have received $6,819 each from MHET. That's over $27,000 to 4 allegedly pro-business candidates that have not only ignored the mobile home community, but have received donations from park owners, industry allies, and anti-residence donors that are a slap in the face for our residential property rights. These candidates pointedly refused to respond to numerous attempts of us to reach them for their positions on our important interests concerning thousands of mobile home residents, and now we know why. Worse yet, MHET supports their hero, City Attorney Michael Gates, who has received over $6,000 in campaign support to do MHET's bidding. It was Gates and city attorney minions who used the bogus opinion twisting the municipal code to allow Vicky Talley to join the Mobile Home Advisory Board as a park owner. How do you spell conflict? M-H-E-T. Thank you.
Next speaker. Go ahead, you can fill, thank you.
Hi, my name is Karen Peterson. Good evening, City Council and Mayor. Rent stabilization is a must for the homeowners in our Huntington Beach mobile home parks. I bought a mobile home here in 2019. I previously rented on 14th Street for over 30 years. Since then, my rent, including the one I just received, has gone up $700 a month. The rent was then even raised during the pandemic when we couldn't even use any of the facilities. I bought this home as a permanent residence and for future retirement. I wasn't told when I bought that my rent would go as high as 10% every year. Right now, 69% of my net pay is going towards rent. The park does not pay for any repairs or improvements or owned mobile homes, and landscaping is not included either. So anything around us we must take care of, including all the leaves that their gardener blows over to our homes while tending the renters' landscaping. When the owner put in solar panels, we were not even asked if we would like to participate. I have watched several homes be abandoned or put on the market because of this crisis, just to see the park tear them down and put up one of their rentals. I do not want to be a homeless person's statistic. I work full-time and didn't think that I would need to have a second job in this stage of my life, but this may have to happen anyways. What's the salary for a city council member, by the way? Carve out, thank you.
Go ahead, ma'am.
My name is Ada Hand, and I've lived in Del Mar Mobile Home Parks. Your housing element states the median household income was $95,000. My income's only 35% of that. I'm not in a protected or considered that is a protected category since I live in a mobile home park, one of 17 in this city where predatory landlords are allowed to raise the rent to whatever the traffic will bear. If we can't afford it, we're told to move on. You've had your time here. It's time to make room for somebody who can afford to live here. I pay monthly rent, a mortgage, utilities, taxes, maintenance, and upkeep. My housing costs are 43% of my income. The feds say that if you're at 30%, you're at risk. I contribute to this city. I've written grants for pediatricians to have a literacy program in their waiting rooms. I've enabled them to give away 250,000 books to young children. I help residents throughout the city get information about how to be safe in a disaster. Am I a contributing member of Huntington Beach? I would say so. I feel sorry for the residents in the mobile home parks where rent's gone up $100, $200, or more per month. It's like the oil companies price gouging us at the pumps while they rake in billions of dollars. They don't care if they send the economy in a tailspin. They're interested only in the money. What do I want City Council to do? Put on the ballot an exemption to the City Charter Section 803 to allow a rent stabilization ordinance for mobile home residents. Protect us from price gouging and predatory practices. We're in your constituency too.
Thank you. Go ahead, next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor Del Glaze, capable city council members, and awesome city staff, and concerned citizens. My name's Allie Plum, and I own an immobile home in Del Mar Estates, and I've been there almost a decade. Are you tired of me coming and speaking for almost a year every meeting? I'm not. I have to say, I'm so glad to have learned so much about how this city works, and to have been impressed with how hard the city council members labor in so many different ways. But here's some mental floss to think about. Mental floss. This city has some truth decay, not tooth decay. There are certain protections in place, but no follow-up. In this country, the almighty is the dollar. But I believe each and every one of us want the best for this city. We immobile homeowners definitely want to live in peace, giving our all to help maintain this lovely, lovely city. We need visionary solutionaries. Am I crazy to propose a sane world, one where we all collaborate? Are we too much depending on dollars for our answers? I hope not. If each immobile home park owner met with 10 residents every month in each park with an open mind, there's so many issues that could be ironed out, from rent increased transparency to increased pride by the park owner and the resident owners. I absolutely know that if I questioned my neighbors, both in immobile homes and in brick homes, they would all answer that they want to live in peace and happiness. There is 1 week until we vote for our own best future here in this fair city. Please think long and hard about the candidates running. Are they visionary solutionaries? Stretch your biases and vote for the truly best candidates. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead. Next speaker.
Good evening, council members. I'm David Reinerson, a 26-year resident of Huntington Beach, and I'm here to talk to you about Solar App Plus. Solar App Plus was an application that was developed by the Department of Energy. The division of that, the National Renewable Energy Lab, worked with stakeholders from all constituencies to develop this app. And those constituencies include safety and code enforcement, like Underwriters Labs, the International Code Council, the International Association of Electrical Inspectors, the National Fire Protection Association, solar suppliers, such as the Solar Industry Energy Association, CALSA, the California Solar and Storage Association, and vendors like Tesla, Sunrun, and SunPower. Also permitting software organizations such as Acela and OpenGov and Tyler Technologies, and multiple city and county governments, including 3 California cities. The application is an automated process for permitting solar and storage. It can automate about 90% of all permits, and what that does for the city is it increases the ability to push permits through 7 to 14 times faster than you can do today. And what's really especially cool about the application, it is absolutely free to the city to use.
So I was going to ask you if you would, because we could direct this to the Public Works Director, your comments.
Sure.
And Officer Bobby right there can give you a blue card, and you can fill that out when you're done speaking.
In any case, we now have about 8.5% of homes in Huntington Beach have solar, and less than 1% have storage. The city of San Jose, once they implemented this application, got a 600% increase in their solar permits that were approved.
Terrific. Time is up, sir.
One last thing
Okay.
that you'll be interested in.
I interrupted you, so go ahead.
There is grant money available from the state of California, and for a city the size of Huntington Beach, it would be about $80,000. So
Okay.
it's free to use, and then you would also have the
All
grant
right.
money.
Thank you so very much. Next speaker. And if you could come up. Next speaker.
I'm Michelle Turner, owner of the Sugar Shack Cafe.
Yes, hi, good evening.
For 55 years, and we've been through a lot, up, down, street open, closed, and I know we need some work to be done on Main Street, but I did not know that they already had a plan. So we already have 14 tables on the street. Now, the plan that they have is going down to only 4 tables. I'm in Huntington Beach to please people, and I love people, and I don't think it was fair that nobody told me about this, because we're here for the community. We're here to help people. I'm here to help people who needs help. So I'm not being selfish. I just want our same amount of tables, because we want to support the young kids that work. That means if we don't have the tables, I got to get rid of all the people that works for me, the kids that needs jobs. My mom and dad taught us, you work, you learn respect, you learn to make your own money, you buy your clothes, and this is what I've been trying to teach. It's now maybe 4th generation coming up, and I realized we need to clean up Main Street,
Right.
but it's not the right way how they're doing it.
Thank you very much for coming this evening. Next speaker.
My name is Kurt Shivers. I'm here today to talk about this high-density residential housing on Edwards Hill. In my opinion, it is inappropriate and likely not legal. And I have proof I'll show you. To break a city law and destroy zoning on a 30-year-plus community is wrong, inappropriate. HB Planning already approved RH 30, negatively impacting the Edwards Hill community. I'm a realtor. It's negatively affecting it. That's my opinion. Public safety, property values, and very likely did so illegally there too. The H high-rise overlay district may be combined only. I'm reading from your document right here. Okay. The H-rise high-rise overlay district may be combined only with the RH high-density residential. Edwards Hill is not that. Never has been. Per Title 22 Zoning Code Overlay District. I urge you to read it. I don't think it was done illegal, probably a mistake, probably an oversight. I don't know. Edwards Hill properties are zoned as residential low density since June of '89, and these properties contribute more than $5.5 million in HB property taxes per year. The city is also violating...
Thank you.
I knew I wasn't get done.
That's all right. I
Anyway,
appreciate you coming. Thank you. Next speaker.
I'll send you an email. I'll send you an email.
Good evening, Carrie Swan here. I'm actually here for City Council candidate Casey McKeon, who asked me to read his public comments because he's out of town for work tonight. The state-mandated 13,386 housing units are the most urgent issue facing our city. This is the equivalent of 47 more high-density Elon buildings like Beach and Ellis. More troubling is the fact that 2 weeks ago, the Planning Commission upzoned for 60% more for a total of 21,000 units. This is the equivalent of 75 more high-density Elon buildings. To refresh your memory, we had an opportunity to allow our elected city attorney, Michael Gates, to appeal these high-density mandates from an unelected state bureaucracy because the methodology used to derive the numbers was fraudulent. The California State Auditor found these housing mandate numbers were inflated and not supported by evidence. The last remaining tool left at our disposal is to protect our entire city is to elect 4 city council members on November 8th who are committed to fighting these high-density mandates with every fiber of their being. My teammates Gracie Vandermark, Tony Strickland, and Pat Burns and myself have signed a contract with Huntington Beach that if we are lucky enough to earn your vote and be elected to City Council on day 1, we will unleash Michael Gates to use whatever tools still remaining in his toolbox to appeal these fraudulent high-density numbers. With the flurry of agenda items placed on tonight's agenda, it seems that this council
Time
is
is up.
attempting
Next
to
speaker,
ram
please.
everything
Thank
through
you. Next
before the
speaker.
election.
Thank you. Next speaker. I know. Just, Donna, if you wouldn't mind, when time is up, just say time is up so people will know. Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you so much. Go ahead, Ms. Vandermark.
Hello, my name is Gracie Vandermark, and I am not just a concerned citizen, but I'm also a city council candidate for our city. I moved here today, it's actually my 23rd anniversary from being a Huntington Beach resident. I moved here from Los Angeles, which is extremely densely populated, because that dense development actually put quite a burden on our police, our fire, our schools, our libraries, and our council just didn't care enough to do anything about it. I feel like I'm going through deja vu here again. If I wanted to live in Los Angeles, I would have just stayed there, but I do love our city. I love our suburban beach community where it's safe for our children. Now we have fences around schools that we didn't have just 1.5 years to 2 years ago. Times are changing. Our police department is already understaffed. 7 out of 8 calls that I went on a ride-along were for homelessness. And now we're going to pump all these buildings into our city, and not a single conversation has been had about our infrastructure and the burden it will take. When my parents moved here from Mexico and Ecuador, they moved here because it was so corrupt, it wasn't safe for them to have a family there. I left my home county of Los Angeles to raise my family here because Los Angeles was so corrupt, it wasn't safe. Now my daughter's thinking of moving out of Huntington Beach and taking my grandson to Florida or a family-friendly state. If she leaves, that's 3 generations that moves away just to find sanctuary for our city, and we're done running. We're staying, we're fighting, we're taking back our council and giving it back to the people, and we're going to keep our families together.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name's Don Kennedy. My family moved to Huntington Beach in 1962. And before I make my comments, I want to say that I do like the word gratitude. And I'm grateful my kids made it through Seacliff Elementary. I feel bad for these parents, but I'm not going to give up on these parents because they deserve to have that great school, safe school, and not be infected by this high density. So as citizens, it is all our city. As leaders, though, you don't govern for yourself. You govern to our voices. That's what a leader does. When our voices aren't heard, we feel disenfranchised. There's a saying that says, hearing is mechanical, listening is mental. You hear us, but you don't listen. That's the problem, okay? Without a doubt, unfortunately, I feel personally this is the most out-of-touch council that I've ever witnessed. You're tone deaf, okay? Years ago, we demanded you fight Sacramento, the high-density mandates. You just didn't give our council Gates enough legroom. Okay, you don't always win the battle right off the bat. So now, Huntington Beach, we need to unify our voice. We need to take 4 conservative seats with Gracie Vandermark, Casey McKeon, Pat Burns, and Tony Strickland, so they can give Gates the right to fight. So we're no longer the safest city. I believe you're complacent. Burglaries are up, homelessness is up. The head count on the police is down, okay? The problem is this. You forced us to...
Time.
Okay.
Yeah, next speaker. Do you need to call people?
Please listen, don't just hear.
Do you need to call the next speakers? Mr. Bolin, is there anybody by with you with speaking? Do we need to call the next?
All right, these 4 must not have showed up.
Okay, so go ahead and call the next 10
group.
speakers.
Next
Thank
group.
you.
Tim Geddes.
Thank you.
Brett Barnes. Gina Clayton Tarvin. Pam Free. Steve Quinn. Mark Curie. Sandra Schultz Taylor. Emma Walker. Laura Sire. Hans Herker. Julie Holston. Elizabeth Harrisburg, Tiffany Walker, R. Allen Bayless, Sarah Jensen.
Thank you. Mr. Bolin, go ahead.
Am I up?
Mr. Bolin?
Mic on?
Go ahead.
Okay, great. Good evening. My name is Bob Boland. As many of you know, I've been a member of our community for over 60 years. I'm here tonight to let my family and friends know that I am supporting Mr. Michael Gates in his re-election efforts to become our city council. Mr. Gates is one of the finest attorneys we've ever had. He always fights for our city. We are very lucky to have him run for re-election rather than go into private practice. I'm also here to let you know that I'm supporting Casey McKeon, Gracie Vandermark, Tony Strickland, and Pat Burns in their efforts to become members of the City Council. I have met with each and every one of these wonderful people, including Michael Gates. I have attended several of their meet and greet events, listened to them talk, and asked them many questions regarding their ideas for our city. In my opinion, they all care about our wonderful city and are willing to do what is right for Huntington Beach. I note if these candidates are elected, they will turn Michael Gates loose to fight the state-mandated high-density residential projects that are destroying our way of life here in Huntington Beach. So if you've not yet voted, please join me and the many other concerned citizens of Huntington Beach to support them, and let's get these exceptional candidates elected. I'd also like to thank the rank and file men and women of our PD and fire departments. They do a wonderful job here in our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor Del Glaze and City Council members. My name is Tim Geddes, and I'm a 39-year resident of Huntington Beach. I've been involved in civic affairs since 2000. I first became involved in mobile home park affairs in 2002, and I now chair the city's Mobile Home Advisory Board. I have probably served longer on the board than almost any other at-large member ever, and I know what the issues and concerns are over this period of time. I take my duties on the board seriously, and I am dedicated to promoting what is best for this constituent group as a whole. I therefore am distressed when there are threats to their economic sustainability and residential property rights which could displace or destroy the quality of life for thousands of seniors, veterans, and residents living on fixed incomes. Space rent spiking, failure to maintain violations, unfair leases, oppressive management tactics, and other abuses have been common over the past year especially. The perpetrators of these injustices are now backing a slate of alt-right candidates who will do their bidding on the city council and make things worse, not better for our citizens. If you have not voted, please do not be fooled by them. Vote community, not partisan special interests. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Mark Curry, and I represent the Edison Park Community Group. As you're aware, about a year ago, you came up with a design and put out for what Edison Park was going to be. You called it Conceptual Plan C. The community has gathered together, and we've come out with our own conceptual plan. What we would like to be able to do is to meet with city staff and with others to actually come up with something that is workable for the entire community, not just part of the community, and not just the sports parts of the community. So we've come up with these plans not off the top of our heads. It's because we were able to talk to all of the users or many of the users of the park to find out what they needed and what they wanted. And I think that with the plan that we have out today and with some of the changes, again, conceptual plans, with some of the changes that we've seen, I think we can come up with a very workable plan. All I'm asking for is for you not to push through Conceptual Plan C on the 15th of November. Please, let's talk with the community. Let's meet with the community. Let's not make the same mistakes that we did a year ago. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Stephen Quinn, 25-year resident. So much heated debate these days surrounding the proposed high-density housing in the Golden West Garfield area. And while I have enormous sympathy for the residents of Edwards Hill at the likely destruction of their neighborhood and way of life, I honestly can't recall them expressing the same shock and outrage when other neighborhoods were being ruined by these policies. Seems to me the outrage aroused by these policies is misdirected. Of course, it's shocking and disgusting to see our own city council colluding with outside powers to bring about the ruin of whole neighborhoods, but I see the real enemy in all this somewhere else. Far away to the north, the source of these colossal abuses of power lies in Sacramento. So while we residents of Surf City squabble among ourselves about whose neighborhood is to be sacrificed, shouldn't our fury instead be directed at a state government that would dare to insert itself in this manner into what are the most essential rights of a city to govern itself? It seems to me the founders went to war over less egregious abuses of their autonomy. As I see it, this supremely arrogant governor, inspired by policies hatched during the Obama administration aimed at shattering forever the American dream of single-family home ownership, is now shoving these multi-story abominations into cities all over the state like a massive ideological suppository. Rather than argue about who should be next to bend over, shouldn't we be sending it right back to Sacramento and placing it where it belongs?
Thank you. Go ahead. Go ahead, Ms. Free.
Hello, I am Pam Free, and I was a successful operator of Pier Plaza Art Affair for 30 years. I'm here to address the comments Kim Carr made about me at the October 4 meeting. Kim Carr again stated that the Artisan Fair at Pier Plaza is doing well. She also stated that the previous operator, me, was given a chance to work with the bid. I received one phone call from the bid manager asking if I was interested in working together. I replied I was open to hearing what was entailed, but never heard back. So I was not given a chance to work with the bid. Truthfully, I had no desire to be part of their attempt to put together a reimagined art show that now resembles a swap meet. Ironically, at that October 4th meeting, where Kim Carr stated that things were going so well, I had a meeting scheduled the following day with the bid manager. I was told the Artisan Fair is not doing well and asked if I would become an advisor. I've also been told by several people that knew what was going on that Kim Carr is the one who spearheaded removing me from operating the art fair because I'm Casey McKeon's mother. So my thinking is, Kim Carr, you broke it, you fix it. Here's a question. Why does a bid need so many paid staffers to run this event that I ran successfully for 30 years? Kim Carr, you broke it, and it's your job to fix it. This last Friday, there were only approximately 20 vendors. I can't say artists because the majority were not. I maintained 57 artists at a wait list. I received this text from one of my long-term successful artists. Pam, I just did the HP market today, haven't done it forever. Wow. So not the same. I miss you, don't know if I'll be back. Kim Carr, you broke it and are now trying to put a positive spin on things to cover up how poorly the event is doing. You and the other council bid liaison, Natalie
Next
Mosier, have brought financial hardships upon
Thank you,
40
Ms. Free.
hardworking artists.
Go ahead.
Good evening, council. My name is Elizabeth Hansberg. I'm with the housing advocacy organization, People for Housing. I want to talk to you about density, because the question of, are we going to make room? Are we going to upzone? It's really a question about who matters, right? Do we have the ability to make room for new residents? Do we have the ability to make room for residents who can't afford to live in Huntington Beach at the current price point? That would be young families who want to buy their first home. That would be service sector workers whose wages don't cover the current rents. Density is the key to affordability because you divide the cost of the land and construction over more households, whether you're talking about townhomes for new families that want to be homeowners, or whether you're talking about a jamboree or a national core subsidized affordable housing project. We have to answer the question of who matters. And if the only people who matter are the ones that are sitting here tonight, then you've done a disservice. You've done a disservice to the future of Huntington Beach. So I would hearken back to your invocation. For I was a stranger, and you welcomed me. You made room. You welcomed me. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Emma Walker, and I am a student at Chapman University studying political science. I was born and raised in Huntington Beach for the last 19 years, about to be 20 this Saturday. Solar energy is one of the main ways we as citizens can contribute to protecting and prolonging our environment. Where fossil fuels pollute both air and water, solar protects the already fragile environment we have as a clean form of energy. In Huntington Beach, one of the main obstacles that gets in the way of access to solar is the cost and time it takes to get a permit. Permits are a great thing that keep people safe, but the process to get a permit takes an average of 3 weeks here in Huntington Beach, which is far too long. The solution for this program is Solar App Plus, a software developed by the Federal Department of Energy. The software is free for cities and has been proven to work in over 20 jurisdictions. In San Jose, when Solar App was implemented, the city saw a rise in solar installation by 6-fold. Rooftop solar protects our planet and is necessary in order for Californians to protect the environment that we all love so dearly. I would like to be able to live a long life on a healthy planet, and if I ever were to have kids one day, I would like for them to be able to be on a livable planet as well. Please implement Solar App Plus for a brighter, greener future for all residents of Huntington Beach. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello. My name is Tiffany Walker, and I am wanting to speak to you on behalf of my husband and myself. We've been residents here for about 23 years, and we oppose the high-density development. LA County is 10% affordable requirement, and I just wanted to know if you could tell me how Huntington Beach should have a 20 to 30% requirement for affordable housing. Second, in LA County, you can build the affordable units as a separate project in a different area, meaning away from the non-affordable unit areas. Why is this not being explored? We oppose the entire development, but these are just things that I'd like to talk about. Third, in the 50s and 60s, projects low income in inner city areas were developed, and we all know the results of that experiment by the left. Crime-riddled areas, drop in property values, poor education, and also school systems declined. So to me, affordable housing is the new phrase of the old inner city projects, but not in the city please go somewhere else. We are all here to say we don't want to be Long Beach. We don't want our demographics to be negatively impacted by these developments going up in the middle of $2, $3, and $4 million homes on Edwards Hill, where we live. We are the people who pay the property taxes.
Time's up,
for
ma'am.
where
Thank
we
you.
live.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Brett Barnes. I'm the Huntington Beach Downtown Business Improvement District President. On behalf of our Board of Directors, we want to thank the City Council for supporting the investment into downtown. There have not been significant improvements to downtown in quite a while, and it's critical to stay competitive with other downtown destinations. We also want to thank staff for creating the Downtown Dreaming Study Sessions. The HB Downtown Bid listened to our community when they expressed the need for a clean, safe, and friendly environment all days and hours of the week. We are committed to working with our partners to ensure the highest standards for our downtown. We look forward to a reimagined downtown, including the aspects of a smart downtown with up-to-date technology, as this will assist us in a goal of a clean, safe, and friendly downtown. The result will be a better environment for our locals and visitors to enjoy the atmosphere and downtown events like Halloween last night. While we recognize this is just a proposal, having a fun, cohesive design plus beautification for all of Main Street will attract more consistent business. Thank you, and we look forward to future plans and strategies.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name's Alan Bayless. I'm a 58-year resident of Huntington Beach, and I'm a practicing attorney. Please don't mistake me for some sort of a left-wing nut job. I did vote to recall Newsom. However, I support Scott Field for city attorney because we need ethics and competency in the city attorney's office. We do not need a city attorney who is unaware and unwilling to do the job of the city attorney, which is to be the attorney for the city, not for anybody else, not for the mobile homeowners who took money from. I'm going to make a prediction. No matter who wins the city council race, if the city of Huntington Beach pursues litigation regarding state mandates, the city will lose, and the city will wind up having to pay out more millions of dollars to cover the costs of losing lawsuits. You can't just spend a bunch of money on losing battles. You won't win the war if you don't win any battles. We need ethics and competency in the city attorney's office. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Mary Jo Baratich. I've been a resident of the Cabrillo Beachfront Village for 40 years and a vice president of the Golden State Manufacturers Homeowners League, which has been in existence for 60 years. I also am a member of the Mobile Home Advisory Board. I'm here to ask you to approve item 23, the Mobile Home Tenant-Based Rental Assistance Program. Many seniors, veterans, and other low-income mobile home homeowners need assistance in paying their space rents, and this assistance can also help them stay in their homes that they spent their life savings on. Our seniors have increasing medical costs and home repairs that they are already struggling to pay. The program may help some vulnerable seniors from becoming homeless. Currently, the program acceptance is estimated to be only around 30 people. The senior, out of the homeowners that we have in mobile home parks, we have 2,872 spaces in the city. That means only 30 are supposedly effective right now. I do hope that this year that there will be more, next year there will be more federal and state funding to increase the number of low-income seniors to receive the funding needed to keep them in their homes. And thank you for suggesting the eligibility for the senior homeowners in the city-owned Ocean View Estates to receive temporary rent reductions consistent with the mobile home tenant-based rental assistance program. And thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity of letting me speak this evening. My name is Sandy Taylor. I own 2 clothing boutiques on the 3rd block of Main Street. There's always the debate going on. Main Street open, Main Street closed. I am of the opinion that Main Street should be open, but having said that, I also believe it's a great idea to invest in downtown, so I appreciate that. Thank you. I believe the downtown redesign gives flexibility for community events such as the 4th of July parade. It brings cohesion to all 3 blocks and also elevates the look of downtown. Thank you for allowing the businesses and the community to participate in the process. I hope that we can continue with open communication. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Jensen. Like many people here tonight, I have been a resident of the city of Huntington Beach for the majority of my life. I grew up in this community and I attended Moffett, Sowers, and Edison High School. After graduating from college, my husband and I lived in the city of Santa Monica for 8 years. Once we decided to start our own family, we knew we wanted to move back to a more family-friendly community to raise our children. We made the decision to move back to HB and purchase what we hoped would be our forever home in 2016. A lot has changed in Huntington Beach since I grew up. New residential housing areas, shopping centers, and developments have been built over the years as the city continues to grow. However, what hasn't changed is the sense of community that I feel living here. I have 3 young children, 2 that currently attend Seacliff Elementary. As a parent, raising your children in a community that values your children's education, health, and safety ranks high on the priority list. Upon hearing about the potential changes that will be made to certain neighborhoods of Huntington Beach, specifically the 2 locations off Golden West, I became very disappointed. The impact that these changes would have on our community would be remarkable. Adding an additional 2,100 housing units in these 2 locations would potentially double the population within this area. There would be a significant impact on traffic, parking, air quality, utilities, and water supply, just to name a few. And what about the schools? After overcoming several years of physical, emotional, and mental health challenges due to their education being interrupted by COVID, our children are finally returning to a normal education environment. Not only would these changes require redistricting, the influx of students to the school district would impact.
Thank you so much for your comments. Next speaker.
My name is Anthony Baghdadi. What happened to me happened a few years ago, but because of COVID and other things, I couldn't come here, and I heard a few council members were leaving the council, so I thought I should get this off my chest anyway. But a friend and I were jumped by like 4 people a few years ago. I basically got hit in the throat before I knew what was happening. My friend got stomped in the head when he was laying on the ground by like 3 people. I'm pretty sure you all know who I am by now. I've sent you 30 or 40 emails. You never respond to me. I just felt like saying that if it was one of you that it happened to, you would have had a full police investigation that night. You wouldn't be emailing council members for three years trying to just get basic human rights from them, you know? I'm not saying that I see like a few dots in my vision. I see so many lines that I can't even count them. I could understand if there was a mistake made during the investigation or if there wasn't enough evidence, but there was no investigation. There was none of that. The police just showed up, called us liars. They didn't believe us. I don't know why. Maybe it's because of our ethnicity. I'm Egyptian. I'm not really sure. I just feel like releasing violent criminals without checking nearby cameras for video footage or looking for witnesses is just completely unforgivable. None of you have given me a real answer about anything you've actually done about this. I had a meeting with the mayor, Eric Peterson, a few years ago. I mean, he didn't even know what happened. He was just telling me things that were completely untrue. I don't think one of you have ever contacted me. I feel like you only care about
Time's
people
up. Thank you.
that work in
Next
the city.
speaker, please. That's you.
Sorry.
Go
about
ahead.
that
Laura, go
story.
ahead.
Yeah, okay, I'm sorry, I was absorbing what the gentleman just reported. Anyway, good evening, Mayor and council members. And my name's Laura Sire, and I'm a member of Homeless United, Huntington Beach, and also a longtime resident. So since I came here at age 14 with my family, I've witnessed many changes over the years. Huntington Beach has changed a lot in 60 years. It's still a beautiful city. It offers a lot to so many of its residents. However, things have changed, and when I listen to some of the other people speaking, I don't
I don't understand. I mean, there's been a population explosion, and we have a housing crisis. And it's not just in the state, I mean, in Huntington Beach, and it's the state of California. And it's just do the math. Anyway, we do have a critical need for housing opportunities, especially affordable housing. And the housing element lays forth a plan. The city did a fantastic job at developing it. And it's not like a mandate, like this is going to happen, this high rise is going to be here and here and here. And that's not how it's going to work. The zoning is flexible, and the owner gets to retain their base zoning. And so I am for the housing element. Thank you. 100%.
Next speaker.
Thank you.
Next speaker. Go ahead. It's okay. It's okay. You can have a different opinion. Go ahead. Next speaker.
Well, thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor Del Glace, council members, staff, Huntington Beach community. I'm Gina Clayton Tarvin. I'm the president of the Ocean View School District Board of Trustees, a mother, a 6th grade teacher, and a 33-year resident of Huntington Beach. Many of you know I am a candidate for the city council as well. I'm here tonight to give an update on the Ocean View School District, and I'm pleased to report that we have just done a ribbon cutting for our newest public park at the old Parkview site. It's a 5-acre open green space for all residents to enjoy. The Board of Trustees made a big decision, a bold decision, to defy developers and not take a $50 million offer, and instead we made a park. And I'm very, very proud of that. Yes, thank you. Let's just say, Mayor Del Glaze, that I am hated by the developers in this city. They have not given me $1, and I am damn proud of it. That brings me to the Edwards Hill rezoning and harkens me back to the days where I stood before other city councils in 2014, 15, 16, and strongly advocated not to allow development at the Wintersburg property and at Beach and Warner. And I just want you to know the schools district had to sue multiple times, and we won to stop that rezoning. We won, and the city lost because the rezoning was done inappropriately. I encourage you to think about the Edwards Hill area and be very careful. Lastly, Election Day is
Time's
next
up.
week.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Patty?
Yes. I'll call the next group.
Yes, please.
Ray Rachels, Robert Belogloff, Teresa Smith, Rick Bailey, Michael Bustolo Sakari, Jill Smith, Kay Shama, Roxanne Ansel, Teresa Campbell, James Sharkoff, Pat Goodman, Jignesh Padnor.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Barbara.
Yes.
You got more? Sorry.
Yes, Barbara Isaacs.
Okay.
Ann Palmer and Amory Hansen.
Thank you. Sorry about that, Patty. Go ahead, sir.
Well, thank you very much.
Sure.
And, you
Could
know,
we have
this is-
quiet, please? We have a couple of people speaking. Thank you. Go ahead.
I got to thank you for listening to all the comments because you have a challenging job and you have a great responsibility. But I've been a resident of Huntington Beach for 53 years. The first house we had was by Golden West College. Do you know when I drove down Golden West way back when, there was not another single family home all the way to the ocean. And the only home was the Peak family home. But then I saw responsible development. I saw, you know, William Lyons come in, SNS come in, and they built residential homes. I live in Seacliff. I've been in there for 42 years. And we enjoy the, well, let me back up just a little bit. I've raised my 2 kids here. They went to Huntington Beach High School. I got 4 grandkids that live in Huntington Beach. And as a result, I would like them to grow up here and not be in high density. Responsible development, you've done some high density. There are areas in the city that you can build it, but I don't think Edwards Hills is one of them. And that would be my comment, because if you've noticed the traffic has become pretty bad. And I was noticing it Saturday. I had to go out and coming back, and I said, "Guy, if I come down Golden West and they have all these additional housing, it might take me 3 times to go through the signal on Heil." But anyway, that's my comment.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
All right, next speaker.
Good evening.
You can come
Mayor
up to the
Doug-
microphone.
Pat Goodman from Huntington Beach. I've been tracking the housing element 6 cycle for nearly 2 years of my life. And it's been quite an education. And a few years before that, I started attending workshops and seminars and things like that on homelessness and the causes and solutions. So I've been at this for a little while, but by far not an expert, don't plan to be, but it's been quite an education. And I want to thank our elected officials, the commission, the Planning Commission, staff, Orange County staff, for coming out to these various workshops and presentations. The nonprofits, Kennedy Commission, United Way, United to End Homelessness, Homeless United, Huntington Beach, and just that it is a process and it takes a while to understand. As Laura Sire would say, I'm going off script. This is very dangerous. We live in Holly Seacliff, and I think it was 94 when it came up for a vote, and I stood here and said, we can't have that because of traffic and da-da-da, and it's more dense. And somehow or other, we've made room for people like me, and I totally am grateful. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello again. I'm Rick Bailey. In this session, I wanted to first thank you for presenting options to remove the Ellis Golden West overlay from the housing element. Option 2-3 combination remedies concerns that we had on 8 shortcomings in the planning process relative to the Ellis Golden West site. We went over them in the study session. I was going to recap them here, but I won't. Instead, I wanted to share with you that in civil aviation, when there's a fatal accident, investigators develop a cause chain of events. Simply, this led to this, led to this, led to the accident. Invariably, there was a point where a single decision by a person or group would have prevented the catastrophic accident. So you're signaling to us that you intend to break that chain and prevent a catastrophe for Edwards Hill and Seacliff. And we want to thank you for that. Removing the Ellis Golden West overlay and reducing the density in Holly Seacliff is, before you vote with those options, is the right choice. Please hold yourself accountable to complete the process and ensure that this direction is implemented so that you can break the chain. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Next speaker. There's another speaker, please.
Hi,
Go ahead, sir.
I'm Michael Lucille Sakai, a local homeowner, and I'm attending here today to support the City Council's efforts to legalize and regulate cannabis businesses in Huntington Beach. Cannabis use is very common and popular throughout all of California, especially here in the Southland, and I think the city is making bad decisions within its regulatory framework that do not support that truth. Cannabis commerce within city limits is a beneficial arrangement. Arbitrary restrictions that limit the variety of businesses are detrimental to a healthy market and to the public perception of cannabis use. 10 retail permits may be a good start, but should not be a hard cap on the amount of retailers within the city because demand for legal cannabis products is very high. People want a diversity of choice when selecting from where to purchase products and when determining what kind of business to operate. The kinds of businesses being permitted are limited to the degree that they will not allow for an environment of entrepreneurial creativity and for small businesses to thrive. Microbusinesses are an opportunity for folks without significant capital or business experience to start a cannabis business and provide boutique products. Outdoor cultivation should be allowed as it creates a product that consumers prefer to flowers produced under indoor synthetic lights. And cannabis customers should be able to, limiting the convenience of drive-through ordering is nonsensical. Cannabis customers should be able to limit their interaction with other folks as we are still living through the global pandemic of COVID-19. These restrictions are bad for competitive and creative business environment. Also, geographic restrictions will also have a negative effect. I don't understand why the city has prohibited cannabis businesses in the downtown and coastal retail zones, maybe to appease wealthy landowners, or maybe the city council thinks these kinds of legal, regulated, popular, and safe businesses bring shame to the city, so they ought to be kept away from its prime real estate. And if either of these are true, they're backwards
Time's
way
up.
of thinking.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Hi, good evening.
Mayor Douglas.
My name is Teresa.
I'm sorry.
My husband and I have been Huntington Beach residents for over 35
Sorry,
years.
excuse me.
Sorry, the previous speaker, I was wondering if you could fill out a blue card.
Oh, gentleman, Michael, is that your name? The council member Kalnick would like to have you fill out a blue card. If you could talk to Officer Bobby. Thank you.
You're going to restart the clock?
Start
Okay.
over again, please. I'm sorry.
Worries.
Yes,
Okay.
go ahead.
My name is Teresa. My husband and I have been Huntington Beach residents for over 35 years. I'm here to address the ongoing concerns of the proposed high-density overlay in Golden West. With your lack of notification to the residents and hearing your apology, Mayor, on October 18th, after everybody spoke, we are left to believe that you rather ask for forgiveness than permission. You also made a comment that there was a misunderstanding and that the intent was to build on the outer perimeter of the city. Well, I think we know what your intent is. Your lack of communication is completely unacceptable and a failure of your duties. You were required by the state of California, per the letter dated February 4th, 2022, a letter addressed to Charles Novak, but no public outreach was done. You are public servants. You have a responsibility to the city first, not the state. My husband and I have absolutely no faith in you, and the only change that we're be able to make is at the voting booth. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Kay Chama. I'm a resident of Edward Hills, and I'm here today to oppose the proposed overlay on the Brindle Thomas property. In every city, there is a unique area that drives people to pay more to live there, which means more income and taxes for the city. For Huntington Beach, this area is Seacliff. Its charm comes from the large lots, large homes, horse trails, stables, and urban forest. So why do you want to ruin all this by building a high-density development there, where there are other areas in the city that are more suitable for such projects? Also, you have stated repeatedly that you are only passing this overlay to satisfy the state requirements for high-density developments and to save the city from any fines if those requirements are not met. If this is the case, then why are you approving 21,363 units instead of 13,368 units? A 60% increase of what the state is asking for. You can easily remove the Brindle Thomas property from the proposal and still meet those requirements. So please, vote no on this overlay.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm James Sharkoff, and I don't think you guys can guess why I'm here. But anyhow, I'm here for the same reason, but I'd like to give you guys a little idea of why I'm here, why I'm opposing this. I work in Stanton. Does anybody know where Stanton is? Stanton is just up Beach Boulevard, just past the 22. Now, I've been working there for over 22 years, and in the 22 years that I've been there, they had a lot of mobile home parks, very affordable. Compared to Huntington Beach, incredibly cheap. I mean, you could buy a condo there, you could buy a house there, very, very cheap. The city of Stanton has made changes. They did all these overlays, just like you guys are doing, because the state mandates it. And they did all these overlays for high-density housing. All of a sudden, it's almost the same price to live in Stanton as it is in Huntington Beach. I was shocked. They built this new building called the VRV, right past the 22. $3,000 a month, just like Terra, for a 1,000-square-foot apartment, two-bedroom unit. Really? This is Stanton. What happened to the affordable mobile home parks? Too bad the people from the mobile home parks already left, but they could see their future if they just stayed and listened, and they drove up to Stanton. All the mobile home parks are being torn down, and they're being replaced by these very expensive, high-density, affordable housing. For who? It's not cheap. The mobile home parks were way cheaper. And before they did the overlays, you couldn't build these high-density housing. Now they did the overlays, they can build them.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Jill Smith, and I live in Seacliff, more specifically the Seagate neighborhood. My husband and I moved here to Huntington Beach 6 years ago. We specifically chose the Seagate and Seacliff neighborhood for the school system. And now Seagate is potentially on the chopping block to be rezoned out of our school district. I feel like our kids have suffered enough during the pandemic shutdowns. We don't need them rezoned out of our school system or school district. Building a high-density housing unit isn't going to fix the homelessness problem. It's just going to create traffic. It's going to overwhelm our schools. our electricity, our water? How are we going to provide water and electricity to this enormous high-density development? We don't need any more high density anywhere in Huntington Beach, not just Seacliff. We don't need it anywhere. It's not going to fix the homelessness problem. Please do not do this to the Seacliff community or any more building of it in Huntington Beach at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, ma'am.
I thank you for allowing me to have this opportunity to speak to you. I am also, not to be a dead horse, I'm a Seacliff resident for 28 years. And we made a lot of sacrifices to be here. And we've seen a lot of changes, but more changes in the recent 7 years that we've noticed. How about counting the high density we see in Gothard and Edinger? When does the high density stop? And what we're seeing is not opportunities for our kids or our other family members to join us in this beautiful city, but they're bought out by conglomerates of real estate investors who only allow rentals. So, and that's a different climate. So please reconsider and let's count the high density we've already experienced with what we've seen in Gothard. And our infrastructure just is not built. We don't have enough police officers, who I find fantastic in Huntington Beach. And it's hard on, especially in our retirees that can't afford much. But if you put more into the city, it's going to be harder for us to sustain the existing resources. Thank you for your time.
Go ahead, next speaker.
Hi, my name is Roxanne Eisel. I'm a resident of Seagate. I've been in Huntington Beach 25 years. Prior to that, I really wanted to live in Huntington Beach, but I couldn't afford it. But I accepted personal responsibility and got a job, worked hard, many years doing physical labor at UPS and management, finally saved up enough money and was able to live in Huntington Beach and Seagate. I oppose all the rezoning for high-density housing because this is America. If you want to live in a certain area, then you have to work your butt off to try to get there. I know my children probably won't be able to afford to live in Huntington Beach. Maybe it'll be an aspirational location in 20 years or so, but by then Huntington Beach, the face of Huntington Beach possibly will have changed and not for the better. I think we should honor our past Huntington Beach residents and leverage the status of a charter city that we have and not give in to all the candidates from Emerge California and all the different people that are trying to change Huntington Beach. I think we should have the taxes that we're paying for our city attorney, Michael Gates, who's an outstanding attorney, to fight Sacramento and not worry about the political ambitions of personal people in Sacramento and changing Huntington Beach forever for the worse. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, before you speak, I just wanted to ask, Ms. Luna Reynosa, I was under the impression or the understanding that your entire presentation is now online. Is that accurate? Or the comments from our earlier presentation?
Well, I believe they were streamed, the study session.
Well, I just wanted to make the people in the audience aware that a lot of the conversation that we had earlier today, there was many people here,
Right.
and they're here tonight. They may not know that it's
So watch
there.
it. Yeah, so it is on our Legistar. People can go and watch it.
Could you spell that out? Because oh, it's on YouTube, Facebook. Okay. Well, I don't know the address, so maybe you could give the address.
It's I don't know the address. It's
okay.
regularly where people can go watch archived city council meetings and
Okay,
study
very
sessions.
good. I'm with you. I understand where it is. Okay, that's all I was just trying to get at. I think it would be helpful because some people didn't have any reference. Sir, go ahead.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor Mike Mastropalo here. Hey, Eric, nice to see you. My dad likes you.
Thank you.
Those of us who grew up in and around Huntington Beach always knew at some point we'd run out of land to develop, especially near the coast, and when we thought we'd maintain a reasonable population level, giving its residents safety, access to schools, public services, et cetera, and when fully developed in a capitalistic society, people would have to buy homes where they can afford it. It's very much common sense and very equal in the opportunity to enjoy a free market, which includes developing your desired earning potential. It's not our responsibility to overcrowd our community. In addition to having new state laws providing more funding for new affordable housing throughout the state, we can recall past books, 1970, Paul Ehrlich's The Population Bomb claimed that unchecked population growth will result in hundreds of millions of people starving to death in the 70s and 80s. This prediction was wrong, and now we face the exact opposite problem, population decline. Dr. Nicholas Eberstadt's essay, published in the National Review 2021, shows American birth rates are trending well below the replacement level since 2008. Not to mention, COVID has obviously simultaneously compounded this issue. For many reasons, we think we're a scourge to the earth, whatever it is. Points being is that what we were taught in the 70s wasn't true. And what we're seeing now is a population, that explosion was essentially due to a growth in life expectancy. Last couple of decades show the U.S. has flatlined in improvements in life expectancy. What about immigration? It turns out immigration has tanked. Latest info from the Census Bureau, U.S. population was never this small.
Thank you.
The U.S. population growth was never
Thank
this.
you. Thank you. Time's up.
That was.
It's fast.
Wow.
I know, 90 seconds, not a lot. Go ahead.
Wow.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Jignesh Patiar. This is amazing. I love to see so many people here, but a quick show of hands, how many people signed the recall? We could have saved ourselves so
Sir,
much time.
Please
by actually
address your comments to the city council.
I can speak with whoever I want to. 90 seconds is my time, isn't it? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Just I would appreciate.
Members of this community have been beating the drums and ringing the doorbells and trying to stop this high-density housing from happening. And it seems like the only time we can get the city to come down here is when it's on our own doorstep. Huntington Beach needed this action months ago, year ago actually, and we couldn't even get most of you to come down here. So it would have been much nicer that we could have actually had your voices heard, so I really appreciate that fact. Thank you for taking my time, Barbara. I really appreciate that as well. Let's just keep being involved, and hopefully coming up this next election, we can go ahead and put representatives that represent us, the people, and represent the voices that are going to represent us. This council here does not represent us and our voices. And that's why this next coming up election, next Tuesday, I'm going to be voting for Casey McKeon, Gracie Vandermark, Pat Burns, and Tony Strickland, because they have proven up and standing and voicing their opinions, not here at City Council, but on the streets as well. And to be more on point, the high-density housing has also been a big point on this city, and Michael Gates, our city attorney, has been fighting it. So let's go ahead and re-elect him, and so we can go ahead and push this absurd idea out of Huntington Beach so we can keep Huntington Beach the way it was. I have a few more seconds here on my timer. I'm just going to make a quick comment on the Supreme Court currently is holding hearings on affirmative action, and they might actually repeal it, making a level playing field for all Americans. This is tough news for one of our council
Time is
members,
up, sir.
as she
Thank
might
you very
actually
much.
have to run
Go
for
ahead.
office.
Next speaker.
Good evening, esteemed mayor, city council staff, and HB residents, and everybody who's left in the audience. I'm going to talk fast because I have half the time that I was told I was going to have. I'm Ann Palmer. If I look a bit bandaged and bruised, it's because I was in an e-bike accident. I was a pedestrian and I lost. So that's a topic for another time. First, I'd like to follow up to Mr. Don Kennedy's observation, and I remind you, I had wanted to talk to you about Semmelweis reflex, and that was the ability not to hear people who had a different opinion or a different idea. So I'm begging you to listen to all these people tonight because they have the same idea, and we hope you do as well. Of course, my topic is the same as it is 99% of the time here. Avoiding high-density development, which is not good for people. It's not good for the environment. It's not good for the psyche. It's not good for the soul. It does not help housing prices. It does not help the indigent. It is a wrong decision, and it's a wrong decision for Santa Monica. I lived there 32 years ago. It ruined that city, and it's ruining our city. So the most depleted inventory in housing right now is, anybody know? Single-family housing, standalone houses, and townhomes. And we are ignoring that completely. It is disappearing due to overdevelopment, as well as sober living homes, short-term rentals, and other investments. Yet this need is completely denied. So I have questions. Why, when residents were still hoping to battle the 13,000 mandated, so-called mandated, illegally mandated, in my opinion, units, did you all approve over 21,000 units? I don't understand.
Time is up, ma'am. Thank you. Are there any more speakers?
Okay, I'll call the next group. Bruce Weaver, Daphne Weaver, John Pang, Surfrider Love, Marcella Mitri, Maisie Nagab, Helen Flem, Eleni Hapskis, Tony Bison, Ron Abdul Fattah, Michael Wise, Reggie Jones, Chris Edmondson.
Thank you. Okay, next speaker, please come to the microphone. There's two. Another speaker can come to the microphone. Go ahead, ma'am.
Wow, it's been a long day, hasn't it? Hello again. My name is Eleni Hapsis, and I wanted to thank you earlier for the study session, but that's not why I'm here for right now. I'm actually in opposition to the marijuana dispensaries that are coming to HB or are going to be proposed for HB. To be quite honest with you, I'm scared. As a healthcare worker for over 25 years, I'm dumbfounded with cities enabling addictions over profit. In each community that has marijuana dispensary has triggered a new crime wave. You see it in Colorado, Northern California, especially in Mendocino counties. The growing and selling of pot is attracting the mafia, crime rings, and cartel groups with street gangs and sex traffickers who are raking in millions of dollars through the illicit wheeling and dealing backed up by brutal violence, kidnapping, torture, and murder. These gangs cash in by undercutting the prices of legitimate farmers who must pay taxes and follow regulations, and they also exploit migrants with dirt poor salaries, which is tantamount to human trafficking and stealing from our precious water supplies. Per the CDC, marijuana affects the brain responsibly for memory, learning, attention, decision-making, coordination, emotion, and reaction, and the long-term or frequent use is linked to psychosis. This is not grandma's pot from 40 years ago. It's 10 to 40 times stronger, and THC is a hallucinogen. If you're constantly hallucinating, don't you think someone would eventually go crazy? In what is considered the most horrific marijuana-related attack, 4 people, including 1 woman, were charged with kidnapping a California pot dispensary owner right here in Newport Beach, then torturing him with a blowtorch. And
Time is
cutting
up.
off
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mayor, council members, my name is Chris Ann Edmondson, and we moved here in 1966. My parents did not buy a house in Huntington Beach, but I always wished that the house had been in Huntington Beach. Actually, my parents, after we lived here for 5 years, in '71, we moved from that first house to a second house, but she did look in Huntington Beach, but the kitchen wasn't the same as Westminster, so she went for the kitchen. I'm talking about the high-density housing. It's atrocious. It's ugly. It doesn't even look like this area. It doesn't look like California. It looks like Europe. And Terra is unsafe and a horrible place to go. The streets are very dangerous. And so we're going to put more high density all over the city and make it more dangerous. And you've heard the comments all night long. They paved Paradise and they put up a parking lot. So you're going to pave Paradise and put up high density housing like Europe, like Japan, like everything else. You go and you look at all those ugly cities. They're ugly, ugly, ugly. And Huntington Beach has always been beautiful. I shop in Huntington Beach. I shop in Fountain Valley because I purposefully get out of the city because I don't want them to get my tax money, so I don't buy there.
Thank you.
And
Time's
that's
up.
what you guys get
Next
from me
speaker.
is my tax
Go ahead.
money. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and esteemed members of the council. My name is John Pang. I'm a 43-year resident of Huntington Beach out of my 47 years on this planet. I attended Eder and Dwyer and went to high school across the street here. Was never in this building until today. I broke a promise to my 5-year-old daughter that I'd read her a story tonight, which should tell anyone who has kids how important this issue is to me, and you can guess why I'm here. It's about the high-density housing issue, specifically at the location that is being discussed, not that topic as a whole, because unfortunately, my personal opinion, high-density housing is a thing that it's going to come, Ellis and Golden West is not the right location. Now, I don't have a background in city planning. I don't have a background in the law. What I do have is what all of us were born with, which is common sense. And my common sense tells me that the amount of congestion that is going to happen when 5,000 people go into that one particular area is going to be the likes of which we have never seen before. And one thing I would propose to consider as a thought experiment, you have all these people here, okay, who are here today, myself included, to express their concerns. What about the 5,000 people that are going to come in, okay, and they bought a bag of goods and they realized, wow, this kind of sucks. And now you have a bigger problem on your hands, City Council and the City of Huntington Beach. So this is not a win-win situation for this particular location. This is a lose-lose, in my opinion. So in 2 weeks, City Council has a way to get off this freeway. There's an off-ramp, okay, in 2 weeks. So please take that off-ramp, because I know my citizens are the hardest working, most dedicated, generous people that will never give up on this issue.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you.
Next speaker. Is there another speaker waiting to speak? You can come up to the microphone. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, my name is Tony Biston. I'm a resident of Huntington Beach. First of all, I support item 27. It's very strategic to sort of shut the books on Poseidon and what was maybe a potential boondoggle. However, I'm here to talk today about something quite different from what people are focused on today, and that's America's fastest growing sport, pickleball, which you can fit like multiple pickleball courts on any slab of concrete in a park or on an existing tennis court. You can probably fit 4. The problem with pickleball is, even though its physical footprint is small, its sound footprint is enormous. You can hear pickleball 1,000 feet away, no problem, no problem. Clack, clack, okay? I'm not gonna get too dramatic, except to say that pickleball has no business next to existing homes. People bought homes expecting a certain sound level within their property lines, and pickleball is not appropriate for parks that exist within neighborhoods. Murdy Park, for instance, probably a good location for a pickleball court. An enclosed gymnasium, pack it, put them all in there, have them play at night. But pickleball should not be in existing neighborhoods next to homes that were built in the 1960s when the sport did not exist. Pickleball is 25 decibels louder than tennis. And tennis is not a quiet sport, so that's 6 times louder, right? It's a logarithmic scale. So if that's all my time, I would just like to say
Thank you. That's your time.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, my name is Reggie Jones, and I'm a citizen of Huntington Beach for over 35 years. I wonder if the council is really aware of the fact, or the people here, that the Westminster Mall is about to be plowed under and 8,000 units are going to be built on it. You have no jurisdiction over that, but you do have jurisdiction over the rest of the building that's going on here in Huntington Beach. 8,000 units. Now, what does that encompass? Well, the Huntington Beach High School District encompasses Westminster High School. So now you're going to have people crowding into Westminster High School, which means some of those people are going to have to be redistricted into Marina. From Marina, they're going to have to go to Huntington Beach High, and so on and so on. That's going to create overcrowding. It's going to create bungalows having to be built in every school system. I checked with 2 principals today. They said they are already at maximum student count. They don't need any more students. So just that building alone in Westminster is going to overcrowd these schools. And you guys want to build more in Huntington Beach, which is going to crowd up the schools more and more and more. Now, Huntington Beach Unified School District has had some pretty good test scores over the years. They've fallen a little bit here and a little bit there, but they always tend to make a comeback. Well, now, let's add 5 students to every classroom, because we're not going to build any more schools. And let's see how well our teachers can do then in an overcrowded school. This city council has got to take into consideration
Thank you.
the students
Thank you.
here.
Next
and their-
Thank you very much. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Michael Wise. I wanted to take a moment to speak about the highest density housing. I've been a Huntington Beach resident since 2000. I live in the Peninsula 1 tract. I have 3 small children, 2 of them in Seacliff, one of them about to go into Seacliff in a few years. And I want to thank, first of all, the city attorney for his efforts in opposing this. I know it's difficult. I know the council is not necessarily in step, and that makes your job particularly difficult. And also there are the L, M, and N measures on the ballot, which I would encourage everybody to vote against, which are designed particularly to undermine your authority as I understand them. And to address the election itself, I'm not under any impression, you know, I'm a retired Army colonel, been there, done that, you know, I'm going to change any of your minds. As I understand it, I did a bit of research today. There are 5 Democrats and 2 Republicans on this council, and you're going to vote the way you're going to vote. But elections matter. So what I wanted to say was, you know, everyone needs to realize the importance of this upcoming election, because at the end of the day, we'll have the election on the 8th. And one thing I don't understand is why this council is going to vote on the 15th. And I hope if you are not elected, or if you are a lame duck on this council, that you would not vote on that, because in my view, you have no right to vote on that. We need to wait and see what the results of the election are. If certain party wins, and that's what the people want, and that's the way it goes, and that's the way it goes. But you absolutely cannot
Time is
vote
up,
on
sir.
this before
Thank
the
you.
election.
Next
Thank you.
speaker.
My name is Maisie Naguib. I've lived in Huntington Beach for over 25 years. I was fortunate enough to have my sons born and raised in Huntington Beach. They went through Seacliff, Mesa View, Dwyer, Huntington Beach High, and Ocean View. I'm here to speak against the proposed high-density project in the Edwards Hill community. The obvious facts for anyone with common sense is that the city's infrastructure is not designed to handle the traffic congestion and overcrowding in the schools that this project will bring. The crime rate in the Edwards Hill area has already drastically increased. You'd be hard-pressed to find a resident who has not been burglarized or known of at least a few friends and neighbors who have been. Now you want to put up buildings with multiple complexes, which are going to invite high traffic and endless threats to our security? What about Seacliff Elementary? How many bungalows do you plan to drop in the middle of the campus to sustain the added population? Do we then give up the school's art and music programs, which will in no way be able to accommodate the added numbers? We pay for these programs because we work hard to provide the means. We do not sit back and stretch out our hands waiting for the government to be responsible for our needs. By putting high-density housing in our neighborhood, you are forcing a colossal change in the character of where we live. Each one of us made a strategic decision to invest in property in this area because of the schools, community,
Thank you, ma'am.
and all that
Time
makes
is up.
Huntington Beach
Thank
a
you. Go
unique
ahead.
city it is.
Next speaker. Next speaker.
Good evening, members, staff, and fellow neighbors. My name is Marcela Mitri, and I'm a registered dietitian. I'm representing my husband, who is a physician and who works very late hours to help many people, and my 2 children here tonight. Like all our neighbors, we want to stop the housing proposal, which it was not disclosed to all of us until recently. We lived in Huntington Beach for over 21 years. We moved to Edwards Hills, working very hard for many years, and we moved to this area 16 years ago. We moved here because we wanted to raise our family in a quiet, safe environment. Our children have learned how to bike, skate, and drive in our safe streets and horse trails, as well as many of our neighbors' children. We are in the medical business. In the medical business, we know and we know the importance of the routine physical activity for the well-being of everyone. You might heard that the horse trails in our neighborhoods are used for therapeutic mental health treatments reasons, which are being used by many Huntington Beach residents today. Also, many of our neighbors' children walk or bike to school principally due to the safety and low traffic streets. Many of us walking in our streets on a routinely basis.
Thank you so
just
much,
to keep
ma'am.
us healthy.
Thank you very much.
You need to stop
Thank you, ma'am.
politicizing everything in this country. And this is not a political reason.
I'll call the
Go
next
ahead.
the
Go
last
ahead.
group of people. Ray
Thank you.
Rachels.
How many more speakers do we have?
Well, 20.
Go ahead and
Yeah,
call them
about
all.
10.
Call them all.
Robert Belikoff, Rick Bailey, Teresa Campbell, Pat Goodman, Barbara Isaacs.
Pat Goodman has already been spoken.
Okay, all right, I thought she had. Ann Palmer.
Ann Palmer's already spoken as
okay,
well.
Amory Hanson.
Yeah. Here's Amory. I see you, Amory. Anybody who wants to speak, if your name was called, please come to the microphone. If your name wasn't called, then don't come. Here's Mr. Hanson. Thank you. Amory, is your microphone on? I'm having a hard time hearing you.
I'm speaking today in opposition to item 24. There is a large amount of renovation and refurbishment proposed that downtown needs. I continue to oppose a full closure of the second block. Taking away public access to a direct route to the beach on Main Street will reduce the public access of residents. Direct access to the beach is always desirable when possible. The beach is an important asset to Huntington Beach. Let's share the beach that makes this city Huntington Beach. I urge a no vote on item 24. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hanson. If the other
Looks like
speakers
we have
left?
two on the phone that have been waiting.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Adam Frankel. Go ahead, please. Adam Frankel.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, hi. I was unclear because there is an agendized item for the appeal that I've filed. If my comments are to be under the general public comment hearing or specifically for that item.
He's for Bella Terra. I don't know the number by heart. Yeah, it's a
Item
public
number
hearing item.
21.
So we're not there yet.
Yeah, you need to call back in during that time because we'll have public comments during the
Okay,
public hearing.
I'm on the Zoom, so I'll be here. Thank you.
Okay, thank
Okay,
you,
just
sir.
want to hold on. Okay.
Is there anybody else?
Yes, Mark Sheldon.
Good evening, council members of the council. I'm Mark Sheldon. I am a 30-plus year resident of Huntington Beach, and I just wanted to comment very briefly on item, I think it's 27, on the decertification of the Poseidon Environmental Impact Report. Obviously, a natural thing to do at this point since the Poseidon project is dead, but I just want to emphasize that that project, the underlying basis of that project to co-use the cooling water from the power plant is obviously now moot since that plant no longer uses the cooling water. And so any new projects of any sort on that property need to start from scratch. But also, just in general, whatever future use that's a valuable piece of property, despite its location next to the power plant, whatever future use needs to respect the environment of Huntington Beach and its value to the citizens. It's also valuable for your hopes to have the Olympic surfing here in 28. And so please think carefully about what projects you approve for that property in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So
That concludes public
okay, that includes public comments. All right. Thank you very much. Then we'll move on to council committees, appointments, liaison reports, AB 1234 reporting, and openness in negotiations. And go ahead, Ms. Carr.
Thank you. I'll make this brief since it's almost already 8:30, so we haven't even really started this party. So just real quickly, I attended on the 21st, the City of Huntington Beach Project Zero to address homelessness in our city. Also attended the Mobile Home Advisory Board on October 24th, the Communication Committee meeting on October 25th, and the OC Sanitation meeting on October 26th. And just a quick announcement from the Orange County Sanitation District. On Tuesday, November 15th, the virtual State of OC San will take place starting at 9 a.m. During the event, attendings will hear from the general manager and the board chair of OC Sand, achievements throughout the year, as well as upcoming initiatives. To learn more about this event, you can just register at www.ocsan.gov. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kalnick?
Thank you. On the 19th, I attended the West Orange County Water Board. It was a raucous meeting of 10 minutes long. No real information report from there. I was able to attend the beginning and listen to quite a few public comments from the Mobile Home Advisory Board on Monday. On the 24th, I also attended the Cannabis Subcommittee meeting where we reviewed the results of the open house, and you'll see that later, some of the more of the results later on in the agenda. The 25th, I attended the Communications Committee meeting, where we got a good update on how we're communicating with our folks through social media, website update, timeline on that, as well as an update on the MyHB app and finding out that we can actually use a lot more of it. And I think some of the issues revolving around why it takes so long to load. So hopefully we'll get some of that stuff fixed, because there's other cities that are using it very successfully. And so I think with the person that owned it originally had moved on. So hopefully we'll have that all resolved up here in the next couple of months. On the 25th, I also attended the Orange County Power Authority meeting, where we voted to reaffirm our rates to stay parity at the base rate with Edison. We also updated our program policy document, which talks, it's like a 2-year planning document about where we're going to procure power and how that's going to work. There's a discussion that hopefully, as Edison has a potential 20% rate increase coming on their side that they are going to file in December for, which will go into effect in early 23. That the Power Authority, there is an opportunity for us to have cheaper rates at that point, which was kind of what we anticipated, that we were going to have about a 1 or 2 year period where we were going to get up to speed as we're building reserves. And that, as soon as, Edison started to catch up, we were going to definitely have cheaper rates. So I'm hopeful that we'll have something to announce in December, January, as that comes into play. And I also attended the SCAG, Emerging Technologies Committee meeting. As a policy person from OCOG, I asked to be put on that a while ago. SCAG's working on a digital divide guidance document to really discuss broadband disparity throughout the SCAG region. And SCAG is a regional planning, municipal planning organization, has the ability to really, I think, put their foot on the scale and really trying to help cities, smaller cities and cities of our size even, plan to try to bridge the digital divide. I made comments on the 3 legs of education. For the 3 problems with broadband that most people have. It's not being able to get it, and if you can get it, you can't afford it, and if you can afford it, you may not know how to use it. And so part of SCAG's 3 legs, part of it is education, and that education component was more like how to use the internet. And I tried to add in that it's not necessarily if you don't know how to use it, it's that you don't have the ability to build a wireless network in your house that works properly. And I know I've gotten some calls from some of you guys even about that. So it's a wide problem. And so if SCAG can help develop documents, I've also will likely be bringing an item forward next year's to start discussing how the city can help educate that. So hopefully SCAG will be able to beat us to that, and I don't have to reinvent the wheel. So that was a great meeting, and we'll meet again next quarter. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Posey?
Yeah, a couple of quick things. At vector control, we have the Aedes aegypti mosquitoes are also commonly known as ankle biters. And if you wanted to find out why they're called ankle biters, there's a great 2-page report on Vector's website, and I'll give you the quick cliff notes. Mosquitoes are attracted by carbon dioxide, which is what we exhale, but they also want to be undetected, so they don't fly around your head because I guess they know that they can hear them. We can hear them. So they fly along the ground and usually bite feet or ankles. And to keep you from being attracted to mosquitoes, It's recommended you wear light-colored clothing to blend into the horizon because they may not see you. If you want real details, I'd recommend reading this 2-page report because it's fascinating. The other thing, I can tell you guys want to know what the page number is, right?
Yeah, what is the page number?
67. OCOG. We had, I guess it would be my last meeting, or yeah, it is my last meeting at OCOG. We had a great review of legislation, which we talked a little bit about during the study session, but didn't get in it too deep. And there are actually 3 bills for the audience to understand its impact. One is Assembly Bill 2011, which allows residential development on properties zoned commercial. They don't need to make a zoning change. There's a companion bill, SB 6, that allows the same thing, but SB 6 requires, or does not require prevailing wage if you have an affordable housing component. AB 2011 requires affordable housing component, but not the prevailing, at least the most onerous prevailing wage component. And then there's Assembly Bill 2097, which eliminates minimum parking requirements if you're on a high-quality transit corridor. That's also going to be affecting high-density development. And SCA 2, which I've been mentioning for probably 3 years now. That came from SCA 1, which was Scott Wiener's bill. What SCA 2 now does, because it died when it was SCA 1, it repeals the 34th Amendment of the California State Constitution. And the 34th Amendment was poorly intentioned. SCA 2, I think, tries to address that. But what SCA 2 will do, it'll be on the ballot in '24, and it asks you to give up your right to vote up or down publicly funded public housing projects. So if you want to vote for publicly funded public housing projects, you might want to take a look at SCA 2 and understand the ramifications of that ballot initiative in 2024. The other thing from OCOG was a review of the legislative policy guidelines. It's very comprehensive, and I recommended that staff take a look at that with IRC, at least the incoming body of IRC next year, to take a look at, why do you look at certain bills? What do they mean? What do they mean for Huntington Beach? And should we be looking at them and taking a position? And then why take a support, oppose, or a watch? And that's really about it. Harbor Commission was also another good commission meeting. We got a good update on law enforcement activities in Huntington Harbor, particularly related to the recent spate of burglaries that have affected not only Huntington Beach, but Newport Beach. And we have been a whole lot luckier than Newport Beach, I can tell you that. And that's all I got.
Thank you. Ms. Mosier?
Thank you. Okay. So first, starting with homelessness, homeless prevention, and behavioral health. A number of items this last couple of weeks. I had the opportunity to meet with Jason Austin, our Deputy Director of Homelessness and Behavioral Health, with our Mobile Home Coalition and folks regarding supportive services, and really trying to make sure we're just trying to start this conversation about providing mental health support for affected seniors in the mobile home parks, and making sure that they're being provided with linkages to available resources as well. So that conversation is ongoing, but we're looking to incorporate or utilize resources that we already have, like our Be Well mental health resources, as well as county resources that are already existing. We also, actually our deputy director also let me know that he took the City of Escondido police chief and deputy city manager and officers to learn about how to do a shelter and system of care, actually today at our shelter. I attended the homeless task force meeting and also the Project Zero meeting that Councilmember Carr mentioned, where we were discussing our system of care that is being developed. The city, this is new information, the city has partnered with CalOptima to facilitate a CalFresh enrollment event on Saturday, November 19th at Murdy Park from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. CalOptima is focusing efforts on food access to vulnerable individuals and families by bringing OC Social Services Agency enrollment specialists to the event, with the ability to enroll eligible participants on the spot for CalFresh services. You can go to caloptima.org/calfresh for more information on that. I also, let's see. As far as homelessness as well, we are just getting ramped up our HB Cares Homeless Services Volunteer Program. Earlier tonight, Jim Cristiano, who was honored for his work with the Senior Center, said, "I got more out of it than I gave," and I thought that was really poignant. I think a lot of community members have been asking for a long time how they can participate in helping with our opportunities to get folks back into housing or into shelter. And this is really a great opportunity for people to be a part of that in many different roles. So do look out for more about that and that ramping up. Finally, with regards to homelessness, I also attended a homelessness and housing advisory group meeting at the county level with the Board of Supervisors. And we're just trying to make sure that they are aware of the things that we're doing, and also that we are making sure that we get access to all the resources that are available in the county. And we're really having our finger on the pulse of what's happening so we can be a part of that. I, with Councilmember Kalmick, attended the West Orange County Water Board meeting. I attended the Second Junior Citizens Academy here at City Hall. I'm sure Mayor Douglas will talk probably a little bit more about that, so I won't talk any more about it. Are you sure? Okay. We had a great discussion. It always comes up here about biking safety, and had a great conversation with our traffic engineer. That's not his name. It's Bob Stahowski. I know the name, but he's not the engineer. He's higher than that. I apologize, Bob. About bike infrastructure and city infrastructure. We had our school safety officers come talk about proper use and wearing of helmets, not to wear them, laying with the straps undone. Make sure that it sits properly. As a parent of a 12 and a 14-year-old, I especially appreciated that. And also making sure that they knew the proper ways, kind of the rules of the road. Compliments to the staff and all that participated for organizing that event for the students. Attended the communications committee, personnel commission interviews, and finally the October 26th, which is the first official October community cafe meeting. We had a sold out event at the library with, I think, over 60 people. It was a great event. Most of the feedback has been excellent. Some of it has been make it bigger. I don't quite know how we're going to do that, but I appreciate that. This is the first of a 7-session series. These will be at the last Wednesday of each month from 5:30 to 8 p.m. at the library. Registration is required. You can go to Surf City Break, or also go to the library's event page for more information and to register. Again, that was the first of 7. The next one is November 30th at 5:30 p.m. Thank you.
Ms. Bolton?
Thank you, Mayor. So to save time, I won't duplicate. So on October 19th, I attended the Historic Resources Board meeting. And was happy to hear a report that the chair of the board is now participating in demolition permit reviews. So thank you to the Community Development Department for facilitating that. I want to say thanks. And then finally, the Cal City's OC Legislative and Regulatory Committee meeting on October 27th, and with the state legislature having wrapped up, and I think they've done quite enough, don't you? We just had a review of all of the bills, major bills that had been passed this past session, and said farewell to the mayor of Laguna Niguel, Elaine Genoway, who's the chair, and I think we'll have a leadership change coming up in the new year. That's it. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and share that I attended the Orange County Transit Authority board meeting, and just a few items that came out of that. The OCTA board received an update on the emergency railroad track stabilization project, which has currently cut off passenger and freight rail from San Clemente to Oceanside. The time of the project continues to evolve, but OCTA understands the importance of reopening passenger rail service as soon as possible. The board reaffirmed the authorization of the CEO to take all necessary actions to address the emergency. Another item, Orange County Transit staff also gave a status update on the OC streetcar project. which has made tremendous progress. The construction is in the downtown area, and it was supposed to only take 16 months, but now it's expected to be finished maybe by the end of Thanksgiving, and making it a total of 9 months on the construction time. The entire project is expected to be completed in 2024. And then lastly, the board received an update and approved the Making Better Connections study, which is a plan that OCTA will use to improve bus service on the high ridership routes, reduce wait time, and simplify the route structure across the Orange County bus system. I also attended, well, it was really a celebration for funding of recognition of $5 million through Senator Tom Umberg over at United to End Homelessness with United Way. And it was really a wonderful celebration. The money will be used locally for housing. And I don't want to take more time. There's been a number of things here, but I think we're on our way to doing the rest of the agenda, so let's do that. Let's see here. I think we have Mr. City Manager. Can you go ahead and do your report?
Thank you, Mayor Del Glaze. 3 real quick things. First, your Huntington Beach City Council study session on the housing element that occurred this afternoon is available on the City of Huntington Beach YouTube website right now. It's already gotten about 100 views already.
Oh, that's good.
So that's
Very good.
Wonderful.
And thank you for that. Thank you. I mean, I thank the staff. Thank you.
The staff, yeah. I'm merely conveying their good work.
Yes.
Secondly, staff's working and it's made a ton of progress on the onboarding process for the new elected officials that'll be seated later this year. We know that was important to you as a council to make sure that the onboarding process is very smooth and thoughtful. And it will consist of training of the city's governing documents, such as the charter, personnel policy, MOUs, budget, et cetera, rules, parliamentary procedure, agenda process, conflict of interest, and overview of the organization and departments, as well as having a mock session in council so that there is a comfort level built up prior to the first meeting.
I'm just really excited for them that you know the city's going to be doing that. I think that's
and
great.
additionally, Mayor, staff is preparing information and resources to assist the retiring city council members. So the transition into private life after your years of service.
Thank you. I could use help.
will be that much smoother. So, and then lastly, as we do each month, welcoming our new 1HB team members. This year we have 19 new employees, or this month I should say of October, we welcome 19 new employees.
That's great.
We had 9 in the Community and Library Services Department. We had 2 in Finance. Next slide, please. We had 2 in Fire, 3 in the Police Department, and 3 in Public Works. And the employee orientations that occurred in October were fantastic, as always. And the department heads and or deputy directors welcome the new employees and build rapport with them and really kick it off in a very positive way. So thank you for allowing us to welcome our new 1HB team members.
Thank you for that report. We're going to move on now to City Treasurer's report. And City Treasurer Backstrom, would you like to introduce this item?
Do I have to click it? Uh-oh, it's coming. Great. Thank you for the opportunity to present the City Treasurer's Quarterly Investment Report for quarter ending September 30th, 2022. So I would like to provide some context first and start with the interest rates. As they have been rising so dramatically since January, the Fed has taken rates from 0 to over 3% in an effort to slow inflation, with an anticipated raise from tomorrow's meeting of another 75 basis points. You can see up here the 2-year Treasury, which is the green line on top, ended September at 4.22%, with the 5-year, which is the yellow line, at 4.06%. At the same time last year, these rates were at 0.28 and 0.98, so this is obviously a rapid rise. You will also note that the 2-year rate is higher than the 5-year, which is not typical. Today, the 2-year moved even higher to 4.55%. So these higher rates will offer the portfolio the opportunity to earn more interest income once we have some further cash inflows from taxes, which will be coming in starting this month. So even a better picture of the short-term rates being higher than the long-term rates is in this graph of the Treasury yield curve. This is as of October 20th. On this date, you can see that the 1-year Treasury of 4.62% was the highest rate, with lower rates at greater maturities. So this is referred to as the inverted yield curve. Economists typically examine the 2-year versus the 10-year Treasury rates, but also the 3-month versus the 10-year rates, and interpret this inversion as a sign of a downturn in the economy and a potential recession. The 3-month versus 10-year Treasury inverted on October 25th and has remained there since. In normal times, the curve slopes upward as investors receive a premium for lending out longer term. So as for the city's portfolio, as of September 30th, the market value was approximately $290.8 million, with a book value of $308.8 million. As you may know, bond interest rates and prices move inversely. So as interest rates go up, as they have been recently, the prices of the bonds purchased at the previously lower rates goes down. It's this concept that explains why the current market value of the portfolio is lower than the book value. However, as I have mentioned before, not to worry, as the city's portfolio is typically what is referred to as a buy and hold portfolio, meaning, except in very specific circumstances, bonds are held to maturity and the city receives back the amount purchased and there are no losses. So the market value is just a measure at the point in time of the value of the portfolio in the market if you were to sell all of the securities in the portfolio at that point in time, which of course we would not. So the portfolio was invested in the following security types as of September 30th. Federal agencies, which consists of the bonds of Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, Federal Farm Credit Bank, and Federal Home Loan Bank at 45%, U.S. Treasuries at approximately 25%, corporate bonds rated category A and above at 11%, supranationals, all of which are AAA rated at approximately 9%, 6% in camp, approximately 2% in short-term commercial paper of the highest rating, and 1% in both the Orange County Pool and LAIF. All of these securities are allowable per the California State Code and the city's investment policy. You can find more information about each type of investment and the allowable percentages in the city's investment policy, which is on the city's website under the City Treasurer Investments. So for the quarterly activity, as the Federal Reserve continued to raise rates, funds were moved as much as possible into higher yielding options. Liquidity funds were moved into the California Asset Management Program, or CAMP account. CAMP is a California Joint Powers Authority, or JPA, established in 1989 to provide California public agencies with professional investment services. The CAMP pool is a permitted investment for all local agencies under the California Government Code. It also has the highest rating by Standard & Poor's of AAA-M. As of 10/31, this fund had a current 7-day yield of 3.21% with an annualized yield of approximately 3%. So that is why we moved much of the funds out of the LAIF and the Orange County investment pool into that. Also, the portfolio as a whole was examined for potential swaps. One bond swap was made in the portfolio on 8/11. A swap is basically selling one bond and subsequently purchasing another bond with the proceeds from the sale in order to take advantage of the current market environment, so a higher return in this case. An IADB, which is a supranational bond, was sold and an IBM bond was purchased. The IADB bond had an interest payment of $48,000 versus the IBM bond interest payment of $118,300. This resulted in a net positive position beginning January 2023, including all cash flows. We work closely with the finance department to develop daily, monthly, and annual cash flow projections in order to make sure that funds are available to meet the city's operating needs. So investments are made primarily to match liabilities. Currently, with the rapidly changing interest rates, most public fund investors are staying fairly short. So while we are able to invest out 5 years, obviously, we are staying in the shorter range, mostly under 2 years for sure. Also for the city, there are more cash outflows during the months of June through October, so we did make sure to have appropriate liquidity available for those needs. However, we didn't have much liquidity available to invest. However, as I mentioned, we should be receiving property funds beginning this month, and we will be able to invest and take advantage of some of those higher rates. Earnings for the month of September were $362,965, an increase of approximately 54% from the same month in the prior year. Fiscal year-to-date earnings of $951,576 were up approximately 21% from the previous fiscal year. The effective rate of return for September was 1.46 with a fiscal year-to-date return of 1.22. So the increase in the September rate of return over that of the fiscal year-to-date return is a result of the portfolio being able to do some investing at those higher rates. The benchmark has increased rapidly with the sharp rise in interest rates during 2022. At the end of September, the 12-month moving average of the benchmark, which is the interpolated 1.5-year U.S. Treasury, was 1.85. So the portfolio will lag behind a bit as it takes time for the previously purchased securities to mature and funds to be reinvested. But of course, we are working on that as best we can. So the selected investment policy compliance, the city's investment portfolio remained in compliance with all relevant state codes and the city's investment policy. So to summarize, safety, we continue to maintain the #1 principle of safety of principle. There have been no unintended losses, also providing for sufficient liquidity to meet the city's needs and operational needs, and thirdly, to provide for a market rate of return through economic and budgetary cycles. We did have the upward trending return of 1.46 for September. So we're continuing to meet the city treasurer's objectives. Also, the portfolio has been a positive contributor to the city with earnings of almost $1 million fiscal year to date. So this concludes my report, and I am open for any questions.
Well, I'll ask one. Bravo. I did have a quick question on, I know you said we're going to be receiving, obviously, property tax, and I just don't remember from last year, but how much improvement would there be if this were a month or 60 days from now? You mentioned on the income.
So are you saying that if we invest the funds that we receive this month and next month, what would that effect be on the rate of return? I believe that we have approximately, let's see, I think November we have 12 million coming in, and December, I believe, I don't have it right at hand, but I believe it's around 20 million.
Okay.
So once you invest those, I'm going to have to, though, examine what rates are available at the time.
Oh, of course,
So,
but I
yes,
had forgotten.
Definitely have a positive effect.
Yeah.
The
Good.
calculation I can't do in my head, and it depends on how the rates are, but I think we'll definitely see a nice bump then. Because
Yes.
we will have a good chunk of funds. Right now, as I said, from June through now, we're usually negative cash flow, so we're using funds, and then we start getting in funds. And we will be getting in funds going through till June of next year also with the property taxes. So that's going to be some nice funds that we'll be able to invest.
Well, great way to end the year, huh? All right, well, thank you for the report. Are there any comments? Not at this time. Okay, well, thank you so very much. Do I have a motion? Okay, okay, thank you. A motion to receive and file the city treasurer's quarterly investment report for September 2022 pursuant to section 17.0 of the investment policy of the city of Huntington Beach. Mr. Posey was the one who made the motion, and Ms. Carr voted the second. Okay, we're good there? We have to vote. Now we'll move on to the consent.
Motion passes 7-0.
Sorry. We'll move on to the consent calendar. Items through 12 to 19. Do I have anyone who wants to pull anything, or we're going to move it?
Mayor, that was, when the agenda got amended, it's number 13 through 20 now.
Oh, 13. Oh, you're right. Thank you for that. 13 through 20. Oh, boy. 13 through 20. Shoot. I thought 20 was a public hearing, no?
I think it's the different.
Oh, okay. Oh, I got it. All right. So is anyone pulling anything? Okay, no, then do I have a motion to, okay, Mr. Posey made a motion. Do I have a second? Okay, Ms. Mosier made a second. Okay, then.
Consent calendar items number 13 through 20 pass 7-0.
All right, thank you very much. So then we'll move on to, I don't know that mine is the most current, so let me just see here. Is it number, consider the appeal of Adam Frankel? What is the next item? Because I think I have a...
I have 21.
21?
Number
Okay.
21,
May I
the
use
general
that?
plan amendment for Bella Terra.
Yes, exactly. Public hearing, item 21, 22-843. Adopt a resolution number 2022-58 approving the general plan amendment number 21-001. Approve for introduction the ordinance of 4267 approving zoning text amendment 21-003 and adopt the resolution of 2022-57 approving addendum environmental impact report EIR number 21-002 addendum number 2 to the Village at Bella Terra specific plan EIR number 07-03 Bella Terra residential project. So I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Do we have any? What? Oh, yeah, let's have the staff report first.
Thank you, and good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. My name is Hayden Beckman. I'm a Senior Planner at Community Development. As the Mayor just outlined, this item represents 3 requests that we will here to refer as the Bella Terra Residential Project. To begin, the subject project request includes 3 applications, and these requests are legislative actions only, and following the Planning Commission's previous review, they have not yet been acted upon. Before we discuss the request in detail, I just wanted to outline the project location. The subject site is the Bella Terra specific plan area, which is generally located on the north side of Edinger Avenue, east of Beach Boulevard, and is bordered to the north by Center Avenue and to the west by an existing Union Pacific rail line. The specific plan area is approximately 63 acres in size and is currently developed as the Bella Terra Shopping Center. Across Edinger Avenue to the south are existing commercial and religious assembly uses that are within the zoning boundary of the Beach Edinger Quarter specific plan. To the west of the specific plan area are the Boardwalk and Avalon mixed-use apartment developments that are also within the zoning boundary of SP 14. To the north of the site is the Old World Mixed-Use Development and business and medical offices within the North Huntington Center Specific Plan, or SP1. Depicted here is an exhibit detailing the existing conditions of the Bella Terra Specific Plan area. The existing commercial areas are in green, which includes the Costco retail building at the northwest corner and an ancillary fueling station that's depicted in orange. To the south of the Costco facilities is the existing residences at Bella Terra mixed-use project that includes 467 residential dwelling units, approximately 30,000 square feet of retail and restaurant space, and associated amenities. Located centrally within the specific plan area and depicted here in red is the subject site. Generally speaking, construction of the proposed project would require the demolition of an existing 149,000 square foot Burlington department store and 30,000 square feet of adjacent retail space. Outlined here in red, it's not very clear, but it is outlined in red. Within the footprint of the existing commercial areas to be demolished, implementation of the project would result in the construction of a new 7-story mixed-use infill project consisting of 300 apartment units, ground floor retail and restaurant uses, an above-ground 3-level podium parking garage with 404 spaces and associated hardscape and landscape improvements. The residential portion consists of 300 dwelling units comprised of a mix of studio apartments, 1, 2, and 2-bedroom plus den units, 15,000 square feet of residential areas, and amenities and a leasing area. The first request is a general plan amendment, and the applicant proposes this to result in 2 revisions. The first revision would be to amend the existing planning area boundaries depicted here as areas A and B within the Bella Terra specific plan. And to implement the project, the general plan amendment request would result in a revision that moves the proposed development site into area B from area A, as shown here, and then further identify area B as 2 portions, with area B2 being the subject site, the project site. Area B1 contains 2 pad commercial buildings, and as I mentioned previously, the existing residences of Bella Terra mixed-use project. The second general plan amendment revision is a request to change the current land use designations in both areas A and B. Area A would be modified from CR F2 SPMU F9 to a new mixed-use overlay that includes a designation of 1.75 floor area ratio and a maximum of 45 dwelling units per acre. The change in the land use designations will align with the current general plan land use map that was updated in 2017 and result in an increase in commercial floor area of area B from 0.7 to 0.9. The second project request is a zoning text amendment. This would implement the project by modifying the existing Bella Terra specific plan in several ways. There would be text and figure revisions that reduce the size of area A and increase the size of area B. The revisions would result in area B being divided into sub-areas B1 and B2, with B1 being the residences and B2 the proposed project site. The revisions would update parking allocations, the pedestrian circulation plan, conceptual circulation plan, and landscape concept. And overall, the development standards that are proposed for the project site in Area B2 will remain substantially consistent with the existing Area B development standards. The third and final entitlement request of this item is a draft addendum environmental impact report that outlines the potential environmental effects that could result from implementation of the project. The city's review of the project is limited to examining the environmental effects associated with the differences between the proposed project and the approved project, as was reviewed in the Village of Bella Terra EIR number 2007-03 and in 2010 as addendum number 1 to that EIR. As such, a 2022 addendum to the EIR has been prepared and will be used to determine whether the proposed project falls within the scope previously analyzed. And based on review of the facts as presented in the draft addendum, staff recommends that the addendum is the appropriate document to comply with CEQA. I want to talk about the Planning Commission meeting as well. At the September 27th, 2022 meeting, the Commission voted 6-1 to approve Site Plan Review 21002 and recommend to the Council adoption of the addendum EIR and approval of the General Plan Amendment and Zoning Text Amendment. At the close of the appeal period of the Planning Commission's action on the site plan review, an appeal was filed, which triggers a de novo public hearing for that request before the council. That item will be presented as a subsequent public hearing item for council consideration. The Planning Commission also recommended that the council adopt an additional revision to the specific plan, specifically the appeal language for the Director of Community Development's decisions on site plan reviews and tentative parcel map applications. So just to outline that specifically, currently the director's action, it may be appealed by an aggrieved party directly to the City Council. This process was adopted by a previous council to streamline the approval process for applicants and provide a less cumbersome and expensive due process for appellants. The Planning Commission conducted a straw vote, and by a vote of 5-2, recommends that the site plan review or tentative parcel map applications that are acted upon by the director are appealed first to the Planning Commission, followed by final action by the City Council. At this time, staff recommends that the council adopt the addendum EIR as adequate and complete in that it identifies all potential environmental impacts associated with the project and approve the general plan amendment and zoning text amendment requests because they're consistent with the general plan, its goals and policies, and the zoning text amendment will implement the proposed land use designation changes. In a subsequent hearing item, staff will present the site plan review application request, which was appealed following the Planning Commission approval in September. This concludes staff presentation on this item. We are joined by Ryan Bensley of LSA, which is the city's consultant for the preparation of the addendum, as well as the project applicant, Christopher Golder, and his team. The applicant has requested for some additional presentation time following our presentation. And that concludes our presentation.
Madam Mayor, if I can just add one bit of clarification, and that is just to reiterate what Hayden said, and that is that the action that the Planning Commission took on these legislative items were just as a recommending body. So a decision has not been made regarding the EIR, the action for the general plan or the zoning. Those were recommendations. You are the final decision-making body on those. And subsequent, you will hear the appeal and you will be in a quasi-judicial role on those items.
Okay, great.
So
should I have the council member questions first, or should we, what do you want to do?
yes, I think it's typical that the applicant comes up and they're usually the first public speaker.
Okay. All right, well, let me do this. I'll open the public hearing. Not yet? No, we got to, all right.
I
We'll
think you
get
can
questions. I'll
ask
get questions.
questions, then open the public hearing, and the applicant will have the first opportunity to speak.
Is the person here? The
Yes.
applicant? Okay. Yes, Ms. Carr.
Okay. Thank you, Hayden, and thank you, Ursula. If you could kind of go over, maybe in a little bit more detail, the Planning Commission's recommendations in regards to the appeal. I'm sorry, Hayden, I didn't quite catch exactly what the Planning Commission was suggesting.
The Planning Commission appeal, or there's an appeal of the Planning Commission's decision. Do you want a little bit more information on that?
Well, I guess the Planning Commission recommends the appeal be processed to the
I saw
Planning
that.
Commission.
It was a little bit confusing
Yeah.
the way that was written. No,
Okay.
So the Planning Commission did recommend approval of these legislative items, which is this public hearing that's open before you. They also did approve the site plan review. That is what is under appeal at the following public hearing. And somebody appealed that decision. They appealed the Planning Commission's decision on the site plan review.
I think the question is that the Planning Commission made a change to the zoning text that stated that the appeal of the director's decision on any site plan reviews would go to them before the city council. I think that's the question.
Thank you.
That's the part that I was confused about.
Thank you, Ms.
Yes, thank you.
Kalman.
Was that part of this zone text amendment?
It is part of the zoning text amendment request, yes. So if I may, just to provide additional clarification.
Please.
That was an existing provision of the Bella Terra specific plan. And effectively, since, quote unquote, the book was open on the specific plan through the amendment, the Planning Commission asks that the council consider that modification. Specifically, the language currently states that action by the director on a project, anywhere in the Bella Terra specific plan, can be appealed, and that appeal is processed directly to the council. That's current language. The Planning Commission feels that it would be a better process if the appeal were to be processed directly to the commission, and then if after the commission's action on that appeal, the aggrieved party still feels that they did not receive the correct action, then the city council would be the next hearing body.
Okay, so tonight, are we voting to make that as part of the Bella Terra specific plan?
You would
Based
be-
on that recommendation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Well, and I will just clarify that we wanted to point out to the city council that the language originally in the Bella Terra specific plan was actually at council direction to have it that way when that specific plan was adopted. You obviously have the ability to change that, but it was purposeful to two things. One, make it a more efficient process for the appellant, so it could be a less expensive, less lengthy process in getting it to the final decision-making body, as well as a more efficient process for the applicant. So I just wanted to point that out as you deliberate on that item.
Okay, then. Anybody else? I've got so many names here. No, I don't see any other council questions. So could we, I can't pick out a name here to ask them to come up, so.
Yes, so the applicant will have one representative that will be able to have the extra time, which is the 6 minutes.
Okay.
And there's 3 of them here, so I'm not sure who is giving the presentation, but they're welcome to come up.
Oh, here we go.
After you open the public hearing.
Yes, I'm going to open the public hearing now. Thank you. Public hearing is now open.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be brief. My name's Lindsay Parton. We've been the owner of Bella Terra since '03, original developer of Bella Terra, as well as Pacific City. And my team is here to answer any questions. I think most of you are familiar with what we're trying to do as far as the history of Bella Terra and the history of Burlington Coat Factory. We think it's the best use of the Burlington Coat Factory property of converting it to residential units. There's less traffic impacts and parking impacts, and we'll be happy to answer any of the questions that you might have. So my guys are here to use my additional time. Okay. Thank you.
Oh. Hi, good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Christopher Golder. I'm with Bella Terra Associates and DJM, the project applicant and owner and developer. Just to quickly go through our project proposal, as Lindsay Parton had stated, DGM has been in ownership and operation of Bella Terra for a number of years. As you know, Bella Terra is a thriving lifestyle center with existing mixed use and existing shopping. The proposed development in front of you, which staff did cover, is a 5-story residential building over 2 stories of retail and parking with 300 units in a mix between studios, 1-bedrooms, 2-bedrooms, and 2-bedrooms plus den. There would be indoor common areas and outdoor common areas. The project also includes an affordable component. 15% of the units, per the requirement in the existing specific plan, would be designated to moderate and low-income households. The retail on the bottom level of the project would include 25,000 square feet of retail and restaurant space. And parking for the project would be provided in a new on-site 404 podium parking structure concealed within the project, as well as bike parking and guest and retail parking in the adjacent parking structure. As staff covered as well in the entitlement requests, we have presented a addendum environmental impact report. We are requesting a general plan amendment and a zone text amendment to accommodate the new development. We also have submitted a shared parking analysis as part of the development proposal. The existing Burlington Coat Factory building had a number of spaces that were entitled for it. The project's proposal is less, 755 parking spaces. We're building 404 of those on site with the additional retail and guest parking provided in the existing parking structure. We also submitted a comprehensive traffic study as well. The fully occupied Burlington building had a potential trip generation of 4,600 weekday daily net trips. At half occupancy, which the Burlington building is currently half occupied, a trip generation of 2,700 weekday daily trips. The proposed development is forecasted to generate less weekday trips, which amounts to 731 fewer weekday daily net trips than existing conditions. As I stated, we submitted an addendum environmental impact report with a number of technical studies that were incorporated into it, studying different environmental impacts. And the proposed project schedule here, Following the entitlement phase, we'd move into design and engineering and submit for plan check, which would take about 12 months. The overall development of the construction of the project would take about 28 to 30 months, and we're forecasting that the development would be completed in the first quarter of 2026. And that concludes my applicant presentation.
Are there any questions for the applicant? Not seeing any. Okay. That's what I was going to ask. Are there any more speakers?
Well, I have, did you have any more of these Bellaterra? I have Brett Thornton, Brian Carey.
I just reserved some time to answer.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Chrisanne Edmondson and Rich Gomez, if they're here. Okay. And then I would also like to announce supplemental communications.
Sure.
For this item. For public hearing number 21, we received a PowerPoint presentation entitled Bellaterra Residential City Council Hearing Entitlement Request received from DJM. A letter was received from Adam Frankel from Drury LLP regarding the Bellaterra residential project. We received a letter from Rutan and Tucker on behalf of Bellaterra and Associates, and 4 email communications.
Yeah. Do you want to go ahead and reach out to Adam? The gentleman that was on the phone, he called a little bit ago.
He's on the appeal on the next one.
Oh, on the next one. Okay,
Yes.
great. Oh, I didn't see him. Gentlemen, sir, please say your name.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Rich Gomez. I'm with the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters. I'm here tonight representing our 600 members that live in the city of Huntington Beach, along with our contractors who employ our members. I'm here to speak on item number 23, and thank you for giving me the opportunity. We are not here in support of the project, nor are we here to oppose the project. We are here to encourage and ask the developer, DJM, to sit down with us and have a workable and a respectable conversation about the Bellaterra project. We have questions regarding the project. Do they plan on having a local hire component? Do they plan on hiring veterans for the project? Do they plan on using qualified and responsible contractors who pay a livable wage and provide benefits for their carpenters and their immediate family members, therefore providing community wealth? Or do they plan on bringing in outside contractors or contractors who exploit their workforce by paying substandard wages and not providing benefits? These are ethical questions. Our contractors would like to partake in this project. Our contractors belong to a state-certified apprenticeship program. This is a 4-year program that is affiliated with the Rancho Santiago Community College District. Our program will provide a career pathway for our high school students who choose not to attend a college or university. Our program is also available to Huntington Beach residents and other residents of surrounding OC communities. We have reached out to DGM once again tonight, asking to meet and discuss and how we can work together. You know, we are not here asking to build the entire project. We are asking that our members and our contractors be part of their project. And I want to thank you. And if we do not hear from DGM, then we have no other choice to oppose the project. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Parton, do you have any comments?
Madam Mayor, I think we welcome the opportunity to talk with the Carpenters Union. As I've said to all of you, council, all of our projects, we welcome fair competition. We have union contractors, we have non-union contractors. We would probably oppose a forced labor agreement, but we would certainly be open to having a conversation. And certainly, if we're able to use union contractors, we're happy to use them. We have no problem, and I'd look forward to having a conversation with the union. So that would be my response.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Any other comments from council? Then, do you have a comment? Okay. Oh, I'm going to close the public hearing.
It's okay for me to go?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And I appreciate the public comments, and I believe you, Mr. Parton, when you say you will have those conversations and have an open dialogue and continue to have those conversations, because I do think it's important that we recognize that there are facilities and training facilities here in Orange County to uplift people, and there is a beautiful training facility that the Carpenters have provided in Buena Park, and we do have opportunities for our local high school kids to go in, learn those trades, and become a part of the process. And if there's a way that we can partner with them and continue to help our youth, we heard a lot today about housing and the importance of housing. And I think it's important to bring our community, our residents into the process, because we have great kids, we have great people in this community, and it would be, I know as a council member, I would feel a lot better knowing that you're going to have those conversations to make sure that our residents not just benefit from a beautiful project, but then also can partake in the process. So I welcome that, and I trust you, and I believe you at your word that you will have those conversations, because I think that is an opportunity to reimagine Terra. I think the Burlington Coat Factory has seen better days. I hate to say it, but it's I used to shop there quite a bit for when I had small children. I had babies. They had a great baby department, but it's, the merchandise has changed over the years, like everything. And so I think it's important to look at opportunities, and I think this project does make a lot of sense. And if we can also bring in our residents and really the future workforce of Orange County, I think that's important, rather than hiring people from out of state, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So if there's an opportunity where everybody can participate in it, I think that's a win-win for our community. So with that, I will be supporting the project. I hope that we can have more conversations about this appeal. I am still stuck on this. So I understand where the Planning Commission was going with it, and in some ways it may expedite the process, but I would hate for it to be prolonged longer because of that. So I'd like to hear my fellow council members and their thoughts on that appeal process and the suggestion for the Planning Commission. I don't want to be dismissive to the Planning Commission and just say, oh no, we're just going to go straight to the council. So I'd like to hear what my colleagues have to say about that.
Mr. Posey?
Yes, I just wanted to thank DJM Capital Partners and Lindsay Parton in particular for being a very good partner with the City of Huntington Beach and Newport Beach. And I know you see other people. I guess that's okay. But what I'm most proud of, and I probably never ever told you this, is that you have a long-range vision and a long-range commitment. And to buy Terra, I don't know, 15 years ago or more, probably more than that, and then work around some of the compromises you had to work around, like the Burlington Coat Factory, which was one of those compromises, knowing that 10 years later, you would still, or DJM would still own it, and 10 years later, you would do something else with that building. And then that building would really be another manifestation of what Terra vision was. And when I look at the traffic analysis, it all makes sense. I looked at the ingress, egress, toured the site, walked the site with you, and saw some of the other significant project improvements. It really, for me, it's really kind of a no-brainer to support it, because it adds residents that spend money. It adds enhanced property tax valuation for net property tax to the city. There's traffic and parking improvements that come with it. And then there's a retail component, presumably a restaurant component too, that will help drive more spending there and more foot traffic for more residents. So that's really it. I just wanted to commend you on buying and holding and sticking with it. So thank you.
Mr. Kalmick?
Thank you. I appreciate that everything that's been said this evening on this project. It's been a long time coming. I think we kind of got first wind of this a couple years ago, so it's nice to hear that, or see that finally coming through. I did have a couple of questions on the environmental document. We got multiple emails, some minutes before meeting starts, Planning Commission, us, and then rebuttal documents that came. With regard to the addendum to the EIR, staff is comfortable with the analysis done, completed. There was obviously items brought up. It sounds like the rebuttal to those, I think, addressed those, but I just wanted to put staff on the record for the public hearing that we are fine with the results of the AEIR.
Thank you, Councilmember Kalmick. Yes, we are confident in the document.
Okay, that was easy. So then with regard to changing the review process, I understand staff's point of council put this in a while ago for the appeal process. Level of review obviously is important, and each time you got to go to a different board, there's thousands of dollars, debt service, all of that fun stuff. I guess one esoteric question would be, has anyone ever used the appeal process in the Terra specific plan?
Not to my knowledge, since it was added to the document.
So like we've no, I mean, it's a change, but like it's not like everybody's appealing every 20 minutes and we've end up coming to council all the time for it.
I'll just say in my almost 5 years, this is the first one.
Yeah. Oh, and so, but this process, the appeal, that's actually funny. So the appeal that's being heard as the next item would actually have gone to the Planning Commission if it was a director site plan review?
So we bundled it and took it to the Planning Commission,
Sure.
but because I can elevate any decision, but yes, I could have made the decision on that.
Okay, so yeah, so the appeal, so this is the first one then. As I think we did with the Beach Edge Corridor specific plan a year or so ago, we lowered the level of review for alcohol permits down to the ZA from the Planning Commission, again, to save folks money. So the fact that it wasn't unanimous, I think is also interesting from the Planning Commission. I would have, again, I don't see many more projects coming through, and if somebody has an appeal, I think coming to the final body as efficiently as possible, I think potentially is better for both, I think, the applicant and the appellant, because you get to your decision-making body, you save yourself your $4,000 check each time, or asking a council member to appeal. So I would be comfortable reverting back to the original plan, which is City Council hears the appeal from the director. Permit. This is a streamlining. It was a streamlining technique, I'm guessing, in the past, and adding that level, I don't see a compelling argument for it. And I don't know if staff has. Was there an argument? What was the Planning Commission's argument other than they'd like to have another meeting?
That was effectively the discussion. We remain neutral on this item.
Okay. So yeah, so if staff doesn't have one other way. Yeah, then if there's a motion to be made, then I would be fine to revert back to the City Council hearing the appeal from the Planning Commission, just as a streamlining point. I don't see the need to have to go to Planning Commission. If someone's appealing the director's opinion, they're going to want a final decision. Like I don't see a value add for that. And then I guess the other piece I think planning added was a pedestrian bridge, but I didn't hear any conversation about that. So
Only $12 million, so.
For the bridge?
No. Well, at least the one it was 10, 12
Oh,
years
yeah,
ago.
that's a whole different bridge. Yeah, it's a whole different bridge.
Oh, you got another bridge, huh? You got to sell bridges. Are you done, or are you going to? Okay, I have two, Mr. Peterson and then Ms. Mosier.
So I agree the appeal should just go to council. It gets really expensive for people going through both. As for the project, you and I have talked. I love everything you've done in Huntington. I think you're the only one I ever saw when I was on design review board that brought a project in it and ended up looking like that project. Most of the time it gets entitled and it's something else. I can't see. I can't see this how it works. I know you have it there. I don't see how you add this much density and it not affect traffic. I've never really trusted those traffic study things, but that's just me. But knowing that you're going to go forward with this, I know what you showed up there is what's going to actually happen. You've done that every single time. So, but the appeals, I think, should go to back to council.
I'm going to make a comment myself. When this beautiful marketplace opened, one of my pet peeves, and it was not a pet one, it was a really big one, was the traffic. And I heard from many, 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 many people, no matter where I went, it was there. Made some suggestions, even hire traffic directors, holidays, put your traffic directors in wonderful costumes. I believe you're smiling, so you know what I'm talking about. The thing that people don't know about this yet, because we've been fortunate to see the plan, but the fact that you are remodeling the entire road on, I guess it would be the west side, but that curved road that goes along in front of the retail shops, you're pushing that back, and you're going to reconfigure that road that's right next to the gas station at Costco. And there's some people who will hear this message, and the only reason they go there is Costco. They don't go anywhere else. But they can have a nice experience too, right? I do believe this will help also. The way you have it designed now to bring the traffic right into the, to the center, I think it merely may help people just park their car in the garage. That's my hope and prayer. But
Madam Mayor, if I may, if we could refrain from talking about the specifics of the site plan, that's the subject of the appeal, which is a de novo hearing, which will be next, and that will be perfectly appropriate to talk about those things at that. This is the legislative actions, the land use items.
Okay, well, I just lost my head there. I got so excited. I wanted to agree with Mr. Peterson. So, Ms. Mosher, do you have any other comments?
Some were going to be what you said, so I guess I'm glad I didn't make them.
Yeah. All right, well, I'll go ahead.
I do have just a note, and really it's to concur with Mayor Pro Tem Posey as far as the kind of invest and hold piece. Like, I do appreciate that you have, taken the risk, invested in the city and in this type of property, and then, as Councilmember Peterson said, followed through. And I think that's appreciated. I will talk later about the different elements of things. Also, though, with regards to the union labor as well, I know we had a conversation earlier, and I appreciate the way that you've approached this, and also that you have a commitment, and I trust that. Part of the reason that I trust that is because I did ask you earlier, what about past projects? Has there been a mix? And then the answer was yes. That there was with union and non-union labor. And then finally, I guess, and last, I appreciate the fact that I think the first meeting, one of the very first meetings that I had on council was about this project 2 years ago, and you've continued to keep us in the loop, and I appreciate that engagement with you and others. I'd appreciate that with more people. So thank you very much. And I also agree with the appeal going to council and not to planning, just to try to keep it efficient.
I didn't get there, I stopped, but I do agree. Okay, so do you want me to close the public hearing? I've already done that.
You have already done that.
Yeah, I'm getting a little bit confused here because we got too many
comments.
things.
So just the actions before you on this are for the general plan, the zoning, text amendment, specific plan amendments. Those are the items related to this.
Did you want to make?
I'll go ahead and make a motion as amended to the zoning text amendment.
Okay.
Amended to remove the Planning Commission recommendation on the appeal.
Okay, then. Kalmick on the motion and second Posey. Did you get all the verbiage too?
Yes, it says amended to have the appeals go to city council. Motion passes 6-1 with Councilmember Peterson voting no. And I'd like to read the title of the ordinance for the record. Ordinance number 4267, an ordinance of the City of Huntington Beach, amending the Terra specific plan to revise the zoning boundaries and development standards of the real property located at 777, let's say 4 sevens, Edinger Avenue, zoning text amendment number 21003.
Okay, then. Item number 22. Consider the appeal by Adam Frankel of, I don't know how to pronounce, Jury LLP of the Planning Commission's approval of the site plan review number 21-002 Bella Terra Residential Project.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And before I kick this over to Hayden, I want to apologize if this wasn't confusing enough by having the two public hearings. We did make a mistake in the recommended action here. We have two recommended actions. One is to find that the addendum is adequate, and the second was to approve the site plan review. We don't need that first item because you did that as part of your legislative item that you just did. So really the action before you is the site plan review. And with that, Hayden will provide some more information.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ursula. And yes, just to clarify, there is some overlap between things that have been discussed by council and staff to date, but I think that this will cover the development aspect of the project, as it is an appeal, again, of the site plan review. Under the Bella Terra specific plan, the site plan review is the development mechanism, and as previously identified, the director would have purview over that for future development. As I previously mentioned, at the September 27th, 2022 Planning Commission, there was a vote of 6-1 to approve the project, specifically the site plan review. Following that action, during a 10-day appeal period, an appeal was filed by Adam Frankel, which triggered a new de novo public hearing before council, and as such, we're presenting it as a separate public hearing item. Although the site plan review is still an applicable portion of the of the Bella Terra residential project. The appellant's letter was included in the packet for council review, and again, just a side note that there have been additional communications since the publication of the staff report, so I'll try to clear that up as well as we move forward. In the original appellant letter, the appellant makes two arguments in filing the appeal. First, that the addendum that was prepared for the project is inadequate to analyze the impacts, citing that the 2008 program, program EIR approved a maximum number of residential units, which this project would exceed. This is effectively an incomplete statement in that the original program EIR did in fact approve a maximum number of residential units, but this figure is based off of cumulative impacts of those units in addition to both existing and proposed commercial development. The appeal fails to take into consideration the fact that residential and commercial development have different impacts, and overall, commercial development results in higher environmental impacts, including traffic, air quality, and greenhouse gas emissions. Now, that being said, the proposed project would result in a net decrease of environmental impacts, all of which are still below the threshold of development that was considered by the 2007 EIR. The second argument cited in the original appeal letter is that the 2007 program EIR and the 2010 addendum were not available to the public prior to the consideration of the project by the Planning Commission, and the appellant cites that broken links from an obsolete project webpage and the environmental documents in question, our response is that the environmental documents in question were moved to a centralized online database for public access that is currently available through the city's website. So further, staff had not been contacted by any interested party requesting access to these documents, and they've always been publicly available. Oh, I forgot to click through some of these as I was speaking. Apologies. So since this item is now presented as a de novo public hearing, it's presented for consideration as its own standalone public item. And as such, we'll present it in full context as the application, as I mentioned, is the operative permit that allows new development. So depicted here is the exhibit of the existing conditions of Bella Terra, and the site in red is the subject project's footprint. As required by the specific plan, the site plan review would permit the demolition of the 149,000 square foot Burlington department store and 30,000 square feet of adjacent retail space. As it was identified by the applicant, there will be a total of 45 units, which represents 15% of the proposed units that will be offered as affordable. I had previously discussed the conceptual site plan, so I will move forward to elevations, which we had not gone into detail for. So these plans are the elevations that provide context for the resulting built environment. Depicted here is the predominant south-facing elevation as if looking north on Edinger Avenue. The primary vehicular access point into the podium parking structure is recessed from both the existing and proposed commercial frontages and will be treated with building materials that complement the project architecture and incorporate the driveway into the overall facade of the project. Looking south from Center Avenue, the north elevation is almost entirely behind the existing retail parking garage. The project would generate parking demand for both residential and commercial portions, and the Bella Terra specific plan requires that each use provide parking based on the current Huntington Beach zoning and subdivision ordinance standards. As such, a total of 755 parking spaces are required. 300 residential units generate 402 spaces based on the mix of bedrooms in each unit. The proposed commercial tenant space will generate 202 parking spaces for a total project demand of 755. The project is inclusive of a 3-story parking podium garage that's located entirely within the building massing, and it will provide 404 spaces that are intended for the residents of the 300 residential units. The remaining 351 spaces for guests and commercial users are provided via a shared parking program that considers peak parking demands for divergent uses on the site. A shared parking analysis was conducted to update the previously approved program for the specific plan area, and this analysis identifies that the remaining demand generated by the project is allocated in an existing retail parking garage that abuts the site and to a section of existing surface parking to the south of the project site that is still within the boundary of the specific plan. It's worth noting that the existing Burlington Coat Factory building and the adjacent inline commercial spaces that are proposed to be demolished generate a parking demand of 912 parking spaces. These are currently provided for by the previously approved shared parking program. Comparatively, the project's parking demand is 755 spaces, meaning that by code, this project results in a net reduction of parking demand. There were comments and questions at the commission that were in regards to the pedestrian circulation of the project and how that would tie into the Bella Terra Shopping Center. In response, the applicant provided exhibits to detail how circulation will be incorporated. I wanted to summarize those improvements on circulation. Effectively, both internally and externally, the project will separate and enhance pedestrian entrances and define them from vehicle entrances. A new pedestrian paseo connecting the first floor of the parking structure with external sidewalks along the shop fronts will be provided, and a new pedestrian connection between the southeast corner of the existing retail structure and the Edinger Plaza will be provided. I keep hitting the wrong button, apologies. In addition to providing secondary pedestrian connections throughout the project, the applicant is also providing a newly proposed elevated pedestrian connection between the existing retail parking garage and the first level of residential units for the proposed project. Well, there we go. That is the approximate location of the bridge.
Oh, that bridge.
Yes, thank you. I was going to point out that that was, I believe, what Councilmember Kalmick was referring to. We just hadn't gotten to it yet, as this was a separate item.
No, it's all good.
Okay,
all good.
very good. And that concludes staff's overview of the site plan review, and we are recommending that the City Council approve site plan review and deny the appeal of that item.
Okay, let me get back.
And Madam Mayor, I apologize one more time. Typically, my experience is that we would have made a finding that the EIR, the addendum, and that we were relying on this action. It's here a little bit different, and so I'm just going to go back to what was the recommended action. So it's slightly redundant, but it's better to be redundant than not to be. So just the recommended action in the staff report is what we are asking you to consider on this item.
This one here.
Correct.
So find the addendum environmental, that one?
The addendum that you already just found to be adequate, that you are relying on it for this approval of this site review, plan review.
Now, do I need to open the public comment again?
This is a separate public hearing,
Okay,
so
so
yes, you will open it again. And if the applicant desires to have time, again, I think they are afforded that, but I'm
Okay.
not sure if they have.
Well, I'll go ahead and open the public comment. And if there are any comments, council members or from our audience? Doesn't look like it.
Mayor, when you're ready, I do have public comments, and I
Oh.
do have supplemental communications to read.
Great. How about Mr. Frankel? Do you have him?
Yes, he's on Zoom.
Okay.
So first, let me read into the record for the official public hearing the supplemental communications that were received. There was a PowerPoint presentation entitled Terra Residential City Council Hearing Site Plan Review received from DJM. There was a letter received from Adam Frankel from Jury LLP regarding the appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of site plan review number 21-002, the Terra project. There was a memo from Keith Lay in response to the October 31st letter from Lorzu Jury to City Council. And then there were 4 email communications received regarding the appeal. Did you want to call up the public to speak now?
Yes, if they're.
Okay, we'll call the appellant first. He's been waiting on Zoom a
Yes,
long
go
time.
ahead.
Okay. Mr. Frankel, you're ready to speak?
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. Is there a time limit?
You have 6 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, honorable members of the City Council. My name is Adam Frankel. I'm an attorney from the environmental law firm Lozo Jury LLP. I'm here today on behalf of Supporters Alliance for Environmental Responsibility, or SAFER. SAFER respectfully requests that the City Council grant its appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of the addendum, which was prepared for the Terra residential project. Following a detailed review, which was informed by independent air quality and noise experts Bud Offerman and Deborah Jew, whose comments have been included as exhibits to the letter that we submitted today. SAFER concludes that the addendum fails as an informational document and that there is substantial evidence that the project will have adverse environmental impacts. SAFER further objects to the addendum because it is procedurally defective and violates CEQA for several reasons. First, this project proposes 300 residential units and an additional 25,000 square feet of new retail space. These are not minor technical changes, which under the CEQA guidelines are the type of circumstances that would be appropriate for approval, for CEQA approval in the context of the use of an addendum. These are, like I said, these are not minor changes. These are significant changes that involve new significant information and new significant adverse environmental impacts. And for those reasons, SAFER reiterates its position, that the addendum is improper under CEQA. I did want to respond respectfully to the point that was raised in the presentation earlier regarding the differing impacts of commercial and residential spaces. Once again, I would respectfully point staff and the council members to the substantial evidence which SAFER presented today in the context of the expert review that was conducted by 2 independent environmental consultants. Additional legal concerns are that this is an addendum to what's called a program EIR. The CEQA has different tiering provisions for when there's a program EIR versus when there is a project EIR. Our letter goes into further detail about the legalities of that, but what's notable here is that the California Supreme Court has specifically instructed that where there is a subsequent project which was not considered under the original program EIR, in this case, the 2008 EIR for the Terra program, the use of an addendum is improper. Again, that's a holding of the California Supreme Court. This project, the Terra residential project, and its significant environmental impacts were never considered by the 2008 program EIR, nor were they considered by the 2010 addendum, meaning that approval of this addendum would directly violate CEQA. Additionally, to my knowledge, there's still not been issued a statement of overriding considerations, which is another procedural requirement under CEQA, where there are significant and unavoidable environmental impacts, several of which the addendum discusses in detail. Moving on to the review of the independent experts, again, these are significant environmental impacts regarding air quality. Mr. Offerman, who is an industrial hygienist and indoor air quality, found that future residents, indoor air quality expert, excuse me, he reviewed the addendum and the associated studies and concluded that future residents and employees living and working in the various residential and commercial portions of the proposed project will face elevated cancer risks from the indoor emissions of two known human carcinogens, formaldehyde and benzene. Mr. Offerman explained first regarding formaldehyde, which is a compound that off-gases slowly over time from wood composite materials that are frequently used for indoor furnishings. That the off-gassing of formaldehyde would affect the indoor air quality such that the cancer risk for future residents, would be 12 times greater than the applicable significance threshold, which is set by the South Coast Air Quality Management District. For context, that threshold of significance by the Air District is 10 per million. Mr. Offerman's calculations showed that the cancer risk to future residents would be 120 per million, so that is 12 times beyond the applicable threshold. There's also, Mr. Offerman concluded, a significant risk of increased cancer risk and other health complications resulting from benzene vapors, which potentially would, again, affect the indoor air quality as a result of leakage and seepage from the immediately adjacent and currently operational Costco gas station. And so, again, this is explained in further detail in our letter, but there is a documented phenomenon wherein the gasoline leaks and leaches into the soil, and that soil then produces vapor, which can intrude into the indoor air and affect the health of future residents. Furthermore, Ms. Ju of the acoustics consulting firm Wilson Eyrig found numerous significant noise impacts that were not adequately addressed by the addendum. Particularly, she found that the addendum used inappropriate thresholds of significance to obscure the likely future impact of construction and operational noise to existing residents and to school students. And she also found that the addendum failed to
Mr.
adopt
Frankel?
legally enforceable mitigation measures, which is required under state
Thank
law.
you. Thank you.
very
Time's
much.
up.
That concludes my comment, and we respectfully request that you deny the addendum and instead prepare an EIR.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other comments? Give me a chance to see if there's anybody on the list here.
I had the Bellaterra Associates.
Okay.
Chris Golder, Brett Thornthal, Brian Carey, whoever wanted to come down.
Yes, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, I hadn't intended to speak. I'm the attorney for Bellaterra Associates. My name is Jeff Otterman, and I just wanted to say very briefly the points that Mr. Frankel made in his presentation. He made in the letter that I think we rebutted with both the October 26th letter that I sent to you and the November 1st letter that I sent to you today that should be part of your record. I apologize I couldn't get it to you any sooner, but he didn't provide us with the so-called expert reports until this morning, so in an obvious attempt to prevent you from having an opportunity to review them before the meeting. The hour's late. I don't really think I need to say anything more. I think we've already rebutted every point. We support your staff's position with regard to the adequacy of the addendum and the CEQA review, but are available to answer any questions that you may have.
I don't see any questions from our council, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, then, at this point, do you need us to change anything on this form?
No, so just close the public hearing.
I will do that right now. I'm going to close the public hearing. Closed.
We're available to answer any questions you might have. If you want to hear from our CEQA consultant, they are here to answer any of those questions. And
I actually would. I would like to hear from our consultant regarding some of the issues that Mr. Frankel had raised, particularly, and maybe our city attorney could help us on this as well, because reading through all of this, this is a lot to ask from a council, considering it's incredibly technical, it's very legal, and this looks like a fight that could probably go on and on. And I know I didn't receive this letter until I sat down. So I don't know when it was sent, but unfortunately I didn't get a copy until this afternoon, very, very late. So if you could, if Mr. Vigliota, if you could explain a little bit about what sort of legal liability the city has in this particular fight as far as CEQA.
Good question. So I did want to mention that I've reviewed the letters from Rutan and Tucker, and I've worked with Mr. Otterman in the past. Excellent environmental attorney. I think staff and the city attorney's office both agree with that position. As far as liability, we are indemnified by the developer in the event there's a lawsuit brought on a CEQA challenge. So the city's exposure is really minimum.
And so just really wanted to kind of just, you're comfortable with the recommendations from Rutan and Tucker? You're comfortable with their...
The analysis is very sound, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other comments.
Well, I think I'm good. I think I'm good.
Okay, Ms. Carr is
Mr.
good.
Vigliota.
Okay, all right, very good. Then, do I have a motion? Okay, and do I have a second?
I'll second.
So I have Mr. Posey with the motion and Mr. Kalmick with the second.
Can I be marked as a yes on A, no on B?
Yes, so the motion passes 6-1 with Councilmember Peterson is a yes on A, no on B.
Okay, then, for our next, do you have to, Patty, are you good to go? For me to move on to the next one?
Yes, thanks.
All right, then item number 23, approval of the mobile home tenant-based rental assistance program guidelines, amendment number 1 to the city's homeowner rehabilitation loans and grants programs, policy and procedures. Amendment number 1, substantial to 2022-2023 annual action plan. Resolution number 2022-56, amendment number 3, substantial to the 2020-2024 consolidated plan for federal community development block grant and home investment partnership, home, entitlement grant programs, resolution number 2022-61, and authorization to temporarily reduce the rents for eligible seniors in the Ocean View Estates. So, Mr., wait, do we, no. Is this a,
It's another public hearing.
it's not a public hearing?
Yeah, it is.
It is?
It
Okay,
is.
then I'm going to, is there presentation from you gentlemen?
Yeah, good evening, Mayor Dalglaze, Charles Kovac, Housing Manager for the city, and the members of the City Council. This evening, I should say late evening, I'll be presenting on the mobile home tenant-based rental assistance program and related actions necessary to implement this program. On September 6th, the City Council directed staff to move forward with the formation of a mobile home TBRA program, which includes the preparation of substantial amendments to the 2020-24 Consolidated Plan and the 22-23 Annual Action Plan, and the preparation of mobile home TBRA guidelines and the amendment to the Housing Rehabilitation Loans and Grant Program policies. The mobile home TBRA program is proposed to be funded with approximately $392,000 in 21-22 home funds for rental assistance and $140,000 in 22-23 CDBG funds for administration and grants for required inspections and repairs. Staff estimates that with the level of funding, the mobile home TBRA program will serve between 15 and 30 seniors. The city currently operates a TBRA program that assists residents who are homeless or at risk of homelessness. The new mobile home TBRA program will not impact the existing TBRA program. As discussed at the September 6th council meeting, staff researched other mobile home TBRA programs nationwide to identify best practices and a framework for the proposed program. Staff also met with HUD and received their feedback on the proposed program. In addition, on July 25th, staff met with the Mobile Home Advisory Board to seek input on the TBRA program, which they provided and recommended approval by the City Council. This slide shows the proposed eligibility criteria for participating in the program, which includes age, seniors over 62 years, being a mobile home owner paying space rent, and household income not exceeding 50% of area median income. In addition, based upon feedback from the City Council and the Mobile Home Advisory Board, staff recommends selection preferences that include veterans, extremely low-income households, which is 30% of the or less of area median income, and households paying over 50% of their gross income for space rent. Since the city is using home funds for this program, we are required to follow the guidelines and regulations established by HUD for TBRA programs as it relates to income eligibility. HUD allows up to 80% of area median income. However, because of our limited funding, staff is proposing using 50% or less of area median income. Rent reasonableness. The senior mobile home owner will pay 30% of their gross income towards space rent, with the city paying the balance. However, a senior participant in this program must pay any rent in excess of fair market rent, which is approximately $2,350 for a two-bedroom unit. Prior to mobile home TBRA funding distribution, each approved mobile home unit will need to be inspected, known as HQS, or Housing Quality Standards inspections. And if any repairs are needed, they will have to be corrected before rental assistance can begin. The contract for mobile home TBRA assistance will be between the city and the tenant, and per HUD regulations, home funds may not be used for back rent, mortgage expenses, or utilities. Each participant in the mobile home TBRA program will need to remain eligible in terms of not exceeding the gross income limits, completing an eligibility recertification each year, continuing to live in their mobile home unit, and continuing to pay their space rent to park owners in a timely manner, as the city will then reimburse the designated subsidy amount. Staff prepared the mobile home TBRA guidelines for consideration for approval tonight. The guidelines outline the program procedures, including, among other things, eligibility requirements, selection of applicants, which will include a lottery to ensure fairness, and the annual recertification process. Staff also recommends that eligible seniors at the city-owned mobile home park, Ocean View Estates, not be assisted under this TBRA program, so that limited program funding can serve more residents at privately owned parks. Instead, staff is requesting that the City Council consider temporarily reducing space rent for up to 2 years, consistent with the TBRA program, for those individuals that would be otherwise eligible for the mobile home TBRA program. Staff was recently approached by one resident at OVE asking for help with their rent. This is an individual who recently experienced a permanent loss of income and is now struggling to pay their space rent and other living expenses. This is an elderly resident who has lived in their Ocean View Estates home for many years, aging in place, with a desire for to be their final home, and their limited income is not keeping up with their rent and other living expenses. When the City Council and the Mobile Home Advisory Board discussed the need for a mobile home rental assistance program, this is the type of resident described as most needing help. Should the City Council approve temporary rent reduction for residents at OVE, such as this individual, this would allow limited available program funding to assist more residents at other privately owned parks in the city who are struggling to pay their increasing rent with their limited income. Staff is proposing to amend the city's homeowners rehabilitation loan and grants program guidelines to allow small expedited grants for mobile home TBRA seniors, up to $1,200 for minor repairs necessary to pass the required HQS inspection. Examples of typical repairs that we heard for other cities with mobile home TBRA programs include installation of smoke and carbon monoxide detectors, GFCI protectors, and earthquake strapping to secure water heaters. In the event there are more substantial repairs needed, such as plumbing, electrical, or structural, these participants would be eligible for the city's existing housing rehabilitation program. Since federal CDBG and home funds are being used for this program, the city's consolidated plan must be amended to add senior mobile homeowners as a priority need population for assistance. Staff is also recommending adjusting the performance goals as it relates to the programs that are no longer funded or have seen reduced or increased funding, and adding a goal for this new program. Similar to the consolidated plan, the city's action plan must be amended also to fund the mobile home TBRA program. This includes allocating approximately $392,000 in home funds for rental assistance and $143,000 in CDBG funds for administration and HQS inspection, repair, and grants. Should the City Council approve these actions tonight, the next steps include forwarding the substantial amendments to the consolidated plans and the action plan to HUD for their review and approval. Staff will also issue an RFP to solicit qualified operators to administer the TBRA program. And then in January, we anticipate the initial interest application period will start and be open for a period of 4 weeks, then followed by a lottery that will be determined senior mobile home TBRA selection order. Staff recommends that the City Council hold tonight's public hearing and consider approval of the substantial amendments to the consolidated plan and the action plan, and also consider approval of the mobile home TBRA guidelines and the homeowner rehab loan and grant program guideline amendments. And then finally, appropriating home and CDBG funding to the mobile home TBRA program and authorizing temporary rent reductions for eligible seniors at Ocean View Estates. With that, that concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there any comments from our City Council? Oh, Ms. Carr?
So I just wanted to just kind of look over the preferences, and I know this was a collaboration with the Mobile Home and Advisory Board. As far as veterans, extremely low income, and paying 50%, those aren't in any particular order, right? Or are they?
I believe there is an order with veterans being one, two being the 30% of area median income, and then third one would be 50% of rent that is going towards their gross income. But they could qualify for all three of them in a sense.
So the way that it would work is that if an applicant qualified for all three, they would go to the very top. Then if an applicant qualified for two, they'd be next, then one, and then none.
Okay. One of the comments, or one of the people that spoke this afternoon, mentioned they're making 30% of the AMI, but their housing costs were at 43%, so they don't hit that 50% threshold. And I'm just wondering if that 50% is maybe a little high. Maybe we could bring that down to 40%. Because, I mean, if you're only making 30% of the AMI, they would qualify for this as one of the preferences. So it wouldn't exclude somebody like that, so I just wanted to kind of get the rationale as to how the 50% came about.
50%, if you, in our consolidated plan through HUD, it's called severely overburdened housing cost. And that's kind of like the threshold where you're beyond the 30% and with your burden, but over 50% is severely burdened housing costs. And in our consolidated plan, the 5-year plan, we describe what percent of individuals in the city, based upon statistics, of course, are overburdened on their housing costs and meet that 50% threshold.
Can I add also, just to clarify that these are only preferences, and so that the person that you're speaking of would still be eligible for the program, they just wouldn't qualify for that preference. And so of the list that's then created when the lottery's done, they would just be in the next tier down.
Okay.
So another public meeting or a public hearing, so I'm going to open up public hearing. Are there any people present who want to speak?
I have no supplemental communications. I did have Mr. Amer sign up to speak.
Oh, there he is. Okay, you're up.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My name is Mr. Amory Hansen. I am speaking tonight in support of item 23, setting an example for mobile home parks with the Ocean View Estates reduction is a good idea. I am hopeful for the success of the mobile home tenant-based rental assistance program. I would like to take this opportunity to state that if I am elected to council, I will submit a councilman's item to consider a referendum for a carve-out of Section 803 of the city charter to allow rent stabilization for mobile home residents. But that is not the item here today. So for now, I urge a yes vote on item 23. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hansen. If there's nobody else, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing. Okay, do I have a motion or a second to, oh, Dan, Mr. Kellick, oh, see it right there. Snuck it in.
We've got blind spots over there. I think we need a bigger arc. So this was, I appreciate all of staff's hard work on this. This was after trying to flat spot my forehead on how do we try to solve this problem with the tools that we were given. I really appreciate staff finding that we had extra money that we could create a program around. And then we had a second program that we could use to help get folks into the first program. And so I wish it was more. And I think, going into next legislative year, obviously, I'll be hoping to ask our council, to ask our lobbyists to talk at the state and federal level to bring more funding available for programs like this at the local level. One of the new things that kind of came about was the rent reduction at OVE. And I would ask council to, we have a OVE decision coming forward soon, and I'd ask potentially to delay the rent reduction conversation until we have some more information about OVE. We have one person that's reached out, but we don't really have any visibility into the rents there, so we don't know if we set a rent reduction policy for, under this criteria, is that half the park? I don't know.
Yeah, we don't know.
And so as they do their math on keeping OVE open, all of that, I think this would color that conversation better than tonight's conversation. And since we're going in January, when do we expect the OVE conversation to come back?
We're hoping to come back at your next meeting.
Okay, so they wouldn't even open the TBRA program if we approve it till January anyway, so it doesn't seem like we're not losing out on any time. And so, I would like to just have that conversation to get a little bit better visibility into what that looks like, what lowering the rents would look like, and if it would be a flat, if we could do depending, I guess just understanding the structure a little bit more than.
Are you making a motion for that or?
I wanted to bring it up.
Oh,
that-
okay.
That the last item letter, action letter here would be to approve temporary rent reductions to eligible seniors, kind of using the same rubric as we are for this. From a larger scale, it's changing the color of the money from federal dollars now to general fund reduction effectively.
Sure.
And so, but I want to understand like the whole implication
Well,
for
I think
that.
we all
And if
should.
we're going to do it at our next meeting, I think it just a little bit more time to think about it, but understand it in the context of what we're going to do for the parks income as a whole and
Okay.
see if we get some better data.
I think that's a great idea. Ms. Mosier, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Thank you, Councilmember McKelmick. With regards to the temporary rent reduction with OVE, would that have been implemented at the same time as this program, or would it have been immediately?
So the intention was that when the application window opens in January, that if anyone from OVE applied, they would just be pulled out and put through this separate process.
Okay, got it. Thank you. I appreciate, as part of this, adding senior mobile homeowners as a priority need population in need of assistance. I think that we know that from especially this last year, but beyond that as well. I think it's an important note just that we're saying that in this. I wanted to thank staff for all of the excellent work and really the creativity in using dollars that were there that were not being used. Also wanted to acknowledge, I know I emailed Steve earlier today asking for a quick response to some comments from some of the mobile home advisory folks, not advisory folks, but the coalition, sorry. And they were good questions, but I appreciate the quick response. Ultimately, some of the questions were about input from our senior mobile home residents, and the reality was that because this is HUD funding, there's very little flexibility with regards to that. Was that correct?
Yes, TBRE programs are highly regulated. Really, the only flexibility we have is determining the preferences.
Yeah. So I appreciated your response to that, because the concern from them was, we want more input, and ultimately in this case, I appreciated the staff's thoughtful response that we have council input, we have the mobile home advisory board input, and it was almost be, I don't know what the word that you used, but it wasn't disingenuous, but we aren't really able to take additional input, so it would almost seem like we weren't listening if we tried to reach out in this case. Hopefully, if we have other creative options in the future where we're not restricted, we will certainly ask for that input. But again, thank you, and definitely I would be happy to move the item forward.
Go ahead, Ms. Carr.
Okay. So just one of the observations that I had is I didn't realize that HUD would have to approve this. It seemed like, given all of the work that we've done, that we would have a little bit more flexibility with these dollars, but it doesn't sound like. So if this council approves it, you're anticipating another 45 days. Worst case scenario, what if they say no? I mean, I'm going forward thinking this is going to happen, and so I was, I guess, a little bit taken back when it was sort of like, well, wait, we still need to get approval for this because it seems like a great program.
Yeah, I think we were smart earlier to speak with HUD, kind of throw it out there and say, hey, can we use it for senior mobile home owners?
Right.
Because we were kind of not sure 100% about the whole mobile home owners, because typically it's for renter and for rent, not space rent. Right. So we had discussions with them, and they were totally on board with it. So we don't suspect that we'll have any problems, knock on wood, submitting these documents to HUD for their review and approval.
Okay, well, great. I mean, again, we've talked about this, and especially at the Mobile Home Advisory Board, we really do think that this is a model that other cities will implement, because we certainly see a need for it. And the only other question I had was with the OVE. I mean, I know we have this priority list, but I guess if you live at OVE, you're automatically included in the program. What was the rationale for not having them be a part of the program? Is it just because it's easier for the city to reduce the rents and then it would free dollars up for other?
I think that as we started writing the staff report for this item, and we, as at a staff level, started talking about what to do with OVE, we know of at least one person there that would probably qualify this program, and there might be more, we don't know. But we were just concerned about the optics of what would it look like if through this process somehow several OVE residents ended up getting this subsidy, so the money ended up funneling back to the city through rent. What would that look like when we hear at the council meeting the need?
No, I just, again, the goal is to try to help as many people as possible. And so I appreciate that thoughtfulness to it. And so I'm supportive of it. And, the sooner that we can help these people, the better.
Have you already spoken, Ms. Mosher? Okay. Mr. Posey.
I'm going to support everything except H. We can take a look at rent reductions. We also need to take a look at the rent for Ocean View Estates. I know we've talked about this before. I think there should be a real comprehensive market analysis to see where we're at in the market with that. But I kind of echo Mr. Kalmick's sentiments that, if we can use federal grant dollars to help out and not general fund dollars, I know it's still taxpayer dollars no matter how you slice it. But I guess for me, it's a little bit more palatable with grant funds to assist rather than general fund dollars. So I'll support everything, but I'm a no on H.
Okay, then do I have a motion?
I think Natalie made a motion, A through H.
Thank you.
I actually would make the motion A through G.
Yes.
And then A through G, and then we'll come back at the next, the proposal of the actually OV review.
And I have a second from Mr. Posey.
Item passes. Recommended actions A through G, 7-0.
Do you need to do anything with H now, or we'll do that? 2 weeks? Okay. Okay, then. We're moving on to administrative items. Miss Ursula, are you going to be doing that one?
Yes, I was a little confused on the items. Scheduling here, because I have the next two. So we are excited to bring you the downtown streetscape project, and somebody can hand me that remote, please. All right, here we go. So this has been an item long in the making. I want to start by thanking staff members. So Alyssa Matthews has been very instrumental, as well as Chris Casanova and Steve Holtz, working with our consultant team and the community, which I'm going to talk about that community outreach in a moment. And I will be introducing Studio 111 toward the end of my presentation as well, and their team has been fantastic to work with. So we will just get into it. This is the scope of work area. It is the first 3 blocks of Main Street. You can see some descriptions of just very, very high level 2-way traffic with enhanced streetscape at Block 1, Plaza Flex Street at Block 2, and again, 2-way traffic with enhanced streetscape at Block 3. But I wanted to just give a little bit of background recap that this all came about as part of our COVID response, where we allowed businesses to spill out into the streets so that they could stay open during the pandemic. This was the time when businesses weren't allowed to operate indoors. And as a result, this council received a lot of great community feedback. There were a lot of residents who indicated that they really felt like it created a different vibe or atmosphere in downtown, and one that they were very attracted to. So the city council asked staff to study some permanent solutions, and Studio 111 was retained, and they prepared 2 concepts. One was a plaza scheme, and one was a one-way flex scheme. So in late fall, the city council directed refinement of the plaza scheme, and that's what we're really here today, is to show you this refinement of the plaza scheme, which we are calling a schematic design. So there were some project goals associated with this. One was placemaking and character, and this was really to look at the aesthetics, the artifacts of downtown. What does this place feel like? There are sort of physical characteristics, the things that you touch and feel, and then it's also, how does the place make you feel? And is it a place for celebrations, for the community to gather? And those were some of the goals that we had for this project. We had connectivity and mobility, and wanted to really enhance that. We have this Park Once district. We have multiple public parking structures and public on-street parking, and so it's an area where people can park and walk around to different areas. And how can we really increase that connectivity and mobility as part of this project? There's also this inclusivity goal, and part of that was to kind of bring locals back to downtown, as well as, we're in an inclusive place for not just Huntington Beach, but all of Orange County. And we've made this analogy that downtown Huntington Beach is really the living room of our community, or the heart of our community. But in many ways, with all of the special events that we have that attract so many people, we're almost Southern California's living room on certain occasions. But we wanted to celebrate that. And then the last goal was this economic vitality, and that this is a business district. So while we do call it the living room of downtown, there's one longtime business owner, Mr. Bob Boland, who said, this is a business district, and I absolutely agree. It is, and we want it to be a place of commerce, but we want it to be a place of commerce that's welcoming and where people want to be and hang out. And there's a number of studies that indicate the longer you stay in a store, the longer you're in the mall, the more money you spend. And so that was absolutely one of the goals of this project as well. This slide recaps some of the community outreach that we did, and I did really want to thank our city manager, Al Zelinka, in terms of some of his experience that he brought in a previous life to doing this kind of work. It was really influential in creating this very robust outreach process that we did, and I'm going to talk about storytelling in a moment, which was really fun to do, and I appreciated the opportunity that we had to engage with the community in that way. So we started with these storytelling sessions, and you can see the various dates where those occurred. We also had a pop-up booth at Surf City Nights, which staff in Studio 111 were at, and a lot of folks came to that to give some feedback. There were some interactive boards. There were 2 walkabouts, Main Street walkabouts, where Studio 111 prepared these lookbooks, and people walked around with them and did a physical assessment while they were in downtown with the vision in front of them, and were able to give input. And then we held a Downtown Dreamin' Input Recap on October 3rd. So I want to talk a little bit about storytelling and why storytelling. And this is really to capture and build upon the experiences, the efforts, and investment of many people that have come through time into Huntington Beach. And that, again, downtown is important to the immediate neighborhood, the immediate community, but sort of beyond that as well. And so we wanted to hear from different people who experience downtown in different ways. So we have the businesses that have a certain way that they experience downtown, as opposed to the residents, as opposed to some of our visitors. And we really wanted to capture those different perspectives of people who are going to be utilizing our downtown. And through this storytelling and then research that was incited by some of the stories we heard, there's value and meaning can be woven into the physical fabric of downtown. which is rooted in the history, culture, and the natural environment. So a lot of the stories we heard, and we'll get into some of those in a moment, there's ways to represent those stories in a physical way through the streetscape improvements. And we're still at an early stage of that, and you're going to get to see some sort of hints at how that was done, and there's in the next phase that's going to be developed even further. So we really wanted to reinforce Huntington Beach's community identity and ultimately go beyond just main streeting downtown, where we're picking things out of a catalog and making it really unique and authentic to Huntington Beach. And again, we're still in the kind of beginning phases of that, but we heard a lot of really great feedback. So goal is to create an authentic, representative, meaningful, and unique place that is more than just aesthetically pleasing, but makes you feel good to be there. So yes, we want to be a place to shop and dine, but also a place where you can connect and celebrate with your friends and family. So this map illustrates some of the different stories that we heard, some of the unique attributes we heard about the pier, the original arches over Pacific Coast Highway, the red car came up frequently, Golden Bear, those were some really fun stories to hear about, the oil derricks, agriculture, Holly Sugar Factory, Wintersburg and the Japanese immigrants, Bolsa Chica Gun Club and the wetlands. So we heard many, many stories, and this map sort of depicts geographically where some of those stories are from. These were some key themes that we heard. Some of them I mentioned, but there's some additional ones. I'm not going to read this list. You can kind of take a look and see what's on there. These were different events and other influences that came up, and here are just some pictures to depict those. Here's some suggested improvements to be made, and so some of these are different. They're more about the way things are going to operate, like bike valet, things, clean bathrooms. So these were some concerns as well that came up about the downtown environment, and then some inspired design ideas over to the right, again, coming from some of those stories that we heard. And this is just sort of a teaser of some ideas, and I'll quickly go over them, and this is where I'm going to be actually handing off the presentation to Kirk with Studio 111. But you know, some of the stories can be literal, and some can be, you know, less literal. And so, for example, and I want to say that these are all just ideas, and none of these are being proposed at this time, but you know, if we didn't actually do a trolley red car, we could do something with the new VW bus that's in red, right? And it's kind of like that same idea, but a more contemporary version of it, and just sort of plays off of the red car. The Golden Bear was an opportunity to have live music in downtown, and there were some really great memories that were created as part of that. And so one thought or idea is to create a mobile stage, and this is just kind of a generic mobile stage. It could be more like that, or it could be something that tries to replicate some of the elements of the Golden Bear, maybe some of the architecture, but it's something that could be assembled and then disassembled, and we could have live music in downtown again. So these are just different pictures that kind of depict some opportunities of where we can take these stories and really develop them, you know, more in the next phase of this project. And I don't know if you had anything, Kirk, that you wanted to add to this particular slide, but if not, we can move on to the next slide, and
Sure.
I'm going to hand the presentation over to you.
Thank you, Ursula. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of council. My name is Kirk Keller. I'm principal with Studio 111. We're the design team that has been in charge of the project so far. As Ursula mentioned, a lot of these elements are just suggestions, listening. Our job here today is to talk about some of the elements that we've brought to the table in terms of hearing and listening. We're also here to also listen and continue to incorporate public comment. One of the ways that we started our community outreach and listening to the community was really thinking about how can we strengthen the identity of our downtown here. And so one of the ways we did that was with these storyboards, and we talked about what could downtown look like. Downtown could take a traditional route, it could take a very modern route, or we could really support this kind of beachy, modern, refined beach aesthetic. And that's what was presented on several boards. We had about 90 different participants come up and put stickers, talk to us, tell us about the preferences that they had. And I will reinforce again, a lot of the imagery we showed, these were just different ideas to be presented, none of them of which are actually selected at this point. They're just reminiscent of supporting a design direction. Subsequent to that, downtown walkabouts occurred. We had two meetings, and we mentioned that there was a kind of a walkabout kit, a kit of parts that we had put together. This was really to talk about and have a dialogue with stakeholders about looking and seeing what we have, and just hearing back, talking back to the stakeholders about other community members' input, including things that we see as we walk around that maybe you don't notice if it's very common to you, and that's different trees on different blocks, different paving on either sides of different streets, that there wasn't a continuity of a design aesthetic from block 1, 2, and 3. So as we were walking around and looking at those sorts of elements, we pointed it out, and we did these wireframe diagrams, which was really just trying to describe the concept in more real-time terms. In visuals. So as we walked each block, we talked about some of the potential ideas that could be developed in this plaza scheme. And we went from block 1 and 2 and 3 to get feedback and to talk about things that what we could see and what we could visualize to be changed. From there, we created this slide that really kind of is a recap of all the different outreach. As I mentioned, we had talked about different elements of what the downtown aesthetic could be, and so 57% of those that voted on things preferred the beachy refined, so that's a direction we have started to explore. We had 38 stakeholders on our walkabouts. We had 50 members that joined the storytelling sessions, and we had over 100 community members participating as well. Also, we heard a lot of different things, and so a lot of the information that we had analyzed was trying to pull that together into one slide that really captures a lot of different information, a lot of things that are about making Huntington Beach unique we definitely want to celebrate as this design progresses. Then there was written comments at the back of the walkabout books, and so we analyzed all those as well, and just really pointed out that this really wants to be something that considers young children, the influence of bikes. We want it to be safe, clean. We want to have consistency throughout, and so on and so forth, just considering all the different user groups that should be involved in this project. And then as a result of that, we consolidated feedback on what we call the kit of parts. Again, this is not catalog items. These are just elements of a streetscape that really create a lively environment for both vehicular and pedestrian traffic, as well as interactive features. So we have different things here, and we summarized the largest percentages of those things that were voted upon and that would be favorably incorporated into the design. And then along with that, we would be remiss if we did not talk about the surf culture, of course, and our proximity right across the street to the pier. And here, this diagram just talks about different opportunities to introduce placemaking, incorporating the Walk of Fame, as well as existing sculptures and potential future sculptures and surfing artwork. And
I'm just going to interject here that this was one of the really fun ideas from one of the first storytelling sessions we had, where we had Aaron Pye, PT, Brett Barnes, Kelly Miller, all very excited about the surf history as part of their storytelling. And this idea then, once they told stories, they broke into small groups and different thoughts were discussed. And there was this one that Aaron Pye in particular led about these surf sculptures and really leading from the pier down Main Street, eventually could maybe even go beyond the first 3 blocks, and really excited about different ways that could be done. It could be a sort of 3D, multi-dimensional timeline. There's a lot of work that still needs to be done to refine it, but it was really exciting to have these ideas coming from the community.
Exactly, and these are sorts of things that would be layered into the design as these placemaking opportunities that really help activate a downtown. Here on the screen is existing blocks 1, 2, and 3, the condition that there is now. The hatched or the shaded area over parking is the current parking stalls that are occupied by dining at this point. So we have a lot of diagonal parking on all 3 blocks, and we'll see how parking has been incorporated into the project as we move forward into the next several slides. One of the things we wanted to look at, of course, was pre-pandemic conditions. So we do have, obviously, we have a main street that has a two-way traffic going through Block 2. We've got dining on the left and the right, but it is kept outside of the travel lanes. And then during the pandemic, it's largely closed to through traffic, except for major events, and we see dining spilling out into the roadbed and essentially a one-way street for emergency access. So what we tried to do as the designers is not only to distill the information we've heard from the community, but also understand the existing conditions, the pre-existing conditions, and really trying to deliver a project to the community that says, this is what you had before, how can we kind of bring that together to find a balance? And so that's what we intend to do. So this is the schematic overall streetscape diagram. You can see on the left is PCH, and on the far right is orange. That's the kind of the limits of our 3 blocks. The idea here is to rethink the idea of connectivity, first and foremost, visual connectivity, having a consistent streetscape that includes sidewalks, trees, lighting, and so on. So each block is treated fairly. Now, Block 2 is a little bit more significant in that it is a plaza, and it could be a flex street. The other streets would be open to traffic. One of the major things we did here was we looked at ways to integrate existing conditions as well as kind of the usage of the sidewalks, and really understanding that there's a lot of ebb and flow of people, especially in the summertime, from the pier into Main Street and back. And so there's oftentimes very, very significant bottlenecks where you have very limited sidewalk access. People walking around, obstacles, walking in the street, not being able to understand or negotiate whether it was a 6-inch curb or a 0 curb condition. The proposal here is to say that we're going to make a very clear distinction between the different zones that create a streetscape. So we have a zone adjacent to the retailers and the businesses that serve food and beverage. That's more of a zone that pulls dining closer to the restaurants, and that gives us the flexibility to have a walkway that is full use as a pedestrian zone. And then we have a gathering element that really threads all these different elements together, and that is the zone that's adjacent to the curb. That's where we'd have light standards, we'd have bike racks, we'd have trash cans, things like that. So there's very clear demarcation of where certain elements go. So it's a very clear indication of where pedestrians go, as well as where cars go. Then when you get to the plaza in Block 2, Block 2 is able to be closed down with bollards that could be retractable. And it's one level. It's all at one consistent level. So the idea there is to have a very flat, although it would still drain, it's crowned, but it's a minimal crown. And that allows for the greatest flexibility for events. It's safer to walk because you don't have to negotiate different curb heights. It allows for the flexibility to have seating and dining, so you're not tipping on tables. And it also allows flexibility, not only east and west, but north and south across the plaza. And then as we expand over to Block 3, again, we take that same language and we pull it across, and expanding some of the sidewalks to give greater visibility to the retailers, as well as creating better circulation. And then we'll go in and zoom in a little bit.
Great. And one point I wanted to make, one of the storytellers who came was a young lady who was seeing impaired and just really provided a very unique perspective to all of us about what that is like. And she had some very fantastic feedback that we have incorporated from that perspective. So that was really interesting to hear and think about with this project. And she was extremely articulate.
So here we just have an enlargement of Block 2. And again, some of these items that develop a streetscape, the kit of parts elements, just you can see kind of the flavor of what those materials might be to really shore up this idea of a beachy, refined downtown. And so here we have the plaza that's bookend on 2 sides from intersection murals that again help to establish a sense of place. A lot of times murals and paving can tell a story, as we showed in different ways. There's a lot of different elements here that it can incorporate some of the storytelling and the downtown dreaming into those elements to really create a unique streetscape. And so here we have you'll see the different zones in just a few minutes and clearly laid out in section, but in here we have an aerial plan. We did hear about the need for shade and also flexibility. So we have a consistent street tree going down the curbside, and those are the palm trees. We've got some shade trees adjacent to buildings, and those could be supplemented with awnings or umbrellas as each retailer and business sees fit. And then we also have a proposed shade sail, which is more of an artistic element that could go over the road. This would be clear for floats, parades, fire access, so it'd be clear of the 14 to 17 foot threshold. These could also be removed in the wintertime if we need more sun. And it could also become an artistic canvas for other things like indicating the flight patterns of birds from Bolsa Chica, for example. You could look up, you can see the birds represented in these things. And then here's a section just showing the relationship of these different zones. We felt it was really important in this schematic phase to really think through the relationships of the spaces. So we obviously have a fixed element, and that is the center line of the road and then where the buildings are right now. You will see in detail that the dimensions aren't exact between zones 1 on the left and 1 on the right, and that just happens to be the differences between setbacks of buildings that are built over time. But the center line of the road between blocks 1, 2, and 3 is all consistent, so there's a straight shot all the way through. We have a 24-foot wide plaza that could also act as a flex street. And then we've built into that this furnishings curbside zone, which is 8 feet. And you'll see in just a minute that allows us flexibility to have parallel parking. And then we have a clear pedestrian zone, which is kind of indicated in this kind of beigey sand color. And so that's the zone that would be uninterrupted by bike parking and trash cans and things like that. So clearly demarcating where people can freely walk. And then of course you can mingle in and out of the different shops. You can sit at the outdoor dining. And then of course you could be inside the plaza at the same time. You can see at the bottom right, there's the existing section just showing how the street works currently. And then there's just different ideas shown here. This is by no means exhaustive, but just different ways that the plaza could be activated. So you can see on the left, we could actually pull Surf City Nights through and indicate here with the white squares that those could be the different pop-up booths. And you still have kind of cross traffic, so there's a lot of permeability with that, but again, consolidating and connecting all 3 blocks together for functions. We could also have a mobile stage, again, hearkening back to the Golden Bear, and we have a great backdrop of palm trees and multi-story building. We could have a concert. There could be people milling around in the middle of the plaza listening to this event, and we still have sidewalks that are open for people walking by that may not stay for the concert or need to leave for whatever reason. There's still the opportunity for them to walk through. And then finally, opportunity for the plaza to be open to traffic. And what we've done here is integrated the opportunity for parallel parking into that 8-foot curb zone. And so we'd have different elements of the streetscape, as I mentioned, bike racks, trash cans, things like that we would be coordinating with the number of stalls that are required to be put back into the project. But you can see here that the design of the plaza is also to mimic the proximity to the ocean. We could do a very beautiful custom designed paver that would be vehicular rated. It would also create a sense of identity, and you can still drive over it.
And just to add here, on this option, that's where this really almost became a hybrid in a way of the one-way flex street, although it's not one way, but this idea of a flex street and the plaza scheme, we were able to accommodate sort of both of those here, where we heard loud and clear that people absolutely want the 4th of July parade to be able to come through. So that was the first thing to make sure. But then there could be car shows where we actually want people to be able to drive through. There could be certain times of the year where maybe it makes more sense to keep this open to vehicular traffic. And so this design, we really challenged Studio 111 to create that flexibility so that there are those options.
Thank you. And to build in safety and the tactile nature of wayfinding and impairment, there would be a highly tactile trench drains that would actually collect the water. So as we're sheet flowing away from the center of the road, we've got a trench drain running on either end of the plaza. And then we have a change of pavement in this 8-foot zone. So there's a clear visual demarcation and textural demarcation that you're not on the sidewalk anymore. You're still in this kind of flex street zone. And then at the edge between that parking area in this 8-foot zone and the sidewalk, we would have not only the light columns or the support poles for any sort of structures, catenary lighting, shade shells of that nature. We would also have bollards in between. So there's no opportunity for cars to veer off and drive down sidewalks. We've built that into the design. This is just an overhead. We develop a lot of our drawings in SketchUp. This is a 3-dimensional model. The buildings, of course, are a backdrop. The buildings, any sort of facade improvements are not part of our scope. So we're really just focusing on the public realm aspect. And this is just to show that the project kind of pulls together to create the heart of downtown in this plaza. The shade element is obviously an artistic element. Again, these are placeholder ideas, but just all these different aspects of ways that we can reinforce the beachy refined. We've also looked at different influences and different needs. We've heard about the desire for advertising for retailers that are not within the first 3 blocks, or also advertising on block 3 to pull people from block 1 all the way through all three blocks. And we've just noted here kind of one of the concepts for kind of a gateway sign in between block 1 and 3, incorporating some of the former architectural elements of the archway that was over PCH built in the 30s.
And also, I'd like to give credit to Bob Bulland here, who is also one of our storytellers and has a lot of history with surfing here in town as well. But he showed us a picture of a sign like this that he thought of many, many years ago. And we provided that to Studio 111 to incorporate with this idea of how do we help advertise the first and third blocks that we're feeling maybe a little bit left out with a lot of investment going into the second block, as well as we heard that a little bit from some of the side streets. And so there's this opportunity to be able to have this sort of off-site advertising to help everybody sort of benefit from this project. And we were really inspired by the images that Bob shared with us. And I think we have another couple slides on that as well.
This next slide is just an example to show kind of the iterative process for design elements. So again, nothing is baked yet, just different ideas that we've been exploring, some by hand sketch, some we've actually modeled, just different ways that we can accommodate different ideas, just to show that the design is an evolving thing, that there's definitely a lot of process that goes into it, but different precedents that we're looking at, and different requirements that we're trying to integrate into this. This is an example of enjoying a normal day in the plaza when it's closed to through traffic. So it's just the idea of creating an outdoor living room. The idea would be that the furniture is stackable. It would be easy to clean. The colors here don't depict final product. It's just giving you the sense of being in the kind of a downtown living room that has a very beach-like feel. You can see off to the left to be an example of kind of the stage being set off to the side. We have different elements that we could have: fire pits, pool tables, outdoor dining. This could be a family zone if there's not enough room in other areas. This could also be a place to relax with your dog. There's all different ways this can be programmed. And then the next slide shows when it's open to through traffic, and what we saw before in plan view, this is now what it would look like in reality in a three-dimensional model. You can see that the cars can be parked in between the palm trees, and then they're driving through. You can see the pattern of the paving here, as well as the trench drain. You can see that's our stormwater strategy of collecting water. So we have kind of a zero curb condition, and then we'd have tactile surfaces between all the different zones between the curb zone as well as the pedestrian sidewalk zone. You can see just an example of the idea. One of the comments was to have fun lighting. There was a lot of responses, positive responses to very fun overhead lighting. This would not be your string lighting. This is what's called catenary lighting. So it's very highly decorative, but also very impactful. It would be all LED lighting strung on aircraft cables. And then as well, you can see some ideas for what this overhead shade canopy could do. So just some additional examples of programming. We've talked about different events that could happen. We've got Surf City Nights. There could be music concerts. There could be dance or cultural performances. There could be interactive art features. Again, we've got community parades. 4th of July is very important. This would be part of the historical walking tour. It certainly would incorporate outdoor dining, the art walk for the surfing legends, and the Walk of Fame, threading that through from PCH all the way through the project. There can be opportunity for play as well as communal dining. And then the Block 1 plan shows the expansion of sidewalks to give, again, a larger threshold from PCH and the pier into the downtown Main Street area. Again, consistency of paving materials and a consistency of lighting, so that all 3 blocks have the same sort of light levels and the same sort of trees. So we're imagining a consistent palm tree that would have uplighting and downlighting, catenary lighting over the streets, so it's really clear of where the spaces are. And then these widened sidewalks accommodate a lot more interface between sidewalk walking, shopping, hanging out, and accommodating more opportunities for bike racks, which we'll talk about. A lot of different elements of multimodal transportation that have been thought about. In between the different palm trees here, there's flexibility built in to do rolled curbs. So we showed the previous plan that showed a lot of diagonal parking, some of it currently being used for outdoor dining, but there's flexibility built in here to have cars parked between the palm trees. Again, a section showing the landscape, how we've got these different zones. You can see the existing section on the bottom right, and then the 24-foot travel lane is consistent between all three blocks. That is a requirement, both as our understanding for 4th of July parade floats as well as fire access. And then in block 3, expanded sidewalks, there's a bulb out or a push out for on-street parking that currently is occupied by dining. We're proposing to bring that back so there is some on-street parking. We would keep some on-street parking by the post office, as well as push some of the parking to parallel, especially on the bottom right. You can see that we're trying to enhance that sidewalk experience. Currently, it's very, very tight. In some cases, it's not even accessible per current codes. So we're trying to bring everything up to exceed all current codes for ADA access, as well as have consistent, again, consistent lighting, consistent trees. The heights of the trees would be, obviously cognizant of retail signage, and the palm trees would obviously be above all that. Existing and proposed sections here as well, just to show the relationships of different zones, how we're treating all 3 blocks consistently. And then here's just a diagram to describe some of the multimodal transportation that really supports what Ursula had mentioned earlier about a Park Once district. So we have 3 parking garages in 3 blocks. We have 2 opportunities where we've identified areas for ride shares. This could be pick up and drop off. This could also be timed. It could also be tagged with Uber and Lyft and others that this is a designated pickup zone. We have multiple opportunities for additional bike parking, which we understand is very important, especially with a lot of people in a beach community. And then we've also identified all the different areas for bus stops. So we have quite a bit of things working to support a Walk Once district, Park Once walking district, as well as some potential areas for supplemental parking. And then one of the things we wanted to also talk about, again, not getting into any specifics of certain things, but just talking about how we've listened and heard that there's a lot of desire for maintenance, for cleanliness, for consistency. If we're going to spend money on a streetscape, how does that streetscape really benefit the community besides all these placemaking aspects? And these are just highlighting some of the aspects. The lighting would be state-of-the-art LED, dimmable, could also be brought back up at the push of a button on a phone from the police department. If there was some sort of escalation, they could quickly get the light levels up to where they need them. Currently, a lot of the traditional lighting does not offer that opportunity. It also could be an opportunity to have outlets and different elements in the poles that support the lights that could support all kinds of functions throughout the year. And additionally, they can have cameras on there to surveil as needed. We've heard about trash collection. This is one of the latest smart technologies with what's called Big Belly. It's a solar trash compactor, and it also tells the sanitation folks when it's full. So we know exactly when it needs to be picked up, and it compacts 5 times the amount of trash than a current trash can. It also is not open to any sort of elements, so during the rains, you don't get any sort of water seepage. We also heard about the needs and the desires for a public restroom. So just an example of one that could be both connected to the existing system in terms of sanitation, water, or it could be completely independent to be further studied. Okay. Then as well, we understand there's a lot of bikes on Huntington Beach, a lot of bikes in a lot of cities, and the cost of those bikes is continuing to escalate. And a lot of those bikes are e-bikes that need to be charged. So this is just an example of a great way of having like a bike valet or a bike parking station that can offer security for those that really have an expensive bike, but they can also plug it and charge it here as well.
Great idea.
And before we open it up to questions, I did want to mention that we are designing at a high level here and really working towards design direction. So this, again, is not meant to be exactly what is being proposed. Most of these pictures are kind of placeholders to give you the flavor. We did hear some concerns earlier this evening about kind of outdoor dining and where it's going exactly, and that still has opportunity to be studied and discussed with those folks. So I wanted to share that. And then I did also want to mention that a supplemental communication was sent to all of you regarding an updated rough order of magnitude cost estimate. When we came before you all in fall, we mentioned we would refine that for you. And because Studio 111 really had such limited time between the last kind of public input session and to today's meeting, it was really trying to jam a lot in, and they needed to have this at a certain level in order to refine that cost estimate. So I apologize that we, got it to you just earlier today, but we are available to answer any questions about that you might have. This would be significant investment in the downtown area. That rough order of magnitude is $16 million. It will get refined more as the plan gets more refined, but I did want to mention that in case you have any questions. And with that, we are available to answer any additional questions you might have.
Do you have any questions from our council? Is that a yes, Ms. Mosier? Sorta? Okay, we have a question.
I don't know if it's exactly a question. I'm looking at all my notes. First, comments. Thanks to staff, Studio 111, those that provided input from the community, and also city manager Zelinka. Especially, I got to participate in a bunch of the, I got to do the storytelling session, a walkabout, and the recap, and it was neat to be able to, I think, really see a great example of authentic community engagement and what that bears as well. So that was just really cool. Also, on the walkabout, I know at one point we were looking down the street and you called out, Kirk, okay, look at the different palm trees and all of the different types of palm trees that were there. And that looking from side to side, it's one of those things where, you can walk the same route every day, and if you're not paying attention, you don't even notice many of these things. So when you're looking with intention, you see things that, you see the discontinuity with things. And boy, did I see that from corner to corner. So to have the possibility of actually having that continuity, but utilizing the, authentic input and history and everything, is just a really great opportunity. Let's see. Ursula, I did appreciate that you talked earlier about the concerns that we'd heard during public comments. That was really, difficult to hear, and I was like, I did not see that in what we were looking at. So my question, and I think you kind of already answered it, was we don't have in this schematic any number of tables or particular space for restaurants. Is that correct, for outdoor dining?
Correct. There's some placeholders. There is an intention to try to move in alignment with the downtown specific plan, in that it does call for the outdoor dining to be up adjacent to the buildings. And I think that makes sense because particularly in the summertime when it's really crowded, we've heard from the business owners themselves that it's really hard to serve those tables when you're competing with people walking through. But yes, there's still refinement to be done, conversations to be had in terms of exactly what that space looks like.
Okay. And then this particular design is really looking at placemaking, but kind of the ground, the infrastructure of trash and bathrooms and, bike holders, but not facades of buildings, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
It's the public realm, the public space.
Okay. Perfect. I might have some more, but that's it for now. Thank you.
Anybody else? Mr. Peterson and Mr. Posey.
So you switched to parallel parking. How much parking does that take away? And where are you going to put it?
We don't have a slide on here, but we did some calculations, and I can walk you through it real quick on my notes here.
We actually can pull up this. Will that be helpful?
Sure.
I'll help you to just find it.
Just to bring to everyone's attention, it's 11 o'clock. So I'll need a motion to continue the meeting.
So moved.
Okay.
Could you tell me who moved?
I'm not sure. I heard it, but I'm not sure. Dan and Mike.
Okay.
What happened? It's not a public hearing. It's not a public hearing.
Not a public hearing.
That's why you stayed? Go ahead.
I signed up for it. I was told to sign up for it. I've been waiting here to talk about it.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Just waiting for
Oh.
the slide to be pulled up on the
Right,
screen
well,
so I can
he knows
speak
that.
to a graphic.
He's talking from the audience.
Is it not coming up? It's taking a minute. So March
I can just cue it up. The existing conditions, as we mentioned in some of the photographs, this is kind of pre-pandemic and then pandemic. On block 1, and just in terms of removing stalls, not replacing them back, just pure removal of stalls, as is, we're removing 20 stalls on block 1. 4 of them are currently occupied by dining. On block 2, we're removing 19 stalls. 19 of them are currently occupied by dining. And on block 3, we're removing 17 stalls. 8 of them are currently occupied by dining. And then in the plan, what we bring back is we have a loss of 12 stalls on block 1, 8 on block 2, and we're plus 1 stall on block 3. And then we've looked at additional stalls within a 400-foot radius, so within a quick walk, and we found an additional 37 stalls. So worst case scenario, if we can get all of those additional stalls to supplement, we would be a net of plus 18 parking stalls versus what we have today.
And so
'Cause that's coastal commission, right? I mean, if you take away a spot, we have to replace it.
Correct.
Yes.
And so, again, a very preliminary initial study has identified some restriping, so within 420 feet, ability, we think, to replace all of those one for one. So we're very optimistic about that. And we also have a parking consultant that is looking at downtown and coordinating with Studio 111 as well, looking at the existing capacity of all of the parking that we do have in this shared parking district.
So the other thing, you have this street, this flex street with this furniture and all this stuff. When we're not doing it, where does the city have maintenance have to go down and store it somewhere? I mean, the problem is like if you have Pacific City, right? It's private property. If someone's laying on the couch causing trouble or something, security comes to do it. If this is public right of way, someone can take a nap there all day.
So we are looking at opportunities of where we can incorporate storage within the project. So there are some areas that we've kind of preliminarily identified and want to study a little bit further. And there will need to be some conversations that the city is going to need to have with the bid in terms of who's programming, whose responsibility for what in terms of some of this furniture, the removal of it. So those details still need to be worked out. Yes.
But you're going.
Oh, I thought you were done.
But you're
Go ahead.
going forward with the plan before any of that type of stuff. I think that's important, actually.
Agreed.
To know that type of stuff before you start. I mean, I love investing in downtown, but the responsibility, because it's not private space, it's public space.
Yes.
And
so
whereas financially, what's it going to be beyond just doing it? What's the annual, and who's going to pick that up and all that?
we intend to really starting to have those conversations, starting with the bid. It was even mentioned in their annual report that came before all of you a couple meetings ago, that some direct intentional conversations about some of this shared responsibility. We wanted to understand better what area, what kind of furniture, how big of a space might we need before we could really start having some of those conversations, because otherwise it becomes very theoretical. And I think at this phase, we have enough information to have more tangible conversations, and also identified some areas that we can further study in terms of where that can go that is within the downtown area.
I'd like to ask a question, kind of what Mr. Peterson was talking about. I would imagine, somebody asked a question a minute ago about you're just doing the outside infrastructure, the public street and such. Has there been any idea or any entertainment of thinking, enrolling the people who have businesses outside? Would they have any interest in maybe participating in what's going on?
You mean like for their facades?
Yeah.
It's a good conversation to have next. I think it makes sense when you put new carpet into your house suddenly.
Yes,
you're like, I need to
exactly.
paint my walls. We haven't started those conversations directly, but I think that there's opportunity as we move this project along to think about some of those things. Look at the downtown specific plan in terms of what it offers, whether a facade improvement program is something that the city would want to consider, et cetera.
The other thought was just about storage. Maybe you could work out or trade or something like that with a business owner. They may have a storage room available. Who knows? Something like that.
Great
Right?
idea.
Okay.
Yes.
Anybody else? Mr. Posey?
Yeah, mostly comments. My first question, as I was writing it down, was storm drains, and then you pivoted right into storm drains. So I don't have a question about storm drains anymore. But what I'm excited about is what Main Street's going to become. When my wife and I moved to Huntington Beach over 20 years ago, 22, 23 years ago, we live on Main Street, so we walk down to Main Street. We still walk down to Main Street, and I always say, what great a place this could be. It's a great now, but how much greater could it be? Really great. And if there was a bright, I guess a bright light or a plus with COVID, because there aren't any really, except that COVID gave us this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to experiment with closing Main Street. And because there was always this talk about, hey, let's close it, no, let's not close it, no, we can't, no. We really didn't really have much of a choice but to close it. So I'm glad that we did, because a lot of businesses were able to survive and really thrive through COVID that might not be here if we didn't close Main Street. And it also changed, and this is according to the police, and it's according to my anecdotal scientific observations, which is an oxymoron, is that the demographic of the visitors changed, and I noticed more couples and families down there. And the police, of course, noticed the same thing. There were seemingly, and I don't have the data to support it, but fewer arrests, and there were also fewer cars. There was a lot of locals, a lot of families, and a lot of bicycles. So I'm happy to see that you're looking at bicycle lockers and storage for secure parking of bicycles, especially these $5,000 and $6,000 electric bikes. Because I went into the parking structure on those nights, and there were virtually no cars going from the third level up. So there was still plenty of parking capacity in our parking structure with every table full. So you go, where all these people come from? Well, they walked down here just like I did. And then, part of this downtown visioning is a big reason why when we hired and interviewed Mr. Zelinka, I was particularly excited about Mr. Zelinka with his certified Main Street management. That sounds kind of cartoonish, but it's real. And, looking at his resume with 100 other downtowns that he's transformed, and then sitting down in your office, Mr. Zelinka, I don't know, 4 or 5 weeks ago, and rolling out a piece of paper and coming up with a timeline of all these events for these community engagement meetings and what was going to be accomplished and how you really thought this out. And then seeing, 6 weeks later, and I know this, you've been working on this too, Ursula, so I remember when we talked about, Laguna Beach and parklets and all of this. So, I'm really excited about it, and I think that, part of what we might want to look at is how do we monetize this investment? How do we get a return on the investment? And is that with projected sales tax revenue increases? Is that with projected 100% occupancy of all of the retail and the restaurants? Is it with perhaps rent on public space for those restaurants that now have had, free rent in parking lots forever. So that should be part of the conversation. By the time you guys have that, I'll be long gone, unfortunately. But I'll be watching. So, I'm eager and excited about this. So, I mean, I went through the presentation, I don't know, 2 or 3 times on Saturday or Sunday, and every time I went through it, I got more and more excited about, wow, I live 5 blocks from this. So I can't wait till it's ready. So that's all.
Anybody else? Yeah. Go ahead, Ms. Carr, and then Ms. Mosher.
So yes, I'm also pretty excited about it, and I think I shared your joy, Mike, when I was going through the presentation and being a part of this. Gosh, from the beginning, it just seems to get better and better, because I think when we first started talking about this was really with closing downtown, it allowed residents to rediscover downtown, and we really did see a lot of the residents and the families come back to downtown. And the whole vibe there now is so different than it was 5 years ago. And I agree with you, Councilmember Posey. There's a plethora of e-bikes now, and I'm grateful that you're being forward thinking about where do we store all of these e-bikes and how can we recharge them. It's one of the things that I hear a lot of. You should have a place to charge the e-bikes downtown. So I think all of that is really great. And also, it's, as we start to think about how we are a world-class destination, and we really do see downtown as the jewel, as a focal point for tourists and obviously for our residents, downtown is due for a refresh. Sure. Boy, I think it was in the late 80s when it was done?
Yeah, mid-80s.
I mean, mid-80s?
Yeah, mid to late. Yeah, you're right.
So we're talking 40 years now?
Yeah.
Am I that old?
Yeah.
I am. So it's due. It's definitely due. And I think kind of what you had mentioned, the devil's in the details as far as how much outdoor space and what does that look like. And I think that we can come up with thoughtful compromises to address all of those. But also, as we start to talk about this, and I know, this is a long-term project, we do need to address the current situation we have right now with outdoor dining and what are the standards and what the expectations are for cleanliness. Yes. And as Councilmember Posey mentioned, rent. And a lot of cities have completely eliminated their outdoor dining. Mm-hmm. And we've continued to keep it going because we see the benefit for the restaurants and the visitors, and residents have mentioned that they really like it. But that said, we're going on, 2.5 years now, and everything's looking pretty darn stale. So I think as we go forward with this investment that we as a city are making into this, I think that the businesses that are benefiting from the closures should also be making an investment into the outdoor dining, and there needs to be sort of this partnership, or at least understanding that we have expectations when it comes to the cleanliness and what that looks like. So I know you will continue to have those conversations, because I think that really is what needed. But I'm very excited about the project, and I won't be on the council to see it come to fruition as well. But I think, again, it really does play into the whole reimagining when we were talking about downtown and even incorporating that into the pier. I know one of the things that we had talked about with Studio 111, I thought it was to also incorporate the pier. Maybe there is some sort of art or some sort of destination, so when you do have people coming from the hotels, there's some sort of magnet that you can look at. But to have it all play together, I think works really well. So thank you for all of your hard work. I know this has been a long time coming, and there's a lot more work to be done, but I'm excited in the direction that we're going and very supportive.
Can I say I'd rather work on this than the housing element?
I think we all would.
Yeah, we all would, I think. May I just say, I think it would be fun to have the color of the road, the way you were putting it in there. I guess would kind of be neat to the pier and maybe to the hotels. Might be kind of neat to do that. Go ahead, Ms. Mosher.
Sure. Just along what Councilmember Carr was just saying with regards to the usage of space outside as far as rents and the look of things, I appreciated that that was included in the RCA, talking about all of that. And I think maybe in there also like a design palette perhaps that people can choose from so it starts to look better in the meantime, because the meantime is going to be a while.
Yeah, that's true.
But also I wanted to say I appreciated the continuity that was provided in the design elements for first and third block as well, because I know in being a liaison on the bid, there's conversation about they don't want to feel like the stepchildren to this process, and I think that that's managed by making sure that there's consistency as far as the design is concerned across all three portions. And then the last thing is, while I love and appreciate the Golden Bear mobile version, and I think that's amazing, after hearing the stories, I really do hope somebody somewhere decides to actually do a Golden Bear, like a physical, permanent one again. So that's it.
I'll go ahead and move the recommended action.
Okay, thank you. In a second, Mr. Posey? Oh, I'll take it. All right, let's see, here we are. Oh, that's just the number 24, okay.
Motion passes 6-1. Councilmember Peterson voting no.
Okay, here we are, number 25, 22-876. Direct staff to draft a zoning text amendment, a ZTA, to delete the cannabis prohibition and to allow cannabis activities consistent with the council's ad hoc committee's recommendation. So, administrative item? You're a busy lady tonight, huh?
This is the last one. And I'm so
Yeah.
thankful that Hayden is going to take the lead on this presentation.
And Madam Mayor, if I may, I have some hard copy maps I'd like to distribute before we enter
Sure.
into that conversation.
Are they the same? Oh, yeah. Are they two different or? Are they the same or are we sharing?
Okay, thank you. I will be cognizant of the hour. So with that introduction, we wanted to discuss the
Hayden?
cannabis activities.
Hayden?
Yeah.
Before you start, would you mind telling people what they got in front of them before you lose everybody?
Yes, thank you. I have distributed for the council members' review copies of 2 maps of the city, and the original is one that you have previously seen, and that's representative of the existing subcommittee's recommendation regarding proposed cannabis buffers. The maps themselves show both retail and non-retail candidate sites. So the first map that we'll reference is the subcommittee's recommendation showing a 1,000-foot buffer from all schools and a 600-foot buffer from sensitive uses as it's described in current state law. Those sensitive uses, again, just for reiteration, are licensed daycare centers, youth centers, and parks. The second map, which is for comparative purposes, is the same city map depicting those candidate sites of both retail and non-retail cannabis uses, but representative of a 1,000-foot buffer from all, and that's inclusive of schools and the other sensitive uses. That was based on direction from the July 19th meeting from council. Okay, so just to briefly recap some of the background, we established the Cannabis Subcommittee ad hoc subcommittee in December of 2021. There were multiple study sessions as we were developing the policy framework. And finally, we did have our first community outreach community forum on June 9th. That was followed by the most recent workshop, which was conducted on October 15th. And again, as I previously mentioned, the council had given staff direction at previous meetings at the July 5th and July 21st. Just to provide an overview, staff hosted the 2 outreach events with the support and direction of the subcommittee. At the October public workshop, the most recent, staff gathered feedback from community stakeholders in the policy areas of the upcoming Measure O, which is on the November ballot that would enable council to enact a taxation rate for retail and non-retail cannabis businesses. And we also received community and industry feedback regarding cannabis operational hours and buffer restrictions that would apply to future operators. The feedback received from these public meetings is congruent with input received from the council at the July 5th meeting and the latest discussions with the ad hoc committee. The following features are recommended by the ad hoc committee and staff for inclusion in proposed cannabis land use policies. Very quickly, we are proposing that cannabis uses be allowed in commercial, specific plan areas, and the industrial zone with buffer restrictions. As I mentioned, we're recommending a distance of 1,000 feet from all schools, K through 12, and 600 feet from parks, licensed commercial daycare centers, and youth centers. The buffer measurement is recommended to be from the occupied premises of future businesses to the property line of sensitive receptors mentioned above. The recommendation is also to exclude the downtown specific plan and the Sunset Beach specific plan areas, also to exclude the coastal zone overlay, and we would also permit that delivery-only retailers could be located in the industrial zone and that cannabis uses would be permitted in multi-storefront buildings. Finally, for non-retail uses, they would be allowed in the industrial zones only. We would exclude specific plan industrial properties from non-retail operations, and the buffer restrictions would be identical to that would be applicable to retailers. I mentioned earlier that we provided the council with some hard copy maps, and just for comparison purposes, currently the subcommittee's recommendation of 1,000 feet from schools and 600 feet from sensitive receptors or sensitive uses would result in approximately 336 properties for retail candidate sites and approximately 262 for non-retail candidate sites. Comparatively, staff in a hypothetical buffer scenario of 1,000 feet from all sensitive uses and all schools, that would result in approximately 248 candidate sites for retail uses and 157 for non-retail. So that would be a reduction. The next steps, should the City Council direct staff to initiate the zoning text amendment to amend the code to allow cannabis uses as proposed above, we anticipate that we could bring the zoning text amendment to the Planning Commission sometime in mid-November and to the City Council in December for introduction. Should the council approve that zoning text amendment, we would then commence community outreach efforts in early 2023 regarding the operator permit and selection processes. And we anticipate at least 2 future public workshops, additional meetings with the subcommittee, and at least 1 check-in with the entire city council. Finally, we would draft an operator permit regulation to be considered by council via resolution, and we believe that that would occur sometime in spring of 2023. Concurrently with developing permit regulations, we're going to continue to research and develop signage regulations that had been previously brought up, and we'll bring those regulations to the ad hoc committee and the entire council at the same time that we bring the operator regulations. We anticipate that those would be considered by council again in spring of 2023.
Hayden, I'm just going to clarify that the zone text amendment request to City Council would be first introduced at the special meeting of November 29th, and then the first meeting in December, very similar to the schedule that was discussed earlier today regarding the housing element. So wanted to clarify that.
Thank you. And with that, staff is recommending that the council provide the direction to draft a zoning text amendment, which would delete the existing cannabis prohibition and add the necessary language to allow cannabis activities consistent with the subcommittee's recommendation. That concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate the maps and I appreciate the presentation, but I really do feel like we should be having this conversation 2 weeks from now after the vote on Measure O, because we are talking about that. So I would like to make a motion to table this and bring it back on the 15th. All right.
Second.
I just, if we can have discussion on that. As we saw for Measure A, right, we had a pretty high turnout for that, and we're looking at 16 points under that in order to pass. This keeps the ball moving after we've really kind of talked about the maps over multiple meetings, and keeps the ball moving. This, in talking with staff and the subcommittee, effectively this gets us to a sunrise provision, that none of these maps would go into effect until the ordinances and everything else was completed. So, yeah, I mean, this goes to Planning Commission, would go to Planning Commission and then come back to council in 2 weeks. So I see waiting on Measure O doesn't necessarily affect, which is the tax rate on this, that isn't necessarily related. So I don't know.
What's the rush?
There's no rush. It's just keeping the ball moving.
That's what I'm saying. We'll wait 2 weeks.
But I mean, what's on the agenda? I mean, that was this. I don't know. I was just saying this isn't a rush. This is just the end game of a subcommittee meeting, public outreach. It's the next iterative step. So there's not really a rush here. This just kind of keeps it moving, and the next council then is going to be working on the policy. So I don't know. I just don't see this as a rush. As more of just the next iterative policy discussion that would go to Planning Commission in a couple weeks and then keep going. So. I'll go ahead and make a substitute motion for the staff action.
Just need Councilmember Bolton, but I know you're. So the substitute motion fails. It's 3-4. With Councilmember Peterson voting no, Mayor Pro Tem Posey voting no, Mayor Douglas, and Kim Carr, Councilmember Carr voting no. The substitute motion. Do you want to turn around? Okay. The voting screen, and that's Carr and Peterson.
We repeat the current motions to continue the item to the 15th.
Right. And Councilmember Bolton? No. Okay. Okay, so to table and return on November 15th, that motion passes 6-1 with Councilmember Bolton voting no.
Council member items are next up. I believe Mr. Posey is up first.
Okay, yeah, I brought forward a financial and performance audit program, and we always seem to do audits when something bad happens, but we never do audits to prevent something bad from happening. And not that anything bad is happening, because I don't think that there is, but part of best practices and part of, it even kind of dovetails with the procurement program that we have coming, and it promotes greater transparency. So over the course of several years, this is kind of a big deal. It's not we're going to do them all tomorrow. Go by a couple of departments at a time, 1 year at a time, and then repeat the cycle. If council so chooses that comes in to say, okay, 4 years from now, we're going to start the cycle all over again because we liked what we got, which is proof of best practices, proof of good stewardship of the taxpayers' dollars, and a greater level of transparency. And then in the performance audits, there is room potentially for improvement. I mean, you know, we talk about a lot of, you know, I really can't talk about that, I guess, but we talk a lot about personnel in a big picture scale. And, you know, part of that performance audits, you know, could also include performance audits of personnel, help them with their promotional opportunities, management opportunities, what training do they need to have. You know, there's a lot of stuff I'm throwing out, but I'm going to sort of leave this, the execution of it and the nuts and bolts really to the city manager. But I think that just from a big picture policy idea, it's not a bad idea. I think it's a great idea. So I hope I have, so with that, I'll move to approve.
I'll second.
We have a first and a second. Does somebody want to make a comment, or we just? I did. Okay, Ms. Carr.
I just wanted to really thank you for this. I thought this was very executive level, and I loved this idea. And I hope that you've had a conversation with our city manager before proposing it. Okay, because it's very thoughtful. And what I really liked about it is, you know, this is what we should be doing anyway.
Yes.
And so it just really codifies that this is what we should be doing, and it has a timeline of when these different benchmarks should be achieved. So I love it. Thank you so much for bringing it forward, and I'm glad that we have a city manager who is receptive to this as well. So thank you.
Well, I need to give some credit to the city. I mean, I just had an idea for the audit, and then we had about a half-hour conversation, and then this all came together. So,
Ms. Bolton, Ms. Bolton, and then Ms. Mosier.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I echo your comments, Councilmember Carr. You know, this is just the right thing to do. Someone mentioned during a conversation last week that our city government you know, has vestiges of what things were like when we were a city of a population of 60,000 and the government was much smaller. We're just growing up now. And so it's time for us to do these regular types of reviews. And so I'll be supporting the item and appreciate your introducing it.
And Ms. Mosier.
Yes, what a great opportunity to codify best practices, kind of dig in, and I agree that this was a professional organization does this type of thing, so it's great that we're moving forward with that. I don't know how it would work because I know that's a schedule ongoing, but to me, looking at this, the other opportunity was seeing how different departments integrate with one another and those systems flows too, because nobody works in a silo.
That's right.
And I know that there's sometimes, you know, who's job is what. So maybe there's some way to incorporate that too.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, we sort of grouped them. They were sort of interrelated, but I like that idea that, you know, how do they relate to each other in an operations method, so.
Oh, he's talking to somebody else. Was there somebody else over here? Okay, then. You made a motion. Who seconded it? Mr. Peterson did? Okay. All right, then.
Recommended
Mr.
action
Kalmick, go
passes
ahead.
7-0.
Thank you. Mr. Kalmick, you're up.
Thank you. This item's, I think, really straightforward. It came out of some discussions with some of the folks that have been opposed to Poseidon for forever. And after the fact, there was some discussion. Some other projects have had some zombie projects resuscitate themselves off of old documents and, and approvals through different projects, but trying to shoehorn themselves in. And so I think this, I guess, lets this council put a vote on that and to ask staff to put together the documents to kind of close that chapter on Huntington Beach's history. You know, I had been opposed to the Poseidon project for about 15 minutes after I heard about it the first time, and it's like, yeah, it sounded like a good idea for about 15 minutes, and then dug in and, you know, over the years, you know, worked with R4RD and the late Gus Eyre, who's a former council member from Fountain Valley, where we launched a no water deal, and have tracked this project for a very, very long time, and to finally have some conclusion on it, whether or not you agreed with it or didn't agree with it, to have a resolution. And I think this solves a resolution for it. And I think dealing with the environmental document would require anybody else that wants to do something similar to have to stand on their own 2 feet from the beginning. So that's why I brought the item. So I'll go ahead and move it.
All right, I'll second it. Yes, please, go ahead, Ms. Carr.
Well, I think it's fascinating that, in the history of the city council meetings, I believe Poseidon has the record for the longest meeting ever. And we're going to kill it tonight in like 5 minutes. So, well, I anticipate it. No, I don't think we need to. But I just think that, how things have changed so much. So I completely agree. I mean, it's we certainly don't want to see a zombie project be resurrected because we failed to take this off the books. So thank you for bringing this forward, and clearly I'll be supportive of it.
Let's vote. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see your name there. Oh,
There I am.
well, now you are, but
Well, I'm going to vote no, and I'm probably going to be all by myself, and that's okay. We have a drought, and I think that at some point there's going to be another desal plant project come forward, and to be able to utilize AES's intake and outflow pipes and potentially the real estate there, is it a long shot? Yeah, we saw what happened at the Coastal Commission. Maybe it's even impossible, but I don't necessarily want to throw dirt on the grave yet, so. Okay.
before I go, I just want to mention to Patty, for some reason, I don't know if I clicked it away or I don't have a voting on my screen. So anyway, go ahead, Ms. Carr and Ms. Mosier.
I would just say that, kind of in response to that, I don't think that doing what we're doing here with the decertification of the EIR and rescinding the local projects approvals does that, because the data and the information is still there. But it requires that if someone were to come back and do it, it would be done now and not relying on that old information. And I don't think that that would be appropriate to rely upon.
And I just also want to rest, I do agree with you that desal is going to have to be part of our water management plan as we move forward, and there are more thoughtful ways to do that, as was demonstrated just recently in Dana Point. So this particular project didn't hit the right elements to go forward with the Coastal Commission. So I don't think rescinding this means that the city is now anti-desal. I think that there are ways to do it, and there are other projects that have been developed that do show that, and it probably will be part of the toolkit moving forward. So I think, if anything, it's really more talking about what Dan said, is bringing back a zombie project that, you're trying to make something fit, where if another desal project is presented and that does have all the different elements, I think it should be evaluated on that project.
One more, okay. Go ahead.
Well, all three of you made compelling arguments, but I already voted.
That's right. I guess I must have too, as mine's gone.
And there's no going back.
All right, Councilmember Douglas, you can't see your voting screen. Do you want to vote yes or no?
Yeah, I'm voting yes.
Yes, okay. So the motion passes 6-1 with Mayor Pro Tem Posey voting no.
Okay, so we're moving on to item 28. This one is Calmick, Mosier, and Bolton. Take it away. I'm going to go first.
I will. You want a Rhonda?
Okay, I'm going to the bathroom.
Yeah, Rhonda goes first.
Doesn't matter. Happy to go first. So, we've heard a lot of talk about community engagement. And for me, living in the southeast part of town and working on the Edison Park redesign and talking to members of the community about that process, it just highlights how important it is to make sure that we have a really robust, dependable community engagement strategy. And so part of the impetus, at least from my perspective, for introducing this item is to develop something that is going to reflect best practices that will also be something that can be predictable for residents, so that when we have things happen like the housing element, and I know that has its own requirements because it is a zoning related matter, but still something that they can depend on. Once people understand what the process typically is and they know what to expect, hopefully we'll have fewer instances of folks saying, hey, this happened and I didn't have any idea and it's been going on for a year. Things happen. People miss things in the mail and stuff like that, and I certainly get that. But the aim here is to just improve our processes, do the best that we can, have the ethos not be, let's do the minimum, and I'm not saying that's what we did, but just demonstrate to the public that our ethos is not that we're going to do the minimum, that we're going to do the best that we can in terms of community engagement. So happy to bring this forward for our colleagues' consideration. Thanks.
Yes.
Do you have any comments?
Well,
Ms. Moser.
we were all three bringing
okay,
it, so.
the co-authors.
Yes, I would concur with everything that Councilmember Bolton already said, and also looking at it's really opportunities to do better and to meet people where they are, but also to, one of the attachments for this was a toolkit that was used elsewhere, and it says in that toolkit, what does success look like? I'm just going to read it. The purpose of each process will guide how you define success, whether that is more people attending your community outreach event, increasing diversity of feedback, introducing new ideas, or keeping in touch with residents and stakeholders, setting appropriate benchmarks. There's all of these great things here that really what this does is it provides a toolkit. That way, as you said, we can have expectations both from a staff level, from a resident level. It also creates a culture of public engagement where everything is driven by, you go through this first. Even from the housing element perspective, though it has its requirements, what are our goals? How do we define success? I've had that conversation with so many different people over the last number of weeks. How would you define success to the residents? And if we ask that first, I think that is just going to be helpful because we will have thought beyond maybe where we normally would, and then that will become the natural process. And so I think it would be very helpful. And even for me, having participated recently in with others in creating a new project or program, so many times you're kind of reinventing the wheel, and you shouldn't be. And it's based upon whoever has that experience there, and maybe somebody leaves and that's gone. This also allows for the continuity of information and also for a learning organization, because it hopefully will provide that opportunity for feedback as things close, kind of more post-mortem, and then to be able to, I think this would be probably a living document that could be adjusted as time goes on.
I'm going to step in and make a comment here too. I think one of the things that I hear a lot of times when staff especially is sharing, okay, we did this, we did this, we did this. I think there's been I don't know if it's statute. Is that stuff in statute, the way you respond to some of the things that we do? Oh, it is? Okay. And maybe that's what set the bar initially. Okay, we have to do this, we have to do this, we have to do that. But really, is that enough? Is that what really works anymore nowadays? Probably not. And maybe this is what you were saying, but I've been wanting to say this out loud for a while. And I think this last issue that we have here with the housing element is a good example. We're not going to reach everybody, but I'll tell you, the technology today is far better than it was. And I would imagine if we were starting today, the levels would be higher than what they are, whatever they are in statute. Because I think we have to have the people involved. And the more people we have involved, I think it helps a council make better decisions. So anyway, those are my 2 cents, Mr. Posey, and then Ms. Carr, and then Ms. Mosher.
Yeah, no, this is another one of the presentations that I was excited to see, because I did read it, and I went through. I think Paso Robles was one of the cities you guys did a comparison to, and one of the things that caught my eye was number 5. Maintain a balanced budget, and of course enhance public safety. But Mr. Zelinka and I talked about there's actually an app. I think it's called, there's one of them is called Balancing Act, and there's a bunch of other ones, and they're interactive apps that the public can use to experiment with the budget. So they can say, okay, I want to take $2 million out of public works and move it to police and fire, or I want to add and subtract. And the city of Roseville uses this. And I learned this in my day job, so, why Roseville? What are you doing up there? And they ended up having a very robust interaction with the electorate. So I think they had over 200 and something people participate in the budget process using an app like this. And Balancing Act, for some reason, is the one that comes to mind. But there are many others, so it doesn't have to be that. It doesn't even have to be that at all, but it's something that if you might want to take a look at, what else can we do? Or maybe it's part of the evolution. I mean, you got, almost a year before you're starting to, well, you got 6 months really before you start engaging the public in the budgeting process again. So, maybe it's this year, maybe it's next year or whatever, but, we saw what happened with the budget meeting night. We had the council chambers filled up until the budget started. And then everybody left, and everybody missed out on the 65-slide PowerPoint presentation on math. And which is the most important meeting we have of the year. There isn't anything more important than discussing the budget. How we spend money and how we allocate the money dictates the policy positions for the following year. And so anyway, I think I'm really excited about this, and I think if you could engage the public with in the budgeting process with an app or something like that, it'd be great. So I'm clearly going to support it. So,
Ms. Carr?
One of the things that I really liked about this, and because we've talked a lot about outreach, what's the most effective way for doing outreach, is that these community engagement toolkits really do have 3 priorities. Is it to inform the public? Is it to consult with the public? Or is it to collaborate with the public? And based on which level the project is, you can use different options. And so it really does create a roadmap, I believe, for whatever project you may have. Like you said, the budget. Well, what are the best mechanisms to do outreach for the community for that criteria? Or is it the 4th of July parade? Or is it the housing element, right? And so I think that will really give the expectations as to what the public can expect, given whatever the project is and what staff is supposed to do, so that we make sure that we check off. I mean, I think it was brought up, Edison Park, great example. People didn't know about it, and we were saying, well, maybe we should do door hangers, or maybe we should have banners, or maybe we should do this. But if we had a community engagement toolbox and a reference guide to go for, then whoever is the staff member at that time would know exactly what to do to fulfill that community outreach. So I really love that. But this is really a question for Mr. Zelinka. To hire a consultant to develop this plan, how much would that cost? Because these plans look pretty detailed from San Luis Obispo and Palos Verdes.
Councilmember Carr, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm guessing, if I was to guess, it'd be under $100,000. It'd probably be in the, I don't know exactly, but it'd probably be in the $50,000 range, I would guess, because I think staff would do a lot of work and be guided by somebody who has done
So would
this.
you do an RFP and everything too?
Yeah, totally.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
we'd make sure that what we're asking for is consistent with the council's desires.
Okay.
Ms. Mosier?
Yeah, to close it, I grew up in a customer service environment. And then it was all kind of based on not what is the low bar, but like it was a little bit, this is what you do. And then I moved to a different organization that really focused on providing excellent service. And to me, this is really placing the resident at the center for everything that we do, and really it's about customer service. And then the other thing is, I think that it's also an opportunity. I think that in today's day and age, we now focus so much on technology to get the word out about things, and it provides an opportunity to look at people in different populations and kind of slice and dice things in different ways, so that we can see, maybe there's analog ways to approach things. I know a staff member had come back recently from a trip overseas and talked about, analog banners that they saw and with the QR code, but where they could be in all different parks or things. And I was like, I've never even thought about something like that before. So it gives us the opportunity to do that too. But again, I think it's just all about customer service. I'd like to move the item.
Okay, I'll go ahead. Ms. Bolton, second. Ms. Mosier made the motion, Ms. Bolton made the second.
Motion passes 7-0.
We're doing with the bathrooms. Okay, so are there any council member comments? Mr. Posey? Okay.
Not at midnight.
Well, it doesn't look like anybody wants to talk. Well, in that case, let me just read this. Our next regular scheduled meeting for the Huntington Beach City Council Public Finance Authority is Tuesday, November 15th at 4:30, Civic Center Council Chambers. Thank you very much. Good night. Safely go home.